Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, the battle just now still affected her, interrupting her cultivation and causing backlash. Qin Tian hurried forward and reached out to help Ning Yao up. The cold touch startled Qin Tian. Although Qin Tian was no longer surprised by this scene after what happened last time, Ning Yao was obviously still unable to adapt. Ding, Ning Yao is extremely ashamed, emotion value +1000. At this moment, Ning Yao's face was flushed red, and there was a hint of uneasiness and shyness on her weak face, but there was a hint of coldness and anger between her brows. Is that someone from the Netherworld demon sect? Ning Yao saw everything that happened just now. She naturally saw Yi Yang as well, so she thought that the man in black was from the Netherworld demon sect. But Qin Tian shook his head. No, they are from the Black Demon sect. The Black Demon sect? Ning Yao looked confused. That's the man in black who came looking for you last time. Hearing this, Ning Yao's expression turned gloomy. Those people really didn't intend to let her go. She looked at Qin Tian cautiously. If Qin Tian had not been here today, she would probably have met with a terrible accident. Ding, Ning Yao is grateful, emotion value +1000. Don't think too much about it, I'll help you heal first. Qin Tian helped Ning Yao up, but noticed that mist suddenly rose among the surrounding flowers. The fog was like a person's heartbeat, coming in waves. Don't move. Ning Yao had just opened his mouth to say one sentence when his body involuntarily collapsed. Ding, Ning Yao's desire is hard to come by, emotion value +1000. Chapter 46, Conquering the Heroine, 3 Days and 3 Nights. Qin Tian finally turned over. Now he possesses the 9 Dragons' thunder body, which is extremely masculine and strong, and is no longer as passive as last time. The power of the 9 dragons, the fullness of essence, is endless. If the dantian of an ordinary person is a small river, then Qin Tian's dantian is like a sea, lasting forever. No wonder Suya couldn't stand him. However, Ning Yao is different now. There is a ballad that has been circulating in the southern region. There is a white jade palace in the sky, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal touches my head and I am granted eternal life. This ballad describes the 17 major sects in the southern region. The southern region is divided into the righteous and evil sects, with each of the good and evil sects having 10 major sects. The Hehuan Palace was originally one of the 10 major evil sects, named the Tianyu Demon Sect. However, the Tianyu Demon Sect declined later and was renamed Hehuan Palace. 2 of the 10 major sects of the righteous path also declined, thus forming the current 12 floors, 5 cities, and 17 major forces. The founder of Hehuan Palace created the yin-yang harmony technique to turn misfortune into fortune, and he was able to wield 3,000 men and ascend to heaven in broad daylight. This technique focuses on the art of harmonizing yin and yang, and requires a huge amount of essence. That's why you need 3,000 men. But Ning Yao had been practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra since childhood, and her mind was detached, so she naturally could not accept such a practice technique. During this period, as she began to practice the yin-yang harmony technique, she gradually realized that the yin-yang in her body was out of balance. For this reason, she planted frost mist flowers here to suppress the yin-yuan in her body. But in this way, she couldn't continue to practice, and she had been hesitant these days. Until today, Qin Tian's arrival completely released her seal. It was also the first time that she realized that a person's essence could be so abundant. Even though she mobilized her skills, the energy still flowed continuously. Ning Yao felt both surprised and shy. She knew that Qin Tian might be the man destined for her, but the way he looked at this moment made her feel scared. She couldn't imagine that the indifferent self in the past would become what she is now. However, the improvement of her cultivation made her addicted to it and unable to extricate herself. Ding, Ning Yao is filled with shame and anger, emotion value +1000. Ding, Ning Yao desires to obtain desire, emotion value +1000. Ding, Ning Yao is searching high and low, emotion value +1000. Ning Yao is not Ning Dao after all. The 2 sisters have completely opposite personalities. Ning Dao is like a witch, while Ning Yao is like a saint. The huge contrast makes the images of the 2 sisters gradually overlap. I can't tell the difference, I really can't tell the difference. But Qin Tian didn't care about these things at the moment. He finally had the opportunity to collect emotion points, so he naturally had to seize it. The only problem is I can't seem to hold a handful. Time flies, and Qin Tian fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Ning Yao gained a lot this time. She understood that she could not accept the practice method of yin-yang harmony gong, so her only choice was Qin Tian. Only this man is full of essence. But after 3 days, she was exhausted, while Qin Tian beside her looked radiant and energetic. If Ning Yao hadn't broken through at the last minute, he could have continued. At noon, when the morning dew fell, Ning Yao finally opened his eyes. After this experience, she successfully broke through to the 6th level of nirvana. As I looked around, Qin Tian's familiar face appeared before my eyes. Ning Yao was a little dazed for a moment. She quickly turned her face away and took out the black robe. Just as he was about to put it on, Qin Tian stopped him. Ning Yao was born with a seductive body and could not control herself. In order to avoid causing trouble, she wore a black robe all year round and never showed her true face. Seeing Qin Tian like this, Ning Yao was suddenly shocked. "I'm a little tired, let's do it another day." Ning Yao spoke in a low voice, but her cheeks had already turned red. She thought Qin Tian was going to continue, and she felt a little scared. After all, although she has a special physique, she can't withstand such torture. But at this moment, Qin Tian raised his hand and took out a gilded long skirt. The long skirt was glittering and embroidered with phoenix feathers, with a faint sense of Taoism flowing through it. Innate Tao treasure. Ning Yao recognized at a glance that the long skirt had an extraordinary origin. Innate Tao treasures are rare in the southern region, not to mention that this is a long skirt. It is obviously a defensive Tao treasure, which is even rarer. This item is called the Heavenly Feather Phoenix Feather Robe. It's forged with phoenix feathers and can suppress your naturally charming body. That black robe really doesn't suit you. You should wear this from now on. Qin Tian threw his long skirt to the ground, but Ning Yao stood there in a daze for a moment. How precious is the Shantian Tao treasure? Why is Qin Tian willing to give it to him? Although she now has a special relationship with Qin Tian, for a cultivator, it is impossible to give away such a treasure lightly, at least Ning Yao herself cannot do it. She stared at Qin Tian blankly, and even with her state of mind, she felt a little at a loss. She had never been fond of matters between men and women, and for hundreds of years, she had never had any contact with men. Naturally, I have never received any gifts from men. But at this moment, Ning Yao felt a warmth in his heart. She seemed to be touched by something. This item is too valuable, I can't accept it. Ning Yao was silent for a long time, but still shook his head to refuse. She didn't know whether Qin Tian wanted to compensate her in this way, but she had already accepted Qin Tian as a man in her heart. Such a treasure is also of great use to Qin Tian, so she naturally doesn't want to take it away from others. Unconsciously, she had already started to think about Qin Tian in her heart. What is precious? What I have is precious. Compared to you, this thing is nothing. Qin Tian stuffed the long skirt into Ning Yao's hands without saying anything. He could see that Ning Yao's heart was in turmoil at this moment. What is detachment from external things? What is a calm state of mind? It's all bullshit. We are detached from external things because they are not valuable enough. If he took out an imperial weapon, even a saint would have to fight to the death. No matter which world you are in, the same principle applies. Anyone can be moved, but the cost of moving them is different. Although this innate Taoist treasure is precious, it is useless to Qin Tian. He doesn't like women's clothing, so this thing can only be used as a gift. And it just so happened that Ning Yao needed such a Taoist treasure to carry with him. These are all investments. By conquering this woman, not only can you gain emotional value, but you can also conquer the entire Hehuan Palace. Although the Hehuan Palace is in decline today, they were still one of the top 10 demon sects in the past and have a rich heritage. This deal is definitely not a loss for Qin Tian. Making useless things produce the greatest value is the real way to invest. As a time traveler, Qin Tian does have some courage. When Ning Yao saw this scene, a hint of soft light flashed across his originally cold eyes. Perhaps after this life, Qin Tian has already regarded her as his woman. She silently took the long skirt and changed. At this moment, she was no longer so shy. They both knew each other well, and she had completely accepted the man in front of her. Ding, Ning Yao is filled with gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Chapter 47, The Destiny is Not the Destiny. Just as Qin Tian was enjoying a moment of tenderness. At the same time, Yi Yang on the other side was already heartbroken. The moment he escaped from Hehuan Palace, he could already foresee what was going to happen next. In his previous life, he had a relationship with Ning Yao because he accidentally broke into the place of cultivation. He knew very well that Ning Yao could not be disturbed when he was practicing. And since Qin Tian appeared there, he could naturally imagine what would happen next. Thinking that the woman he had been thinking about was now in the arms of another man, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In his previous life, he did not cherish Ning Yao. In this life, he originally wanted to compensate the other party, but unfortunately, Qin Tian got there first. Yi Yang only felt that there was a patch of green above his head. Ding, Yi Yang's heart aches, emotion value +1000. He kept cursing in his heart, but he could do nothing. In that situation, there was nothing he could do. After all, it's still because my cultivation is not enough. Yi Yang was filled with grief and anger, and clenched his fists. One day, I will make you pay the price. Yi Yang knew that things had come to this point, and all he could do was to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible so that he would have a chance to take revenge. But Qin Tian is the leader of the demon sect, and the gap between him and the other party is too big. Suddenly, Yi Yang suddenly thought of someone. In Miaoyi. In his previous life, besides Ning Yao, he also had a woman, in Miaoyi. And Miaoyi is the saint of Miaoyu Temple and is loyal to one man her entire life. In his previous life, he accidentally met in Miaoyi who was poisoned. While recovering from her injuries, the two had a relationship. Since then, and Miaoyi has always been by his side. It's just that in his previous life, he was so devoted to Yuan Ruoxuan that he ignored the woman beside him. Miao Yuan is the leader of the righteous path. If he could use their power, he might be able to deal with Qin Tian. It's a pity that the last time he was poisoned and met in Miaoyi by chance, it was a great opportunity, but it was ruined by Qin Tian. Now, and Miaoyi probably doesn't have any good feelings towards him. Yi Yang thought to himself that he was now a member of the fire-worshipping demon sect after all, and coming to them with this identity would undoubtedly be courting death. He needed a new identity. Yi Yang quickly thought of a person, Yu Qing. As Yu Qing is the young master of Chaotiank, Miaoyu Temple will naturally give him face. As long as an Miaoyi is willing to meet him, he believes he can clear up the misunderstanding and convince the other party. However, when Yi Yang thought of the look Yu Qing gave him, he couldn't help but shiver all over. Yi Yang didn't expect that the man actually liked this. It was just a misunderstanding last time, but since then, Yu Qing seemed to be fascinated by him. What made Yi Yang even more speechless was that not long ago, what happened between him and Yu Qing outside Xiaoyao Valley was seen by other people. Although Yu Tianjia believed that the incident was just a misunderstanding, he had locked up Yu Qing since then and did not allow the boy to go out. Now, it is not easy for him to see Yu Qing. However, now that things have come to this, he can only try to contact Yu Qing by sending a message via flying sword. Fortunately, Yu Qing did have feelings for him. After receiving the letter, Yu Qing secretly ran away. Although Yi Yang didn't want to see Yu Qing, for his own sake, he still told Yu Qing about his plan. You want to go to Miaoyu Temple. But if your identity is revealed, Miaoyu Temple will probably not let you go. Yu Qing was still a little worried. After all, Yi Yang was now a disciple of the demon sect. Don't worry, I can pretend to surrender. Miaoyu Temple won't miss a child of destiny, right? Yi Yang knew clearly that all the righteous sects and the evil sects wanted to get him, and his identity as the son of destiny was his greatest reliance. As long as he is willing to join those people, they will definitely be happy to accept him. In that case, why don't you become a disciple of Chao Tiank? Yu Qing felt a little unhappy when he heard this. Of course, he hoped that Yi Yang would become a disciple of Chaotiank, so that they could be together forever. But Yi Yang was a little scared in his heart, not because he was afraid of Yu Tianjia, but because he was afraid of Yu Qing. After all, he doesn't like men. If he stays with Yu Qing for a long time, he is worried that he will really change. Your father won't let me enter Chaotiank. Yi Yang spoke perfunctorily, and after hearing this, Yu Qing gave up the idea of letting Yi Yang join Chaotiank. Although the relationship between the two was explained away, Yu Tianjia was obviously still wary of Yi Yang, otherwise, the old man would not have locked him up. Okay, I'll take you to Miaoyu Temple. With me here, they won't make things difficult for you. Yu Qing finally agreed to Yi Yang. The two soon arrived at Miaoyu Temple. As the leader of the righteous path, although Miaoyu Temple was aloof from the world, it had always been concerned about matters of good and evil. To be precise, they are responsible for maintaining balance. Now that the devil is on the rise and the Tao is declining, Miaoyu Temple is also planning to take action at the right time to suppress the devil sect. The last time, when the major sects surrounded Tianming, and Miaoyu represented Miaoyu Temple. After seeing the righteous sect in disarray, and Miaoyu did not have a good impression of those people. When she came back this time, she reported everything she had seen and heard. The mandate of heaven has been born, and troubled times are coming. Miaoyu Temple must also fight for its future. Miaoyu, you've had contact with that destiny, what are your thoughts? Master Jingshan of Miaoyu Temple was twirling Buddhist beads in her hands with a compassionate look on her face. And Miaoyu recalled the last time she saw Yi Yang, and a hint of disgust appeared between her brows. The son of destiny has been possessed by a demon, beyond redemption. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle this great responsibility. Jingshan frowned slightly when he heard this. And Miaoyu recounted everything that happened that day, and Jingshan chuckled after listening. It doesn't matter. Even if he is possessed by the devil, my Miaoyu Temple has a way to help him get rid of the devil. But is this person really destiny? Jingshan murmured in a low voice, and Miaoyu was a little surprised when she heard it. Destiny has come, and everyone has seen it. Could this be fake? Master, when the destiny descended upon Wuhan City that day, everyone saw it. Jingshan shook his head slightly, who said there is only one destiny in this world. Hearing this, and Miaoyu's expression changed slightly. Master, what do you mean? Miaoyu, as the saint of Miaoyu Temple, you should understand your mission, right? Disciple understands, the saintess of Miaoyu Temple, should travel the world, seeking the destiny to assist you. Well, just remember it. Go down the mountain in a few days and find a way to bring Yi Yang back. If he is not destined to be here, then we should not get involved in this matter. Yes, and Miaoyu agreed in a low voice, but Qin Tian's appearance appeared in her mind. The last time they parted in a hurry, she didn't know Qin Tian's identity, but she always felt that Qin Tian was extraordinary. Just then, a little nun walked in from outside the door. Master, young Master Yu Qing of Chaotiank is seeking an audience. He has brought someone with him who calls himself Yi Yang. Jingshan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Yi Yang. He actually came here by himself. Chapter 48. The misunderstanding deepened, Nantong was confirmed. Miaoyu Temple, inside the main hall. Yi Yang was waiting anxiously when suddenly a familiar figure came from outside. That white dress makes her look like a fairy, which makes people yearn for her. Yi Yang couldn't help but recall every detail of his past life within Miaoyu. But when Miaoyu saw Yi Yang at this moment, her expression changed slightly. The scene I saw outside the cave came back to my mind. Wrong. And Miaoyu suddenly noticed Yu Qing standing beside her. Isn't this person the righteous disciple who was suppressed by Yi Yang at the beginning? And Miaoyu had never been down the mountain, so she naturally didn't recognize Yu Qing at first, but when she saw this face again, it instantly brought back bad memories. A trace of disgust and nausea suddenly appeared on her face. Yi Yang also noticed Miaoyu's expression and was shocked. It seems that this woman is still resentful of me because of what happened last time. Yi Yang was thinking about it in his heart, but he didn't know that Miaoyu had already seen what happened between the two of them. My name is Yi Yang, nice to meet you, master. Yi Yang stood up and bowed. Jingshan looked at Yi Yang silently, his expression neither sad nor happy. Donor Yi, why are you here? Jingshan waved his hand and walked to the side to sit down. Yi Yang glanced at Miaoyu and began to explain. I have long heard that Miaoyu Temple is the leader of the righteous path, so I have come to ask for your help, master. Oh, tell me about it. Yi Yang sorted out his thoughts and began to make up stories. I'm afraid you've heard about what happened a while ago, master. Back then, I surrendered to the demon sect out of helplessness. With the demon sect surrounding us, I had no choice but to submit and join them for safety. But I have righteousness in my heart and I don't want to make peace with the demons. Not long ago, I tried to escape from the fire-worship demon sect, but was ambushed in the Hehuan palace and was poisoned. Having said that, Yi Yang glanced at Miaoyu and said with a guilty look on his face. That time, Fairy Miaoyu was there too. I was poisoned and nearly killed her. I'm here to apologize to her. When Miaoyu heard this, her expression eased a little. So it seems that this guy was not in a state of evil last time, but was just poisoned. Her gaze fell on Yu Qing again. Although there were reasons for it, and Miaoyi still felt resentful when she thought of the relationship between the two. This kind of relationship is unacceptable to anyone. Jingxin glanced at Miaoyi and waved his hand. Keep talking. Yi Yang nodded. Now I finally found an opportunity to escape from the demon sect, so I found brother Yu Qing for help and wanted to become a disciple of the orthodox sect. But my identity is special, and I'm worried that other sects won't be able to protect me. That's why I want to ask Master for help. Yi Yang felt that his explanation was flawless. These people would not go to the demon sect to find out the truth anyway. As long as he can keep these guys calm, he will be able to provoke a battle between good and evil. By then, he will be able to drag the Wangquan demon sect into the water. My Miaoyu temple does not accept male disciples, Master Jingxin spoke slowly after hearing this. When Yi Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. No male disciples. Could the bald person standing next to you be a woman? Even if you were just trying to please me, could you not be so obvious? Jingxin seemed to have noticed Yi Yang's thoughts. He glanced at the little monk beside him and began to explain. This person is not a disciple of Miaoyu Temple, but a person from the Buddha kingdom. When Yi Yang heard this, his heart moved. He had heard of the Buddhist kingdom, but it was mysterious and he had never seen it. He never thought that there were monks from the Buddhist kingdom in Miaoyu Temple. However, Yi Yang didn't care about these. He didn't want to be a monk anyway. Master, you have misunderstood. I do not intend to join the Miaoyu Temple. I simply wish to ask Master to come forward and prove my identity, so that the demon sect won't target me again. Yi Yang began to explain, and Jingxin nodded after hearing what he said. This is easy to handle. I will send Miaoyi down the mountain to persuade the righteous path, and together we will bring you into the righteous path. Hearing this, Yi Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is exactly the effect he wants. Once the righteous side comes forward, there will be a war between good and evil. At that time, the Wangquan demon sect will naturally not be able to stay out of it. Master, please be merciful. I am deeply grateful. Yi Yang glanced at Miaoyi. In this way, he could even be alone with Miaoyi. At that time, maybe he could use this opportunity to win this woman over. Miaoyi is the saint of Miaoyu Temple. The title of saint of Miaoyu Temple is given by the Buddhist kingdom. In terms of status, she is even higher than the head monk Jingxin. If he could get this woman into his possession, the entire Miaoyu Temple would be at his disposal. Jingxin settled Yi Yang and the other two down, and then took Miaoyi back to the villa. Master, is he the destiny? As soon as she returned to the yard, Miaoyi couldn't wait to ask. When she saw Yi Yang and Yu Qing together just now, she had already guessed in her heart that there might be a special relationship between the two. Thinking of this, she only felt disgusted with Yi Yang. But if Yi Yang is really the destiny, she will definitely have to assist him in the future. Miaoyi can't stand such a person. Although he is destiny, he is not destiny. There is no need to pay attention to him. Jingxin shook his head. Then why did Master agree to help? Miaoyi really didn't have a good impression of Yi Yang. She felt ashamed when she thought that such a person would join the righteous path in the future. Just think about it, if the relationship between Yi Yang and the other one is exposed, then the entire righteous path will be embarrassed. Now that the devil is on the rise and the Tao is declining, it's rare that he has a righteous heart. Let him join the righteous sect and curb the development of the devil sect. After all, Yi Yang is the son of destiny. Although he is not their target, if Yi Yang joins the righteous path will have one more pillar in the future. Miaoyi nodded. This was not something she could stop. Fortunately, she had nothing to do with Yi Yang, so she just had to stay away from him in the future. The next morning, Miaoyi went down the mountain with Yi Yang and the others. Mr. Yi, where do you plan to start? Miaoyi is just acting as a lobbyist this time. She doesn't want to have any relationship with Yi Yang, so her every move seems to be keeping a distance from him. This made Yi Yang quite surprised. He has already explained everything that happened back then, so why is this woman still like this? Missen, what happened back then was truly a misunderstanding. I was poisoned at that time and lost my mind. I hope you don't mind. There's no need to dwell on the past. I came down the mountain only to clear up the misunderstanding. Mr. Yi, please tell me where you plan to begin. Miaoyi took a half step back, just wanting to stay away from the two of them. Seeing this, Yi Yang felt sad and angry. He remembered that An Miaoyi in his previous life had always been a sensible and compassionate saint. Now that he had explained everything clearly, why was this woman still so resistant? Yi Yang felt a little regretful. If he had captured this woman outside the Hehuan palace, why would he have to go through so much trouble now? Thinking of this, Qin Tian's shadow appeared in Yi Yang's mind again. Qin Tian, you've ruined my plans so many times, I want you to pay the price. Ding, Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Chapter 49 The Capricious Male Protagonist. Yi Yang's eyes were deep, yet extremely heartbroken. Of the two women he cared about the most, one had become Qin Tian's woman, and the other was avoiding him. Think about how you were reborn into this life but still can't change the regrets of your past life. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel sad. Yu Qing, who was standing aside, looked at Yi Yang and An Miaoyi silently, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. Yu Qing didn't know the relationship between the two, but from Yi Yang's eyes, he could tell that Yi Yang seemed to care a lot about An Miaoyi. At this moment, a feeling of jealousy welled up in my heart. Yi Yang is his man, and he will never allow other women to touch Yi Yang. A hint of ferocity flashed across Yu Qing's eyes. Yi Yang will not let any woman who dares to get close to him have an easy time. After a long silence, Yi Yang took a deep breath. It would probably take some time to resolve this misunderstanding. He had no choice but to shift his focus to the big thing at hand. As long as this matter is resolved, he will formally join the righteous path. Then, with more contact with An Miaoyi, he will naturally be able to win back this woman's heart. Miss An, I want to start with Wu State. Yi Yang already had a plan in mind. Now, if he had to say which party posed the greatest threat to him, it would definitely be the Wu royal family. Both the righteous and evil sects just want to subdue him, but only the Wu royal family wants him dead. He and the Wu royal family had already completely torn their relations apart. Even if Emperor Wu Yi Sidao did not take action against him, his elder brother Yi Shu would not let him go. Of course, he never thought about reconciliation with the Wu kingdom. He no longer had any feelings for the Wu kingdom. Now that he had the support of the righteous side, he would naturally eliminate this hidden danger completely. But for the sake of face, he didn't dare to speak frankly. I was driven out of the royal family by Emperor Wu. Now I have the destiny. Emperor Wu will not trust me. I am afraid that Miss An will need to mediate this matter. And Miaoyi nodded when she heard that. She could understand this matter. Wu Guo was also worried that Yi Yang would turn around and take revenge on them one day when he became successful. Although An Miaoyi could not completely resolve the grudge between them, she could ensure that Wu Guo would not attack Yi Yang for the time being. Then let's go to Wu Kingdom first. I will explain it to Emperor Wu then. Several people rushed towards Wu State. At the same time, in Wuhan City, at the Duke of Weiguo's mansion, Yuan Ruoxuan was taking Qin Tian for a stroll in the mansion. 2 days ago, after Qin Tian returned to the demon sect, he noticed that Yuan Ruoxuan was a little absent-minded. After all, this girl was leaving home for the first time, and she had no relatives or friends in the demon sect, so she naturally missed the Duke of Wei. Qin Tian simply took her back to Wuhan City to stay for 2 days. At the same time, Qin Tian also wanted Yuan Chunfeng to help him find out the news about the Black Demon sect. As the pillar of the Wu state, Yuan Chunfeng is second only to the emperor and above everyone else in the country, so naturally he has some spies. The whereabouts of the Black Demon sect are secretive, and Qin Tian has asked the Hehuan Palace and the Wangquan Demon sect to secretly investigate the news. Of course, he also needs to say hello to Yuan Chunfeng. While the two were strolling around, Yuan Chunfeng suddenly sent someone to call Qin Tian over. Friend Qin, something happened. When Yuan Chunfeng saw Qin Tian, he immediately spoke. Yi Yang is back, and with him are Fairy Miaoyi from Miaoyu Temple and Yu Qing from Chaotiank. Yi Yang has now joined the righteous path again, and this time he came back to reconcile with the royal family. Hearing this, Qin Tian was surprised. Why is Yi Yang still jumping around? He joins the demon sect today, and the righteous path tomorrow. And those in the righteous path don't even suspect anything. Yuan Chunfeng shook his head with a bitter look on his face. Who knows? I also suspect that this boy has ulterior motives, but the martial emperor has not yet expressed his opinion, so the matter is still unclear. However, I suspect that the martial emperor will not accept Yi Yang. Back then, Yi Yang had offended the martial emperor in front of the entire world. Even if Yi Yang came back now, the martial emperor might not let it go so easily. Besides, the eldest prince will probably be secretly trying to trip us up. Yuan Chunfeng spoke softly, his eyes falling on Yuan Ruoxuan. Back then, the person he found to support Yuan Ruoxuan was Yi Yang, but later Yi Yang defected from the royal family, and the matter naturally came to nothing. Now that Yi Yang is back, Yuan Chunfeng is a little unsure. If Yi Yang really returns, wouldn't everything he did before be in vain? This guy is fickle and can't be trusted. Let's wait and see what happens. Qin Tian frowned slightly, he probably had guessed Yi Yang's purpose in his heart. That guy's allegiance to the righteous side was fake, and his real intention was to use the righteous side to deal with the demon sect. Qin Tian knew very well that Yi Yang hated him to the core, but with Yi Yang's current strength, he was not qualified to go against him, so he needed help. Then it is reasonable for him to turn to the right path. However, Qin Tian had never heard of this matter, and probably the people who worshipped the fire demon sect didn't know about it either. If the Zoroastrian demon sect knew that Yi Yang had defected, then that guy would become the target of public criticism without Qin Tian having to do anything. After saying goodbye to Yuan Chunfeng, Qin Tian immediately sent a letter to Fenchen. Now all he needs to do is sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers. What exactly does Yi Yang want to do? Yuan Ruoxuan was confused. No matter what, this boy defected from the royal family and now defected from the demon sect. His fickleness is truly unbelievable. Perhaps he has other motives in joining the righteous path. Yuan Ruoxuan nodded. She was born in the Duke of Wei's mansion and had been influenced by military orders since childhood. She had never had a good impression of such traitors. What's more, after seeing what happened between Yi Yang and that man last time, she felt disgusted whenever she mentioned Yi Yang. Let's go, it's rare for you to come back, go out for a walk. Qin Tian took Yuan Ruoxuan away from the Duke of Weiguo's mansion. Wuhan city is extremely bustling. Yuan Ruoxuan grew up here and is naturally very familiar with the city. Therefore, she acted as Qin Tian's guide and took Qin Tian around to play. Master, let's go to Zuihualu and sit down. That's the best restaurant in Wuhan city. They have all kinds of delicious wines. It's truly one of a kind. Yuan Ruoxuan pulled Qin Tian and walked away. As the night deepens, Zuihua Tower remains brightly lit. This place has always been a place where the dignitaries of the Wu state lingered. Yuan Ruoxuan brought Qin Tian to a private room. Outside the room, facing the Sishui River, the river view became even more charming in the night. Many men and women took advantage of the night to go boating on the river. It has a unique flavor. Yuan Ruoxuan looked at the beautiful women who were traveling in pairs, and couldn't help feeling a little envious. But at this moment, Qin Tian suddenly felt a gaze coming at him. Ding, Yi Yang's hatred is hard to dissipate, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian looked into the distance and saw a small boat passing by on the river with 3 people sitting in it. It was Yi Yang, Yu Qing and Miaoyi. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian was suddenly speechless. What is this configuration? If Yi Yang wanted to go rafting, why did he bring a light bulb with him? No, who does he like? Yu Qing or Miaoyi? Which of these two is the light bulb? Qin Tian thought for a moment and was probably sure that Miaoyi was the light bulb. After all, Yi Yang and Yu Qing had already had physical contact. Ruoxuan, look, is that Yi Yang? Isn't the man sitting next to him the man we saw in the cave last time? Chapter 50, Borrowing a Knife to Kill, Surviving in Desperate Situation. Yuan Ruoxuan looked in the direction Qin Tian pointed, and sure enough, she saw Yi Yang and 2 other people boating on the river. And one of them was the man she saw making peace with Yi Yang outside the cave. A look of disgust instantly appeared on Yuan Ruoxuan's face. Is that Miss N? Why is she with Yi Yang? Last time, the 3 of them witnessed what happened between Yi Yang and Yu Qing. The shock that scene brought to Yuan Ruoxuan still lingers to this day. Yuan Ruoxuan didn't expect that Miaoyi could still feel at ease going rafting with them. Perhaps Miss N is only mediating this matter on behalf of Miaoyi Temple. Qin Tian certainly knew the reason why Miaoyi came here. If Yi Yang wanted to reconcile with the royal family, how could he not have a lobbyist? As the leader of the righteous path, it would be best for Miaoyuan to come forward. At the same time, Yi Yang was looking at Qin Tian and the others, his eyes filled with anger. He never let anyone know about this trip because he knew that once the news of his defection to the righteous path leaked out, the demon sect would not let him go. But now Qin Tian appeared here, and Yuan Ruoxuan was following Qin Tian. Almost in an instant, Yi Yang thought that it must be Yuan Chunfeng who leaked his whereabouts. He met Emperor Wu today, and Yuan Chunfeng was beside him. During this period, he also realized that Yuan Ruoxuan and Qin Tian had a special relationship. This woman might have already committed herself to Qin Tian. After all, in his eyes, Yuan Ruoxuan was an ambitious woman who was clinging to power. Last time, if Yuan Ruoxuan had not brought Qin Tian there, he might have contacted Ning Yao, and none of these things would have happened later. And this time, it was Yuan Ruoxuan who brought Qin Tian here again. At this moment, Yi Yang hated Yuan Ruoxuan even more. "Missen, we have to leave here as soon as possible." Yi Yang hurriedly spoke to urge him. He knew that since Qin Tian appeared here, he must have discovered his whereabouts. If the demon sect knew about this, they would all be in danger. Okay, and Miao Yi didn't want to come here for boating in the first place. Looking at the two people in front of her along the way, she felt only disgusted. Now when she heard Yi Yang say that he wanted to go back, she agreed without thinking. She didn't know that Qin Tian had also come here. She just wanted to end it all as soon as possible. At the same time, there was an uninvited guest beside Qin Tian. The person who came was Fenchen from the fire-worshipping demon sect. He had already discovered that Yi Yang had left the demon sect, and was still worried about the boy's safety, but he didn't expect that this guy would appear here. After receiving news from Qin Tian that Yi Yang had joined the righteous path, Fenchen hurried over. "Old demon Qin, why are you here?" Fenchen didn't dare to completely believe Qin Tian. After all, Qin Tian was obviously also planning to take over the Son of Destiny. Who knew if this guy wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife? "I'm just accompanying my apprentice home to take a look. But you, the disciple you fought so hard to get, have now run away with someone else." Qin Tian drank tea leisurely. Fenchen also saw several people boating on the river, but he had only met Yu Qing once and had no impression of an Miaoyi, nor did he know the identities of the two people. "How do you know Yi Yang has joined the righteous path?" Fenchen still couldn't believe it in his heart. Yi Yang had taken the initiative to join the fire-worshipping demon sect. He had been devoted to Yi Yang these days. There was no reason for that kid to betray him. The two people beside Yi Yang, one is Yu Qing, the young master of Chaotiang, and the other is Miao Yi, the saint of Miaoyu Temple. They are here today to help Yi Yang reconcile with the Wu Kingdom royal family. Whether Yi Yang has joined the righteous path, wouldn't it be clear if you ask the martial emperor? Qin Tian knew very well that Fenchen would not easily believe him based on his one-sided statement, but he expected that Wu Huang would not reconcile with Yi Yang. Just as Yuan Chunfeng said, Yi Yang had completely broken with the Wu royal family in front of everyone, and the Wu emperor was not going to let it go so easily. But now Yi Yang has Miaoyu Temple behind him, so Emperor Wu can't take direct action. Therefore, Qin Tian needs to hand a knife to Emperor Wu. When Fenchen heard this, he disappeared without saying a word. "Master, where did he go?" Yuan Ruoxuan looked around curiously. "Of course I'm going to find Emperor Wu." Qin Tian stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look. I want to know what Yi Yang is going to do." Qin Tian said this and pulled Yuan Ruoxuan away. Outside Wuhan City, Yi Yang and the other two took advantage of the night to escape. "Master Yi, why are you so anxious to leave here? The matter with Emperor Wu hasn't been settled yet." And Miao Yi looked confused. Yi Yang had just suddenly suggested leaving here overnight, and she didn't understand what was going on. "Missen, Wangquan Demon Sect's leader Qin Tian has arrived. Our whereabouts have been revealed. We are in danger now." Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Qin Tian, and Miao Yi was slightly stunned when she heard the name. She had seen Qin Tian last time, but she didn't know Qin Tian's identity. Is it the same name? And Miao Yi thought to herself, why is he here? It must be that old man Yuan Chunfeng who leaked our information. Hearing this, and Miao Yi was shocked. Could it be that the Duke of Wei has something to do with the demon sect? And Miao Yi recalled that when she first went to the Duke of Weiguo's mansion, Qin Tian seemed to be very familiar with the people there. Could it be that Qin Tian is really the leader of the Wangquan demon sect? Yuan Chunfeng's granddaughter, Yuan Ruoxuan, has a special relationship with Qin Tian. There must be some kind of connection between them. Our whereabouts have been leaked, and the demon sect is likely to come and kill us. Yi Yang began to explain. After hearing this, and Miao Yi was almost certain that the Qin Tian she knew was the leader of the demon sect. But when you recall what Qin Tian did back then, it didn't seem like something that the demon sect would do. She didn't ask any further questions. No matter what, it was always better to be careful. But at this moment, a figure in the distance blocked their way. Fenchen, Yi Yang recognized the identity of the person at a glance. Qin Tian's guess was correct. Emperor Wu did want to kill someone with a borrowed knife, so he directly told Fenchen the news that Yi Yang had defected to the righteous path. Upon learning of this, Fenchen was immediately furious. He could not tolerate his disciples' betrayal, so he chased them out. Hurry up and leave. I'll find a way to hold him back. Yi Yang spoke quickly. He knew that with their strength, they were definitely no match for Fenchen, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. Right now, he could only find a way to stabilize Fenchen and let En Miaoyi and the others escape to get help. En Miaoyi was decisive and immediately turned around and flew in another direction. Seeing this, Yu Qing followed. Seeing the two of them leave, Yi Yang mustered up the courage to step forward. Master. Yi Yang knew in his heart that Fenchen must have received the news. Now he could only gamble that Fenchen would not kill him. Chapter 51, Encountering an Ambush, the Saint's Mission. Who is your master? Fenchen scolded loudly. Ever since Yi Yang became his disciple, he had escaped down the mountain many times. In the past, Fenchen thought Yi Yang was just playful and would always let Yi Yang make excuses. But now thinking back, this kid probably never thought about joining the demon sect from the beginning. Since he couldn't use it for his own benefit, he had to nip this hidden danger in the bud. Yi Yang, you betrayed your master and deserve death. Since you are unwilling to be used by me, then die. Fenchen attacked without saying anything. Yi Yang didn't expect this to happen. It seemed that Fenchen was really angry this time. He turned around and wanted to escape, but in front of Fenchen, how could he have the chance to struggle? The next second, Fenchen flew over and brought down a palm. Yi Yang was completely desperate. At this moment, he was filled with hatred. He understood that all this was caused by Qin Tian. That guy took away the love of his heart, and now he has attracted Fenchen. Seeing that his life was about to come to an end, Yi Yang didn't know whether he still had a chance to be reborn. This time, he lost miserably. Qin Tian, I hate you. Ding, Yi Yang is filled with resentment, emotion value plus 1000. A tearing sensation spread to his internal organs, and he felt that his life was slipping away bit by bit. The moment he closed his eyes, a crisp sound came to his ears. Yin and Yang are reversed, the universe is going backwards. Fenchen looked at Yi Yang who disappeared in front of him with a gloomy expression. Yin-Yang Demon Sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, En Miaoyi was fleeing with Yu Qing. She didn't know how Yi Yang was doing now, but all they could do now was to contact the sect as soon as possible. Suddenly, En Miaoyi felt a pain in her back, and she flew out in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. She turned her head in surprise, only to see Yu Qing walking up slowly with a ferocious expression on his face. What you do? En Miaoyi also didn't understand why Yu Qing attacked her. Kill you? Yu Qing's expression was grim, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, pointing directly at En Miaoyi. You bitch, you seduced Yi Yang. He's mine, mine. Yu Qing seemed to have gone mad, roaring desperately. Along the way, he saw Yi Yang's eyes fall on En Miaoyi, and his heart was already full of resentment. That is his man, anyone who dares to get close to Yi Yang will die. En Miaoyi was stunned at this moment. Although she knew what happened between Yi Yang and Yu Qing, she really couldn't understand why a man was jealous. The point is, all she felt towards Yi Yang was disgust. Why did this guy think that she seduced Yi Yang? En Miaoyi wanted to get up, but she was caught off guard and was attacked by a surprise palm, and was already seriously injured. At this moment, she didn't even have the strength to resist. Puff! The sword pierced her chest and blood stained her clothes red. En Miaoyi didn't expect that she would die like this. She circulated her energy and was about to pull Yu Qing to die together with her. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and Yu Qing was instantly engulfed by the lightning. In the blink of an eye, not even a residue was left. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared in front of En Miaoyi. Qin Tian. En Miaoyi fainted completely as soon as she uttered two words. Master, is she okay? Seeing this, Yuan Ruoxuan hurried over. There is still hope. Qin Tian took out a pill, removed the veil from En Miaoyi's face, and fed it to her. The next second, the wound on En Miaoyi's chest gradually healed, but her internal injuries still required time to recuperate. Qin Tian picked up an Miaoyi and walked away. Master, why did that guy want to kill Misin? Yuan Ruoxuan was completely puzzled, and Qin Tian couldn't figure it out either. Who would have thought that a man would be jealous? Maybe they had a grudge in the past. Qin Tian spoke in a low voice, but his mind was still thinking about the strange scene just now. He had been following Yi Yang. When Yi Yang was about to die at Fenchen's hands, someone suddenly appeared and saved the boy. Qin Tian naturally recognized that it was the method of the Yin-Yang demon sect. The Yin-Yang demon sect practiced the art of the 5 elements and was good at hiding, so Qin Tian was unable to detect their whereabouts. He wasted time in order to track down the mysterious man. Fortunately, they managed to catch up, otherwise, An Miaoyi might have really died at Yu Qing's hands. Late at night, in the cave, An Miaoyi finally woke up. She sat up suddenly and looked at the 2 familiar people in front of her, but her heart suddenly tightened and she subconsciously gathered her energy. At this moment, she had already confirmed Qin Tian's identity. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist, so she naturally felt wary of Qin Tian's identity as the leader of the demon sect. Misin, are you awake? Yuan Ruoxuan didn't notice any of this and quickly took out the food and handed it over. Eat something first, you've been unconscious all day. An Miaoyi glanced at Yuan Ruoxuan, silently took the food, and spoke softly. Thank you. Although she had some grudges against Qin Tian had saved her twice, so she didn't doubt him too much. But when she was about to eat, she suddenly found that the veil on her face was gone. At this moment, her expression suddenly changed. Where's my veil? I lost it on the way, Yuan Ruoxuan said while eating. Hearing this, An Miaoyi suddenly became nervous. Who unveiled me? Seeing this, Qin Tian and the other 2 turned their heads and stared at An Miaoyi in surprise. You were injured at the time, and I needed to feed you medicine, so I lifted the veil. What happened? Qin Tian keenly sensed that something was wrong. The woman's reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. Qin Tian is a time traveler after all, and has read many novels. This scene seems familiar. But isn't this a fantasy world? Is it possible that here there is also a tradition of marrying someone after lifting the veil? Qin Tian's guess was correct. An Miaoyi's face was already flushed at this time. As a saint chosen by the Buddhist kingdom, she was born with a mission. The veil on her face can be considered a seal of the Buddhist kingdom, and only those with destiny can take it off. Once someone takes off her veil, she will assist that person for the rest of her life. But An Miaoyi never expected that this destined person was actually Qin Tian. Of course, she didn't dare to tell Qin Tian these words directly. This was the most important secret of the Buddhist kingdom. Apart from the saint, only the head of Miaoyu temple knew about it. Matters of destiny concern heaven's secrets, and she cannot afford the consequences of revealing them. And Miaoyu looked at Qin Tian cautiously, but felt a little uneasy. Although she already knew her mission, she was still a little nervous when she finally met her destined person. Ding, and Miaoyu is feeling anxious, emotion value +1000. Qin Tian ate while silently looking at An Miaoyi. At this moment, he was almost certain that his guess was correct. The author of this groove uses such an old trick. Chapter 52, Yingying, the demonic cult demoness. Although Qin Tian complained, he had to say that if this was true, he wouldn't have to bother trying to subdue this girl. It was an emergency at the time. If I didn't tell anyone about it, no one would know about it. Qin Tian opened his mouth tentatively. When An Miaoyi heard this, she smiled bitterly in her heart. The veil was forbidden by the Buddhist kingdom. The moment Qin Tian lifted the veil, I'm afraid the entire Buddhist kingdom would know about it. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter. And Miaoyi stood up and accepted her fate in her heart. Thank you so much, Master Qin, for saving my life. Miaoyi will always remember this. And Miaoyi bowed respectfully. Don't mind Misin, it's just a small favor. By the way, why did Yu Qing attack the girl? Qin Tian understood the secret and knew that he probably didn't need to take action against this woman. He felt more confident and simply began to change the subject. I don't know either. Maybe he has other intentions. And Miaoyi really didn't want to mention those 2 people, and she didn't want people to know that she was actually envied by a man. The 3 of them rested for a night and walked out of the cave early the next morning. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around her, An Miaoyi was confused. What is this place? Baimeng Mountain. By the way, what about Yi Yang? Until this moment, An Miaoyi finally remembered Yi Yang. He was stopped by Fenchen. At the critical moment, someone rescued him. I am also investigating his whereabouts. Qin Tian looked up at the sky. They were not the only ones here now. The news that Yi Yang had defected to the righteous side had spread, and Fenchen was also searching everywhere for that guy's whereabouts. However, the person from the Yin-Yang demon sect had extraordinary means, and Qin Tian was unable to detect his whereabouts. And Miaoyi thought about what her master said and didn't know what to do for a moment. The night before yesterday, when she escaped, she sent a message to Miaoyu Temple. Logically, the people from the righteous path should have come as well. Now these things are no longer something she can interfere with, and she can only wait and see. At this moment, several figures suddenly flew across the sky. People from the fire-worshipping demon sect. Could it be that they have found out Yi Yang's whereabouts? Qin Tian's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed Yuan Ruoxuan and followed. And Miaoyi followed closely behind. Soon, Qin Tian saw a small hill in the distance being surrounded. And around the hill, a large formation rose up. At the foot of the hill, the forces of good and evil are on the verge of a war. And Miaoyi looked around but didn't see anyone from Miaoyu Temple. It seems that Miaoyuan does not want to interfere in this matter. And Miaoyi knew clearly that Master Jingxian had already noticed Yi Yang's identity. Although he was destined to be the emperor, he was not destined to be the emperor. When Miaoyi went down the mountain, Jingxian told her not to care too much about Yi Yang. It would be good if she could fight for him, but it didn't matter if she couldn't. At the moment, Miaoyu Temple has not appeared, which means that Master Jingxian does not care about Yi Yang. Qin Tian looked into the distance and saw two figures vaguely visible on the hill. One of them was Yi Yang, and the other one made Qin Tian feel something in his heart. Yingying. He knew that person. Yingying is the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang demon sect and one of the women he was engaged to. Picture. The destined heroine is detected. Name. Yingying. Identity. The heroine of Wu Po Kang Chong. Cultivation. 5th level of Yingxuan realm. Origin. Yingying is the daughter of Qin Tian, the former leader of the Yin-Yang demon sect. Qin Tian disappeared 100 years ago. His wife, Queen Yin, took over the Yin-Yang demon sect and revered Yingying as the sect's holy maiden. However, Yingying has been searching for her father's whereabouts and even suspects Queen Yin's connection to her father's disappearance. Later, she accidentally met Chu Fan and, with his help, found her father. Hiss. No wonder the mysterious man's yin-yang technique was so powerful. It turns out this girl is here. Qin Tian was a little speechless. Yingying was the daughter of Qin Tian of the Yin-Yang demon sect. She had inherited the yin-yang magic from Qin Tian and was very skilled in it. The yin-yang mysticism focuses on harmonizing the 5 elements and incarnating into nature. It is said that if one practices to the 6th level, one can merge into the world and become invisible and formless. No wonder even he and Fenchen didn't notice the existence of this girl before. However, Qin Tian was a little worried at the moment. This girl was still in the Yin Zan realm after all. Facing these powerful masters, she probably had no way to escape. Qin Tian didn't want anything to happen to this girl. She was his fiancée and one of the heroines. If there was a chance, he would have to communicate with her. Yu Tianjia, what do you mean? Do you want to monopolize Yi Yang? Fenchen was already burning with anger as he looked at Yi Yang, who was enveloped by the formation. If this kid dares to betray his master, he will take his life. However, Chao Tiank is proficient in formations and has covered the entire hill in them. Now, he alone is naturally unable to break the formation. If the stalemate continues, Yi Yang will definitely be taken away by the righteous path. He didn't want that kid to fall into the hands of the righteous. Fenchen, stop talking nonsense. I want to ask you who killed my son. Yu Tianjia was also furious at this moment. He didn't know about this matter at first, but when Yu Qing's soul fire suddenly went out, he realized that Yu Qing was dead, so he rushed over. The moment he saw Yi Yang, he guessed that it must be because of Yi Yang that Yu Qing escaped from the mountain gate. Now Fenchen was chasing Yi Yang, so he naturally thought that Yu Qing died at the hands of Fenchen. Your son is dead. Fenchen was quite surprised to hear this, but his eyes fell on Yi Yang and he laughed. Your son probably ran away with Yi Yang and got tortured to death by that brat. Fenchen now hated Yi Yang to the core, so he simply exposed Yi Yang's ugly deeds. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. This news was too explosive. Even these battle-hardened masters had never heard of these two men. When Yu Tianjia heard this, his face turned ashen. In the past, he only suspected that there was some relationship between Yu Qing and Yi Yang, but after what happened last time and today, he probably guessed that the two had a close relationship. Otherwise, Yu Qing would not help Yi Yang so much. But Fenchen exposing this matter in public was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Yu Tianjia was immediately furious. Fenchen, you are seeking death, return my son's life. Yu Tianjia raised his hand and a fairy palace fell from the sky. Ha ha ha, Yu Tianjia, your son might be enjoying himself to death, you don't have to be so angry. Fenchen jumped up, but still teased. He knew that as long as he angered Yu Tianjia, he would have a chance to break the formation. The two men fought in an instant, while the people around them had not yet come to their senses. Is what Fenchen said true? And Yi Yang actually likes this. It should be true. Didn't you see that Yu Tianjia is getting furious? At this moment, in the mountains, Yi Yang was already extremely ashamed and angry. Now, his secret was completely exposed to the public. Even if he escapes today, he will be too embarrassed to face people in the future. Yi Yang caught a glimpse of Qin Tian in the distance, and at this moment, his defense was broken. It's all thanks to Qin Tian that I'm in this state now. Qin Tian, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Ding, Yi Yang's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 53, deserted by everyone, the male protagonist dies. Qin Tian was confused. He didn't tell anyone about this, did he? However, this kid can also contribute emotional value, which is not bad. Qin Tian did not intervene, but just watched silently. Chao Tiank is proficient in formations. If he were alone, he would not be afraid, but at this moment there are many righteous people around who are eyeing him covetously, so it might be difficult for him to save people. We can only wait and see. Yi Yang looked at the righteous people who were sitting on the sidelines watching the fight, and felt a surge of contempt in his heart. These guys all want to reap the benefits, no wonder the evil is now on the rise and the Tao is on the decline. How can I uphold justice with this bunch of bugs? My fellow righteous elders, I have wholeheartedly pledged my allegiance to the righteous path. Do you really want to watch helplessly as the demon sect grows in power and evil prevails? Good and evil cannot coexist since ancient times. If the demon sect rises, will you still have a place to stand? Yi Yang roared angrily. He knew that if these guys didn't take action, the demon sect would most likely break the formation, and then he would be the one to suffer. Upon hearing this, several major sects of the righteous path became restless. They naturally knew the truth, but no one wanted to be the first to speak out. But now that the Son of Destiny is willing to submit, they naturally want to accept him as their disciple. No matter what Yi Yang's character is like, with this kid's qualifications, he will definitely achieve something in the future. But at this moment, a discordant voice was heard. Why are you so arrogant, a traitor? Qin Tian finally stood up. He didn't want to see Yi Yang contact these righteous people. You betrayed the royal family and the demon sect, and now you've joined the righteous path. Will you definitely betray the righteous path again in the future? How dare you, a fickle, despicable villain like you, bark here? I'll kill you first. Qin Tian said this and took a step forward. Suddenly, there were bursts of roars in the sky, and rolling thunder gathered and turned into a huge footprint, falling towards the mountain. Boom! The formation suddenly shook violently. Seeing this, everyone took action. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Yu Tianjia no longer cared about the formation at this moment. He just wanted to avenge his son. As for Yi Yang, that kid is also the culprit, it would be best if he died. The formation was quickly broken, and for a moment, Yi Yang became the target of public criticism. The righteous sects were also somewhat hesitant at this moment. Yi Yang's behavior was indeed hard to believe. Who knows if this kid will betray them in the future? If they really train this child, and then encounter backlash, it will be their own fault. Yi Yang was already in despair. He could see that those on the right path did not want to save him. He had been completely deserted by everyone. He turned his head to look at Yingying beside him, but Yingying was keeping her distance from him at this moment. Yingying originally rescued Yi Yang because she knew that this boy was her destined son, and she wanted to use him to deal with Queen Yin and rescue her father. But now after hearing what Yi Yang had done, she began to doubt that she had chosen the wrong target. The key point is, this guy actually. Yingying can't accept this. Yi Yang opened his mouth and was about to speak, but saw Qin Tian suddenly appear beside Yingying. Go! Qin Tian grabbed Yingying and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck Yi Yang. His already seriously injured body flew backwards in an instant and landed right in front of Sha Juyu. Traitor, die. Sha Juyu's face froze, and he raised his hand and slapped him. The next second, Yi Yang's soul was completely destroyed and he lost even the chance of rebirth. Qin Tian was well aware of the methods of the Netherworld demon sect. In order to prevent this kid from having any other tricks up his sleeve, he of course had to borrow some. Whenever Sha Juyu attacked, he always beat people to the point of being scared to death. In this case, this kid probably would never have a chance to be resurrected. While everyone was in chaos, Qin Tian had already taken Yingying and Miaoyi away from here. Let me go. Yingying struggled and pushed Qin Tian away. She had been engaged to Qin Tian since she was young, but she didn't have a good impression of her fiancé. Yingying knew in her heart that the reason why Queen Yin arranged this marriage for her was to drive her out of the Yin-Yang demon sect with a legitimate reason. Over the years, she has been investigating her father's disappearance and has basically confirmed that Qin Tian's disappearance is related to the Queen of Yin. The woman was probably worried that she would find out something, so she hurriedly betrothed her to Qin Tian. Therefore, Yingying naturally has no good feelings towards Qin Tian. Ding, Yingying's fate is soaring, mood value +1000. If you stay there, you will surely die. You don't need to save me then. Yingying stared at Qin Tian fiercely. She knew that those righteous people would not let her go, but she was even more unwilling to have anything to do with Qin Tian. After saying this, Yingying turned around and left without looking back. Looking at the girl's receding back, Qin Tian did not feel too much fluctuation. Yingying has always been resentful about their marriage. This may also be because Yingying has malice towards Yinhu, so she is particularly opposed to Yinhu's arrangements. However, Qin Tian was not in a hurry. Once such a stubborn girl is tamed, she will contribute more emotional value. He looked at Miaoyi. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Do you plan to return to Miaoyu Temple now, or do you want to go back with me first and talk about it after your injuries are healed? Miaoyi hesitated for a moment and spoke in a low voice. I'm afraid I'll have to bother Master Qin for a while. Miaoyi knew her mission clearly. Although Qin Tian had unlocked the seal, she still needed to find out more about Qin Tian's situation. If this person is really a big evil, she also needs to help him turn to good. Qin Tian nodded, turned around and left with Miaoyi. Just one day after Qin Tian returned to the demon sect, the result of the Battle of Baimeng Mountain also reached his ears. The Son of Destiny died, Fenchen was seriously injured, and Yu Tianjia fell. The battle came to an end, and the righteous path lost another powerful leader. Everyone in the world is saying that in this great world, evil is on the rise and Tao is declining. And all this has nothing to do with Qin Tian anymore. At this moment, he is immersed in the joy of his wedding. After these days, Han Xiang finally agreed to let Qin Tian and Hongshou officially get married. And tonight is their wedding night. Although Hongshou is usually carefree, she becomes nervous the moment she puts on her wedding dress. Han Xiang talked to her a lot today, more than she had ever talked to her in all these years. In Hongshou's eyes, Han Xiang has always been stern and serious. But today, she saw Han Xiang crying. At that moment, Hongshou seemed to have grown up a lot suddenly. Although she was young and ignorant, and didn't understand the meaning of marriage, she knew that from today on, she was someone else's woman. She is no longer the little girl beside Han Xiang. The fiery red veil was lifted, and the candlelight shone on Hongshou's shy little face, making the girl look even more charming. Ding, Hongshou is filled with shame and anger, emotion value +1000. Chapter 54 The Origin of Hongshou. Spring nights are short. The next day, just after dawn, Qin Tian walked out of the room yawning. He slept soundly that night. The girl Hongshou is really too young and can't stand any hardship. It seems that it still needs some training. Of course, more importantly, Qin Tian discovered that Hongshou's physique was indeed different from that of ordinary people. The vitality in her body was somewhat different, as if it contained some kind of horrible poison. Hongshou had said before that in order to prevent her golden elixir from being taken away, Han Xiang had given her a poisonous pill that would make the golden elixir she condensed in the future contain a deadly poison, causing death to anyone who touched it. However, this girl is still far from forming a pill, but her body has already accumulated such terrible toxins, which makes Qin Tian feel a little worried. Qin Tian has already reached the nirvana realm now. Ordinary poisons are not enough to hurt him, but the poison in Hongshou's body makes Qin Tian feel terrified. He felt that this was most likely not Han Zhang's method. Although Han Xiang is proficient in both medicine and poison and is very skilled in using poison, she is still not able to create such a horrific poison. Qin Tian believed that Han Xiang would not harm Hongshu, but this poison made him feel a little uneasy. If Hongshou is unable to control the toxins in her body in the future, once an outbreak occurs, the consequences will probably be difficult to control. Qin Tian was about to find Han Xiang to ask her clearly, but he saw Han Xiang slowly walking in. Han Xiang blushed slightly, glanced cautiously at the house, and then spoke softly. Is Hongshou awake? Qin Tian shook his head, she's still resting. Looking at Han Xiang like this, Qin Tian became more certain of his guess. The woman seemed very worried about Hongshou, but she also seemed to be hiding something. Hongshou is definitely hiding some unknown secrets. Tell me honestly, was it really you who poisoned Hongshou? When Han Xiang heard this, her expression paused, but quickly returned to normal. Certainly. This poison won't have any effect on her, will it? Qin Tian stared at Han Xiang closely. This woman was obviously feeling guilty. Since it's poison, it will naturally have an impact. Han Xiang finally reacted and spoke directly to Qin Tian. The poison in her body may erupt occasionally, but it's not life-threatening, so there's no need to worry. But she will also be tortured by poisons. Can you really bear it? Qin Tian didn't quite believe Han Zhang's words. There's no other way. In order to protect her from having her golden core taken away, I have no choice but to do this. Han Xiang lowered her voice and continued. When she attains nirvana in the future, I will naturally help her detoxify. Qin Tian looked at the woman in front of him and sneered. You're not telling the truth. I've already promised not to take her golden elixir. With me here, no one can hurt her. This poisonous elixir has long since lost its meaning. The poison in her body isn't caused by the poison pill, but by her physical condition, and you can't detoxify it, right? No, I can, I definitely can. Han Xiang raised her head and quickly retorted, but as soon as she said it, she realized that she had said the wrong thing. I was the one who made the poison pill. I naturally have a way to detoxify it. As long as she reaches nirvana in the future, I will help her detoxify it. Seeing that Han Xiang was still unwilling to reveal the truth, Qin Tian became a little angry. What are you hiding? You'll hurt her if you keep going like this. Han Xiang was shocked when she heard this, but she shook her head slightly. No, she'll be fine. Don't ask any more. This won't do you any good. But she is my wife now, Qin Tian said with a gloomy face. At this moment, Han Xiang hesitated. She had already prepared an excuse to keep the matter secret under the pretext of poison pill. As for future matters, she would always find a way. But now, Qin Tian has become suspicious. If she wants Hongshou to live here safely, she must first get past Qin Tian. But she knew very well that once Qin Tian knew about this, it would definitely bring disaster to Qin Tian. By then, not only Qin Tian but the entire southern region might be affected. The depth of Hongshou's background is not something they can easily touch. Trust me, I won't hurt you. It's better for you not to know about Hongshou's affairs. Han Xiang clenched her hands, her tone almost pleading. She has kept this secret all these years. She doesn't want to involve anyone, let alone Qin Tian. As long as Hongshou can live a stable life, she can give up her own life. Qin Tian also saw that Han Xiang had something to hide, and he knew that if he continued to ask, this woman probably wouldn't tell him anything. After a long silence, Qin Tian finally calmed down. I can choose not to ask about those things, but you have to tell me about Hongshou's physical condition. Do you want to watch her suffer from the poison pill? Han Xiang lowered her head with a painful look on her face. I don't want to do this either, but she was born this way. Ordinary methods are completely ineffective. All I can do is let her live a worry-free life. As for the future, Han Xiang glanced at the closed door in the distance and said softly, when the time comes, there will naturally be a way to save her. At this point, Han Zhang's expression visibly relaxed. As if with a hint of relief. Qin Tian keenly sensed that something was wrong. You want to feed the poison with your own body. To transfer the poison from her body. Qin Tian exclaimed, finally guessing what method Han Xiang was talking about. No wonder this woman was poisoned by the cold blood. Perhaps she had planned this from the very beginning. Although Qin Tian still didn't know what was wrong with Hongshou's body, there was only one way to completely eliminate that horrible poison. It's just about finding a carrier to transfer the poison. Feeding poison with one's own body is called feeding poison with one's own body. However, even Qin Tian felt the horror of the poison, so Han Xiang naturally could not resist the poison's erosion. Therefore, she needs to first train herself to have a body that is immune to all poisons. That's why she used the cold poison to invade her blood and refine her body, thus refining oneself into a container for poison. She was not poisoned that year, but absorbed the cold poison on her own initiative. Over the years, Han Xiang has been deeply eroded by the cold poison and has been looking for ways to suppress it everywhere. This is not for the purpose of detoxification, but to make herself live longer and hold on until the moment when the poison in Hongshu's body erupts. Qin Tian didn't know what kind of emotion could make Han Xiang do this for Hongshu, but Qin Tian's heart was indeed moved. He and Han Xiang have known each other for a long time, and he knows very well what kind of torture Han Xiang has suffered over the years. The suffering caused by cold poison is worse than death. But she still held on, just to bear the poison pill for Hongshu in the future. Please don't tell Hongshu about this. Han Xiang saw that Qin Tian had already discovered her plan, so she simply stopped hiding it. I don't want her to know about this. Chapter 55, Fall. Han Xiang knew in her heart that if Hongshu knew what she had done, that girl would never let her do it. But this is the only solution Han Xiang can think of. Maybe there's another way. Qin Tian took a deep breath. It was not until this moment that he truly understood Han Zhang's feelings for Hongshu. He still underestimated this woman. He always thought that Han Xiang accepted the netherworld blood transforming pill in order to detoxify herself, but now he thought that this woman had been doing it for Hongshu from the beginning. For Hongshu, she can give everything, including herself. When Han Xiang heard this, her face changed in shock. What do you mean? Do you have a solution? Qin Tian nodded slightly. Although he had no solution at the moment, Qin Tian believed that he could find a better way to detoxify. I can find a way. She is my wife after all. But you should at least tell me what's going on with her body. Upon hearing this, Han Xiang was silent for a long time, and finally began to explain. I can't tell you anything else. I can only say that Hongshu's mother was attacked and poisoned while she was pregnant, which caused the change in Hongshu's physique. She has a poisonous pill hidden in her body. Once it forms, it will explode completely. At that time, Qin Tian frowned when he heard this. He had known all this for a long time. When he first met Hongshu, the system had prompted him that Hongshu was carrying the evil poison pill. At that time, Qin Tian just thought that this was Hongshu's special talent. After all, although the evil poison pill will make the owner endure unparalleled pain, once the poison pill is formed, the owner's physical condition will be comparable to that of a holy body. However, Qin Tian did not expect that this poison pill was actually created by human power, and it would explode completely. In other words, someone wants to harm Hongshu's mother. Moreover, the person who could create such a rare thing as the evil poison pill must have a prominent background. No wonder Han Xiang did not dare to mention it. I'm afraid Qin Tian can't resist such a person. In that case, I will find a way to deal with this matter. Qin Tian spoke softly, but Han Xiang was shocked when she heard it. Do you have a way to detoxify her? Han Xiang certainly didn't believe that Qin Tian had such means. After all, she had tried every possible way to accomplish this matter, but in the end, she could only choose to exchange her life for another's. But recalling that Qin Tian had even taken out the long-lost netherworld blood-transforming pill, Han Xiang felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. Her affairs are my affairs. Now that Hongshu is my wife, I should naturally be responsible for this matter. Qin Tian spoke righteously, but he already had a plan in mind. Qin Tian had never worried about Hongshu's physique. After all, the first time he saw Hongshu, he already knew about the existence of the evil poison pill. And what he did today was just to force Han Xiang to confess. Although Han Xiang is still hiding something, Qin Tian has roughly guessed what the problem lies. As for the evil poison pill, this thing may be a trouble, but Qin Tian is a man who possesses a system. As long as his emotional value is high enough, he will be able to find a solution from the system sooner or later. Even if the system cannot solve the problem of the evil poison pill, he is confident that he can become a saint before the poison pill in Hongshu's body explodes, and there will always be a way to help her solve it by then. Han Xiang silently looked at the man in front of her, feeling a little dazed for a moment. She always thought that Qin Tian was engaged to Hongshou just to seize Hongshou's golden elixir for cultivation. Even though Qin Tian said last time that he would not seize Hongshou's golden elixir, Han Xiang did not completely believe him. But now seeing Qin Tian so determined, her heart was also moved. This legendary demon lord seems to be different from the rumors in the outside world. He also has the sense of responsibility that a man should have. At this moment, Han Xiang suddenly felt that Qin Tian became a little strange. Although she didn't know what method Qin Tian had to help Hongshou detoxify, Qin Tian's statement captured her heart. At this moment, she was even somewhat glad that she had chosen Qin Tian. Hongshou followed Qin Tian, and she finally felt relieved. As for the evil poison pill, she was not too worried. Even if Qin Tian is unable to handle this matter in the future, she is already prepared. As long as Qin Tian is someone who can be trusted, what does it matter if she dies? Ding, Han Xiang is grateful, emotion value plus 1000. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kept it from you before. Han Xiang spoke in a low voice. I understand you have your reasons, but at least our goals are the same. Seeing Han Xiang reveal a hint of emotion, Qin Tian gently put his arm around her shoulders. This time, Han Xiang did not resist. Perhaps after holding on for so many years, she is finally tired. She also felt relieved to have someone to share the burden with her. Even if she still needs to feed the poison in the future, at least in her remaining days, she can finally let go of the secret in her heart and accompany Hongshou with peace of mind. Han Xiang finally let down her guard. Perhaps it was time for her to fulfill her promise. She raised her head and was about to speak when she saw a handsome face approaching. The next second, Han Xiang felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing became rapid. For so many years, she has been wandering around and has had little contact with outsiders. This is the first time she has come into contact with another man. To be honest, in these matters, she is similar to Hongshou. Ding, Han Xiang is extremely ashamed and angry, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Han Zhang's tongue is as bright as a lotus, mood value plus 1000. Ding, Han Xiang fights back, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian was secretly delighted, as this woman's weakness was indeed Hongshou. These days, Qin Tian has been observing Han Xiang. Although he believes that Han Xiang will not break her promise, Han Xiang seems to be hesitating. Therefore, Qin Tian decided to stimulate her. After thinking about it, Qin Tian noticed Hongshou. If Han Xiang still had any concerns, it must be Hongshou. He already knew about Hongshou's situation, and he brought it up on purpose today, of course, in order to get the secret hidden in Han Xiang's heart. He already had a plan for the poison pill in Hongshou's body, but he still needed to use it to subdue Han Xiang. Now that it was brought up, the woman really let go of her grudge. Just when Qin Tian was about to take a step further, Han Xiang suddenly stopped him. No, this isn't the right place. Han Xiang hurriedly pushed Qin Tian away, but her pretty face had turned blood red. It was the first time that Qin Tian saw this woman like this. In Qin Tian's memory, this woman was always serious and always looked cold when facing Hongshou. However, he didn't expect that she had such a side to her. Combined with her already charming face, it adds a touch of seductive posture. Then let's go somewhere else. Qin Tian held Han Zhang's hand, but Han Xiang quickly stepped back. You should just stay with Hongshou. We can talk about our affairs another day. After Han Xiang finished speaking, she turned around and fled in a hurry. Chapter 56, Deep Love Between Master and Disciple. Looking at Han Zhang's receding figure, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This woman has already fallen, and it is only a matter of time to conquer her. There is no need to rush. Just then, Hongshou came out. When she saw Qin Tian, Hongshou immediately recalled the scenes of last night, and a blush instantly appeared on her slightly childish face. Bad guy, Hongshou snorted coldly, but there was a hint of charm in her deep eyes. That carefree wild boy seemed to have become more feminine at this moment. She walked forward slowly, looked around, and when she realized that there was no one else around, she took Qin Tian's arm. I'm hungry. Hongshou is still as innocent as ever, but now she seems to have become a little shy. I'll have someone prepare food. Qin Tian rubbed Hongshou's little head, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. What is the origin of this girl? In the next few days, Qin Tian had some free time. As a newlywed, Hongshou gradually adapted to life here. However, after just 2 days, Hongshou realized how terrifying Qin Tian was. In order to avoid Qin Tian's clutches, this girl also learned to find allies and stayed with Suya every day. The two little girls formed a complete alliance and decided to resist Qin Tian's tyranny together. Every time Qin Tian wanted to find them to vent his emotions, the two of them strictly controlled the time. There was no way they didn't have Qin Tian's terrifying physique. This made Qin Tian a little depressed. He didn't mind pleasure, but it became difficult to harvest emotions in this way. As for Han Xiang, after that woman returned, she completely secluded herself from coming out. It was estimated that after she came to her senses, she started to retreat again. Right now, only Yuan Ruoxuan pestered Qin Tian every day to teach her how to practice. Master, what was the name of that move you used last time? That's the move I used at Baimeng Mountain to shatter the formation with 1 foot. Inside the cave, Yuan Ruoxuan was dancing and gesticulating. Ever since she witnessed Qin Tian's moves several times, this little girl has completely become Qin Tian's little fangirl. Not everyone can see the scene of the battle between the masters. Yuan Ruoxuan had been in that situation several times and witnessed such great magical powers with her own eyes, so she naturally yearned for it. That one is called the Nine Heavens Thunder Double Kick. Yuan Ruoxuan stared at Qin Tian with a strange look on her face, pouting her lips and whispering. Master, did you make up this name? Yes. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan immediately pouted and complained. Master, I've already accepted you as my disciple, but you won't teach me how to practice. Now you're even making up some random techniques to fool me. Am I really your disciple? Yuan Ruoxuan looked unhappy and sat down angrily. Ever since she became Qin Tian's disciple, Qin Tian had never taught her anything except a technique. Although that technique was a heavenly level technique, she still hoped to learn some more impressive magical powers so that she could be as prominent as Qin Tian. But Qin Tian didn't teach her these things at all, which made Yuan Ruoxuan feel like she was being cheated. It's not a good thing to be too ambitious, Qin Tian chuckled when he saw this. With your current level of cultivation, you simply cannot cultivate such magical powers. The most urgent thing is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Qin Tian rubbed Yuan Ruoxuan's little head and took out a dawandan. Eat this. What is this? Yuan Ruoxuan took the dawandan and stared at Qin Tian with curiosity. This is the great rejuvenating pill. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan's expression suddenly changed. Dahuandan. Is that the one that can instantly gain 10 years of cultivation after taking it? Yuan Ruoxuan had naturally heard of the name of dawandan, but the elixir had long been lost, and she had only heard of it in name. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I can't help but be shocked. Qin Tian nodded. Seeing this, Yuan Ruoxuan was immediately delighted. Dawandan is a rare treasure that is comparable to a holy medicine. It has different effects when taken by people of different realms. It works wonders even on saints. Therefore, although the dawandan is not of high grade, it is hailed as a holy product of alchemy. Yuan Ruoxuan never thought that she would have such good fortune. 1 dawandan is enough to save her 10 years of detours. How could she not be excited about such an opportunity? Yuan Ruoxuan took the pill without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, she felt a surge of vital energy exploding from her body, rushing towards her meridians, and filling her qi in almost an instant. The next second, her body shook and she broke through instantly. The 8th level of True Essence. Ninefold True Essence. True Essence is perfect. The terrifying power of the medicine allowed her realm to rapidly improve, and she reached perfection in the blink of an eye. However, she encountered a problem at this moment. She practiced the Su Shin Jing, and her breakthroughs came naturally without any bottlenecks. But there is also a problem, that is, her body cannot withstand such a terrible medicinal power. If she endures the impact of her vital energy for a long time, it will damage her meridians. At this moment, the meridians in her body had already been damaged. A lot of vitality began to leak out. Qin Tian also noticed Yuan Ruoxuan's problem. This girl's bones are average. Before Suya took the Dawan pill, she had undergone the baptism of the Wukyu pill and reshaped her bones, so she was able to withstand the power of that kind of medicine, but Yuan Ruoxuan was different. After all, her cultivation is still at a low level, and forcibly improving it would also cause damage to her body. Qin Tian originally wanted to help him suppress the medicinal power by force, but when he saw the leaked vital energy, he stopped what he was doing. If he forcibly suppressed the medicinal power at this moment, most of the medicinal power would dissipate, which would be a waste. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tian glanced at the pool of water beside him. That pool of water is the water of Wangquan. The Wangquan demon sect used the yin energy to condense the Wangquan, and the water flowing out was called Wangquan. The water of Wangquan River is extremely cold and suitable for the cultivation of Wangquan demon sect. Therefore, there is such a cold pool in every cave of Wangquan demon sect for disciples to practice. In addition to being suitable for the cultivation of Wangquan demon sect disciples, Wangquan also has the effect of healing wounds and can quickly heal them. However, Yuan Ruoxuan's meridians were injured at the moment, and soaking in the cold pond was no longer effective. She needed someone to guide the forgetful river into her body to repair her meridians. In this way, her meridians can be protected from damage while the medicinal power is fully absorbed. Qin Tian didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Yuan Ruoxuan and threw her into the cold pond. Then, Qin Tian jumped in himself. The cold pond was piercingly cold. The moment Yuan Ruoxuan fell into the water, a layer of frost instantly appeared on her face. Continue practicing, I will draw the cold pond to help you repair your meridians. Qin Tian gave some instructions and Yuan Ruoxuan nodded. The next second, she felt a hand pressing on her head. Then, the icy cold water seemed to penetrate through the top of her head and into her body. Chapter 57 Mandarin ducks playing in the water. Ice cold, that's probably what it feels like. Yuan Ruoxuan couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, her whole body was wet, and her delicate skin was faintly visible. I don't know if it was because of the cold or what, but her skin was white and rosy. Yuan Ruoxuan was clearly aware of her current embarrassment. She seemed to feel a pair of eyes falling on her, and her skin felt a faint tingling sensation. Her face instantly turned red with shame, but she tried hard to suppress the raging energy in her body and could not move. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. She couldn't help but recall what Suya had said to her not long ago, and her heart was beating fast. Master's wife is weak, you should encourage her. Yuan Ruoxuan was a smart person. She vaguely remembered that day, Suya was trying to match her with Qin Tian between the lines of her words. Although Yuan Ruoxuan couldn't understand why Suya did this at the time, one day when she went to find Qin Tian, she heard some noise outside the yard. At that time, she began to understand Suya's intention. But for Yuan Ruoxuan, she never dared to express her feelings. Although she had already fallen in love with Qin Tian after these days of contact, they were master and disciple after all. Yuan Ruoxuan is not a shy person, but as a girl, it is difficult for her to speak up about such things. Not long ago, in order to bring them together, Suya even suggested that Qin Tian accompany her home, hoping to create an opportunity for them. Unfortunately, Yuan Ruoxuan herself was useless and did not seize the opportunity, so nothing happened along the way. These days, she has been pestering Qin Tian to learn skills, but she has other intentions. It's a pity that Qin Tian has never expressed anything. Now it can be said that it is an unexpected success. Yuan Ruoxuan felt both happy and frightened. She didn't know what Qin Tian was thinking at the moment. If she acted too proactively, Qin Tian might misunderstand her as a promiscuous person. She could only suppress her nervousness and avoid revealing any flaws. But her heart was already in turmoil. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. While helping to heal the wounds, Qin Tian looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. These days, he has naturally been trying hard to gain emotional points, but he has never taken the last step. After all, Qin Tian knew that some things could not be rushed, but he didn't know that Suya was fanning the flames behind the scenes and had already made Yuan Ruoxuan fall in love with her. At this moment, he still thought that his efforts over the past 2 days had paid off. Qin Tian unscrupulously observed the scenery so close to him. It must be said that this girl was quite special. Compared with Suya and Hong Shu, this girl obviously has a huge advantage. Enough to be on par with Ning Yao. Just as Qin Tian was admiring it, his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Yuan Ruoxuan and pushed her into the water. Yuan Ruoxuan was also shocked by this sudden change. But at this moment, she suddenly heard voices coming from outside. Master Qin, you are here. The person who came was An Miaoyi. She had been recuperating from her injuries for the past 2 days and finally recovered today. She came to Qin Tian to thank him. Qin Tian also noticed An Miaoyi coming, so he hid Yuan Ruoxuan. If this woman saw them like this, it would probably cause unnecessary misunderstandings. When Yuan Ruoxuan heard An Miaoyi's voice, she was so scared that she held her breath. She secretly opened her eyes and wanted to see what was happening outside, but was suddenly startled by what she saw. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is shocked, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is extremely curious, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan seizes the opportunity, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian's face changed slightly and his heart was shocked. Isn't this girl too brave? Fortunately, Qin Tian is also an experienced person, so he still has some patience. He appeared calm and spoke with a chuckle. Miss An, are you healed? Exactly. Thank you so much, young Master Qin, for these days. I came here today to express my gratitude. An Miaoyi bowed, looked at Qin Tian, and asked. What is Master Qin doing? Looking at Qin Tian standing in the pool, An Miaoyi couldn't help but feel a little confused. Oh, it's hot, I want to cool down. As soon as Qin Tian said this, he wanted to slap himself twice. He was already in the Nirvana realm, so how could he be afraid of the heat? This cold pond water is good for cultivation. I'm practicing now. Qin Tian quickly opened his mouth to make amends. When An Miaoyi heard this, she immediately walked forward with a look of curiosity. Seeing this, Qin Tian secretly moved a lotus leaf over and placed it in front of himself. At this moment, An Miaoyi also came up. The cave where I live also has a cold pond, but I didn't know it had such a beneficial effect. As An Miaoyi spoke, she squatted down and gently touched the cold pond water. The next second, she suddenly retracted her finger. Hiss, what a terrifying cold air. The water in this cold pond is extremely cold and beneficial for cultivation. Miss An can try it more when she returns. Qin Tian just wanted An Miaoyi to leave quickly. Yuan Ruoxuan was becoming more and more daring, and he was worried that he would be exposed. But An Miaoyi obviously didn't realize Qin Tian's intention. She scooped up a handful of cold pond water and looked at it carefully. This made Yuan Ruoxuan, who was under the pool, extremely nervous. At this moment, she could clearly see An Miaoyi above her head. If it weren't for the lotus leaves blocking her view, An Miaoyi would have discovered her long ago. Thinking about my current appearance, I don't know how to explain it if An Miaoyi sees me. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is nervous, emotional value plus 1000. Suddenly, she felt her palm getting hot. She quickly turned her head and was instantly startled. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan has eliminated the dross and retained the essence, mood value plus 1000. Qin Tian gave up completely this time. An Miaoyi didn't seem to be very smart, so he simply stopped worrying about her. The Wangquan demon sect is truly magical. Miaoyi has broadened her horizons this time. An Miaoyi stood up and chuckled. This time when I go back, Miaoyi also wants to give it a try. After saying that, An Miaoyi seemed to remember something and continued speaking. By the way, young Master Qin, I'm here for another matter. I just received a message from Miaoyi Temple. Yesterday, the Qingtian sword sect discovered a blessed cave and invited all righteous people to explore it together. I also want to go and see it, so I came here specifically to tell Master Qin. Hearing this, Qin Tian was surprised. This is a matter of righteousness, why did Miss An tell me? An Miaoyi smiled lightly, revealing 2 dimples. Now she had already taken off her veil, and her pure and flawless face looked even more charming. This is an order from our sect. Master said that there's no need to hide this from young Master Qin. Within a few days, the entire southern territory will know about this. Master also asked me to tell Master Qin that the Qingtian sword sect's actions may have other hidden meanings. I hope Master Qin will be more careful. Qin Tian nodded slightly, but he was confused. Why did Miaoyuan remind herself? Is it because of An Miaoyi? Or is there another purpose? Chapter 58 Saint's Scenery. Seeing An Miaoyi gradually walking away, Qin Tian hurriedly pulled Yuan Ruoxuan out. Master. At this moment, Yuan Ruoxuan was like a frightened quail, her rosy little face full of anxiety. She was just in a whim just now, and now facing Qin Tian, she is still a little scared in her heart. What if Qin Tian doesn't like her? How will she face Qin Tian in the future? Thinking of Yuan Ruoxuan lowering her head, she looked like a little girl who had made a mistake and was waiting for punishment. Qin Tian glanced at Yuan Ruoxuan and felt a little helpless. Although he knew that this girl was brave, he didn't expect her to be so brave. However, this situation now just shows that this girl has matured. It's time to pick the fruit. Yuan Ruoxuan was feeling uneasy, and she didn't know where to put her clenched hands. Just at this moment, a warm big hand lifted her chin. The familiar face gradually approached, and Yuan Ruoxuan's breathing suddenly became heavy. Her eyes were filled with anxiety, but there was a hint of anticipation in her heart. Finally, she mustered up the courage and closed her eyes silently. Ding! Yuan Ruoxuan's lips and tongue are burnt, emotion value +1000. The cold pool of water surrounded the two of them, but the sweat from their hard work gradually warmed their bodies. Yuan Ruoxuan is obviously much bolder than Suya and the others, and of course, much more obedient. Time passed quickly and the sky darkened in the blink of an eye. Qin Tian then left. Only at this moment did he realize that Suya had been trying to match him up with Yuan Ruoxuan. Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Of course he could understand Suya's little thoughts. The two girls were avoiding him now. However, Qin Tian did not expect that Suya would come up with such an idea. But I have to say, with a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? Qin Tian walked out of the cave, feeling secretly delighted. Yuan Ruoxuan had contributed quite a bit of emotional value to his performance. If he could conquer one more heroine, he would be able to complete a 10-draw streak. Qin Tian was thinking in his mind as he walked. Right now, he has few choices left. Although Han Xiang has been shaken, it is not easy to win her over in one fell swoop given her personality. Han Xiang has been in seclusion these days and is obviously avoiding him. Then it seems that the only option left is in Miaoyi. Let's go take a look first, and take this opportunity to inquire about the news of that blessed land. Soon, Qin Tian arrived at Miaoyi's residence. As soon as he entered the cave, Qin Tian noticed that the entire cave was filled with fog, as if he was in a sea of clouds. And in the mist, a golden light could be vaguely seen shining, like a Buddha. Qin Tian walked forward silently and discovered that the person in the golden light was Miaoyi. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the cold pond, with golden light surrounding her body, like a golden statue. The golden light fell into the cold pond, evaporating the water into mist. There was a heat wave in the mist, and the temperature of the entire cave rose accordingly. Qin Tian felt as if he was in a steamer. It feels like taking a sauna. And in that golden body, Miaoyi closed her eyes tightly, and a dot of cinnabar appeared between her eyebrows, shining brightly. At this moment, she looked majestic and solemn, giving people a sense of purity and flawlessness, just like a white snow lotus floating on a cold pond. However, her clothes had already been soaked with sweat and were sticking to her body, making her graceful figure look particularly attractive. Just as Qin Tian was admiring her, Miaoyi suddenly opened her eyes and her sharp gaze fell on Qin Tian. At that moment, Qin Tian felt as if he was seen through. But those eyes looked pure and bright, like blank paper, without any evil thoughts. "Mr. Qin, why are you here?" Miaoyi chuckled, stood up, and placed her pair of jade feet on the water. She walked on the water, her steps like lotus flowers, light and elegant. As she stood up, her wet clothes became tighter, revealing her graceful curves. There was a slight blush on her face, and beads of sweat wet her hair and stuck to her cheeks, making her look even more charming. The delicate skin was covered with sweet sweat, making her even more alluring. But Miaoyi didn't seem to notice this. Instead, her indifferent look made it impossible for anyone to feel any disrespect. She seemed to have a special aura, holy and noble. Miaoyi walked up the shore with slow steps. The delicate jade feet fell into the air without attracting any dust. This cold pond really has miraculous effects. I've only been practicing for a while and I feel like my cultivation has improved. As Miaoyi spoke, she raised her hand and invited Qin Tian to sit down. She didn't seem to care about her current appearance, but instead chatted calmly. "Mr. Qin, why are you looking for me so late at night?" Qin Tian looked at Miaoyi with a hint of surprise before speaking. "Didn't the young lady say earlier that the sky-clearing sword sect had discovered a blessed land? I came here specifically to inquire about the situation there." Miaoyi nodded slightly. Even if Qin Tian didn't come to ask about this matter, she planned to tell him. Now, she has received a message from Miaoyu Temple, and the Buddhist kingdom has also learned about her situation. From the moment Qin Tian removed the seal on her, she should have shouldered her own mission, and naturally, she should not have hidden these things from Qin Tian. Of course, Miao Yuan took the initiative to deliver this news in order to win over Qin Tian. That's their job. News about this just came out yesterday. Li Bufan, the head of the Qin Tian sword sect, personally sent a message to my master, inviting Miaoyu Temple to send disciples to explore that blessed cave paradise together. According to Li Bufan, he recently discovered the blessed land. However, Master said that the Qin Tian sword sect had already sent people there. They must have discovered the existence of the blessed land long ago, but they only announced it now. Therefore, Master suspects that Li Bufan has ulterior motives. Also, Li Bufan only notified the righteous sects on the surface, but he didn't block the news. Perhaps someone in the demonic sect also knew about this. All of this seems very suspicious. Qin Tian heard this and nodded silently. Qin Tian knew Li Bufan quite well. That old fellow was a vicious bastard. In terms of viciousness, he was definitely worse than the demon sect. In the past, Qin Tian always felt it was strange. The Qin Tian sword sect was mainly composed of sword cultivators, and sword cultivators have always been upright and honest. It is really unbelievable that Li Bufan, with his personality, can also practice sword. Under normal circumstances, if Li Bufan really found some treasure, the old guy would definitely secretly take it for himself. Now he is behaving so abnormally, there must be a conspiracy. You are also going to that blessed place this time. When do you plan to leave? Chapter 59 Mysterious Heart Jade Girl Secret. This. And Miaoyi hesitated for a moment and looked at Qin Tian. Young Master Qin, do you want to go and take a look? Qin Tian nodded. Then everything will be up to Master Qin, and Miaoyi said softly. The reason why she told Qin Tian the news was to get Qin Tian to go with her. For such a big event, the demon sect will definitely participate. At the moment, and Miaoyi still didn't know what Li Bufan wanted to do, so she wanted to help find out secretly. After all, she is also from Miaoyuan. Qin Tian thought for a moment and had an idea in his mind. Then tomorrow. And Miaoyi nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Qin Tian looked at Miaoyi and asked curiously. Just now I saw that the technique the young lady was practicing was quite peculiar. I wonder what kind of technique it was. At this moment, Miaoyi's clothes had gradually dried. She reached out and touched her eyebrows, and a bit of cinnabar emerged. This technique is called the Great Sun Tathagata Purifying World Mantra, and it's a secret of Buddhism. I was just lucky enough to be illuminated by the Buddha's light and was able to comprehend a little bit of it. Speaking of which, this technique is not complete. How I practice it later depends entirely on my personal understanding. When Miaoyi said this, a hint of helplessness appeared on her face. Buddhism emphasizes contemplation. If I can't comprehend the subsequent techniques of the Vairocana mantra, I might not be able to make any progress for the rest of my life. And Miaoyi was able to become the saint chosen by the Buddhist country, so her understanding is naturally not bad, but the skills she practices are the manifestation of Buddha's light. There is no distinction between high and low in Buddhist practice. The Buddha said, all things created by nature can become Buddhas. If you can comprehend the Buddhist principles, you can achieve Buddhahood. However, the Buddhist techniques are profound and extensive, and Buddhist disciples are spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but there are only a few who have become Buddhas throughout history. And Miaoyi held the Buddha's Light Bible in her hand, but she had no confidence that she could comprehend it. She glanced at Qin Tian silently, thinking in her heart. According to ancient Buddhist texts, those who are destined by heaven are all accompanied by great fortune, which brings blessings to all things. Those who are close to those who are destined by heaven can also be blessed by good fortune. The reason why Buddhism has lasted for so long is that people choose to assist destiny and thus obtain protection. As a saint, the meaning of her existence is to win over destiny. And she will surely be the one favored by destiny. Perhaps, by following Qin Tian, I will be able to achieve Buddhahood in the future. And Miaoyi thought about it and suddenly regained confidence. I also have a Buddhist technique here. I'm not a Buddhist, so I can't comprehend it. Missen, you might want to take a look. Seeing this, Qin Tian remembered the Xuanxin Yu Nu Ju that the system had rewarded him. This technique was actually a Buddhist technique, and it had very strict requirements for those who practiced it. At the time, the only person Qin Tian could think of who was suitable to practice this technique was An Miaoyi. Now he could also let An Miaoyi see it. Anyway, this woman is obviously on his side now. If she improves in the future, she will become a great help to Qin Tian. What kind of technique is it? An Miaoyi looked curious when she heard this. There have always been a limited number of Buddhist techniques, and they are not passed on to outsiders. How could Qin Tian have any Buddhist techniques? However, considering the other party's identity as the chosen one, all this seems reasonable. Qin Tian didn't say much, just raised his hand and pointed. A set of martial arts formulas entered in Miaoyi's mind. Mysterious Heart Jade Girl Technique. The moment she saw the martial arts technique, in Miaoyi's eyes widened instantly. She is very familiar with this technique. This is a Buddhist practice, and it is also recorded in Buddhism. However, for those in the Buddhist community, the Buddha kingdom has always been a mysterious existence, and even they do not know the whereabouts of the Buddha kingdom. Only when the Buddha's light descends can they get a glimpse of a corner of the Buddha's kingdom. The Vairocana mantra she practiced was also a Buddhist technique, but it was only a fragment after all, while the mysterious Heart Jade Girl technique was a complete Buddhist technique. It is a true immortal level skill. At this moment, An Miaoyi was convinced that this might be the luck that comes with being a person with destiny. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary people to obtain Buddhist skills, let alone the mysterious Buddhist inheritance. An Miaoyi turned her head silently and looked at Qin Tian in shock. Master Qin, this technique. An Miaoyi wanted to practice, but this technique belonged to Qin Tian after all, so she was a little embarrassed to speak up. Even though Qin Tian cannot practice this technique, it is an immortal level technique after all and is of extraordinary value. If she spoke, Qin Tian would inevitably be embarrassed. However, Qin Tian clearly noticed An Miaoyi's hesitation. Since I have shown the technique to you, I will naturally give it to you. This thing is of no use to me anyway, so I'd better give it to someone who can do it. Hearing this, An Miaoyi was so excited that she was speechless for a moment. She has been reciting Buddhist scriptures and chanting Buddha's name since she was young, and has long since cultivated Buddha nature and has a mind as calm as still water. But at this moment, her heart couldn't help but beat fast. She also didn't expect that Qin Tian was actually willing to give such a treasure to her. This is the Buddhist technique, an unparalleled treasure that the entire Buddhist community will go crazy for. As a Buddhist disciple, she understood the value of this item very well. That's why she couldn't believe that all this was true. After a long silence, An Miaoyi finally calmed down. This was the first time she felt upset in all these years. Thank you, An Miaoyi said softly. A hint of tenderness flashed across his calm face. Ding, An Miaoyi bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value +1000. Miss, you're welcome. Doesn't Buddhism often say that everything is fate? Perhaps this item is meant to be with you. I'm just keeping it for you. Qin Tian said as he stood up. It's getting late, I won't disturb the young lady from practicing. Tomorrow, I'll ask the girl to set off again. An Miaoyi hurriedly stood up and respectfully saw Qin Tian off. Looking at Qin Tian's receding back, An Miaoyi lowered her head silently. Is this the destiny of the chosen one? It seems that all this is indeed destined. An Miaoyi murmured softly, she understood that she had begun to be contaminated by the destiny. The seeds planted by Buddhism are slowly sprouting. And her mission is about to begin. After calming down, she suddenly felt a chill. I lowered my head and realized that my clothes were still slightly damp. An Miaoyi shook her head, turned back into the house, changed her clothes, and then couldn't wait to start practicing. The next morning, when Qin Tian saw An Miaoyi again, he suddenly discovered that the woman's temperament seemed to have changed. If An Miaoyi in the past was like a noble saint, then she is now like a pure jade girl. Her pure and flawless temperament makes her like an unpolished jade. It's like a fairy who is not of this world. Mr. Qin, thank you for your skills. An Miaoyi had a smile on her face, as elegant as water, but there was clearly a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Chapter 60 The Simple Little Heroine. Miss An looks like she's made some progress. That's truly cause for celebration. Qin Tian looked her up and down and saw that An Miaoyi had already reached the perfection of the Qi creation realm. I remember that she was only at the 4th level of the Qi creation realm yesterday, but in just one night, she broke through to the 6th level. This speed is amazing. Thanks to Master Qin, Miaoyi is very grateful. And Miaoyi also understood in her heart that all this was because of Qin Tian. This made her more determined in her thoughts and she completely accepted her mission. It's just a piece of cake. Qin Tian waved his hand, looked into the distance and continued. Then let's go. And Miaoyi nodded. The two of them leapt into flight, but not long after, Qin Tian stopped. Missen, this is too slow. How about I give you a ride? And Miaoyi nodded when she heard that. Then, Qin Tian hugged in Miaoyi, and his heart was shocked when he saw her delicate body in his arms. Soft and fragrant, weak and boneless, this is probably what it feels like. Qin Tian looked at Miaoyi curiously. The girl seemed to have no reaction, and even her expression did not change. This made Qin Tian a little surprised. You know, whether it was Suya or Hong Shu, they would feel a little uncomfortable when they first came into contact with her, but Miaoyi seemed particularly calm. This made Qin Tian somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to reap some emotions, but this girl didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations. Even if this woman's mind is as calm as water during her cultivation, it shouldn't be like this, right? If this is true, it would be difficult for him to harvest emotions from Miaoyi. Qin Tian was thinking in his mind, and the next second, thunder rumbled around him. The two of them instantly turned into a beam of lightning and disappeared into the sky. Ding, and Miaoyi is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Qin Tian was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked down. Isn't this woman afraid of heights? Qin Tian was full of confusion. Are there people who practice Taoism who are afraid of heights? Don't we fly in the sky on weekdays? How can you fly if you are afraid of heights? Suddenly, Qin Tian finally reacted. That's not right. He seemed to have never seen Miaoyi flying in the air. Even just now, this woman was flying close to the ground. Qin Tian had a strange look on his face. He had broadened his horizons today. In order to verify his guess, Qin Tian deliberately increased the flight altitude. Sure enough, Miaoyi's hands gradually tightened around him, and her little face turned pale. Qin Tian was really dumbfounded this time. It was the first time he knew about the fantasy world and that there were people who were afraid of heights. If she becomes an immortal in the future, wouldn't she be called a land immortal? Qin Tian looked at Miaoyi, who was frightened like a quail, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Ding, Miaoyi is terrified, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian's guess was correct, and Miaoyi was indeed afraid of heights. She didn't understand why she was like this. For so many years, she had been facing her fear but had never been able to defeat it. This matter has always been the biggest secret in her heart. After all, it would be embarrassing if it got out that a cultivator was afraid of heights. But facing such a height, she was really scared. This fear does not come from the heart, but from the body. The moment she flew into the air, her mind went blank. Moreover, the heaven and earth were turning upside down, and I felt dizzy all over. She could only try her best to hug Qin Tian tightly and close her eyes to make her expression less obvious. Suddenly, she felt a shock in front of her, and a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. And Miaoyi opened her eyes instantly. She didn't understand what was going on, but a hint of shyness rose in her heart unconsciously. Ding, and Miaoyi is shy and uneasy, emotion value plus 1000. She subconsciously hugged Qin Tian tightly, trying to suppress the anxiety in her heart, but the more she did so, the more restless she felt. The electric shock-like feeling gradually spread throughout my body. She just felt her whole body go limp, and the next second, she had completely lost all her strength and fell down. She subconsciously reached out to grab it, but heard Qin Tian gasp. Then, an arm hugged her tightly. And Miaoyi was so frightened that she didn't even notice that her palms were getting hot. She just relied on her body's instinct to hold on tightly, not daring to let go at all. But this made Qin Tian suffer. He wanted to speak up to remind her, but seeing Miaoyi's horrified expression, he was too embarrassed to say it directly. The key point is that this girl herself didn't seem to notice anything unusual at all. Qin Tian looked at Miaoyi silently, and a bold idea came to his mind. This girl doesn't know anything, does she? Qin Tian was a little bit unconvinced. After all, even Hongsho knew something about these things. But Miaoyi didn't seem to be pretending. She seemed to really not notice what it was. However, considering Miaoyi's growing environment, her behavior seems understandable. Qin Tian knew that this woman was simple, but he didn't expect her to be so simple. He now understood why the woman had no reaction at first. A person's reaction is based on his or her own cognition. Although Hongshou has lived in the secluded Shaoyao Valley since childhood, there are at least men there. Miaoyu Temple is different. There are no men, not even a male dog, there. It was so simple that Qin Tian didn't know what to do. Do I have to teach myself little by little? That seems not bad. The development system is quite interesting. Thinking in his mind, Qin Tian's arms tightened a little. Ding, and Miaoyi is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. Sure enough, this girl needs to be trained from scratch. Qin Tian confirmed his guess and couldn't help but speed up. At this moment, and Miaoyi was completely frightened and unable to move. She just held on to Qin Tian tightly, as if she was holding on to a life-saving straw. She didn't know how long it had passed, but she finally felt her palms getting hotter and hotter. She raised her head curiously and glanced at Qin Tian. Does Master Qin still carry his Dao treasure with him on a daily basis? Qin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. I've seen simple things, but I've never seen anything as simple as this. Who would place a treasure like this in a place like this? That's not Daobao. Qin Tian tried to explain. But Miaoyi obviously didn't understand this. When she heard this, she even pinched her lips subconsciously. This feeling does not seem like a Dao treasure. Could it be food? Miaoyi quickly retracted her hand, this feeling must be food. After all, it's still hot, obviously still hot. Qin Tian was really speechless this time. It's food, too. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly and said something perfunctorily. Unexpectedly, Miaoyi is quite adventurous. With young Master Qin's cultivation level, shouldn't he have been able to fast long ago? Why does he still carry food with him? As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but remain in the Buddha's heart. Everyone has to have some appetite. After hearing this, Miaoyi finally nodded. Sir, what you said makes sense. When I have time, I also want to try the delicious food you brought. Chapter 61, Sky Clearing Sword Sect. There's a chance, there's a chance. Qin Tian laughed it off and didn't want to continue dwelling on this issue. He was really worried that this girl had such a strong desire for knowledge that she would ask him to take it out for a look. If that happened, he would really become a muggle. This journey was undoubtedly a torment for Miaoyi. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the two of them had already arrived in Linan City. The blessed land mentioned by the Qin Tian sword sect is located outside the city of Linan, in Wanshou Mountain. The two of them obviously arrived early. Although the city is bustling, there are not many disciples in the sect. Qin Tian found a restaurant and planned to take a rest. But as soon as I walked into the restaurant, I heard a noise all around. Qin Tian looked up and saw a young man in the center of the restaurant waving a sword, which turned into sword shadows and forced a man back. There was a burst of cheers all around. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is unmatched in the world. The young man made a sword flower, sheathed his long sword, glanced at everyone with an indifferent expression, and said in a cold voice. I told you to practice diligently every day, but no one listened. Now you can't even beat a disciple of the demon sect. You're really embarrassing my Qin Tian sword sect. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. At this moment, Qin Tian's eyes were fixed on the young man, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Destiny child detected. Name, Ao Wushuang. Identity, the male lead of Ao Shiju Shao. Cultivation, Qi Creation Realm 8th level. Origin, Ao Wushuang is the chief disciple of the Qin Tian sword sect and a direct disciple of Li Bufan. He is gifted with extraordinary talent and was adopted by Li Bufan at a young age, who treated him like his own son. However, he was unruly and became entangled with the demon sect, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the sect. Later, relying on his unparalleled luck, he continued his training and eventually became the overlord of the sect. However, at a critical moment, he was assassinated by his brother and died. Now, he has been reborn and has vowed to change everything. Another male lead. Qin Tian raised the corner of his mouth. The presence of a male protagonist meant that there was emotional value to be harvested. This is definitely a good thing for Qin Tian. He sat aside calmly. The disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect were talking about the paradise on earth. Big Brother, when do you think Master and the others will arrive? Ao Wushuang said with a gloomy face and annoyed. Why are you asking these questions? Just wait patiently. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads silently. In front of Ao Wushwang, they were like docile sheep. There is no way. Ao Wushwang is not only their senior brother, but also guides them in their cultivation on a daily basis. In the Qin Tian sword sect, Ao Wushwang is a role model for these disciples. People's fear of him also comes from respect. But I don't know what happened recently. Ao Wushwang seemed like a different person. He used to be very approachable, but now he seemed gloomy and showed a hint of impatience when he spoke to them. These disciples naturally didn't know that Ao Wushwang was a reborn person. In his previous life, he regarded the Qin Tian sword sect as his home and his master and his mistress as his parents, but he was expelled from the sect just because he made friends with people from the demon sect. But he always kept the Qin Tian sword sect in mind and helped them many times. What he got in return was Li Bufan's suspicion, and he was framed by Li Bufan again and again. It was not until the end that he realized that Li Bufan had been using him all along, and even the martial arts he taught him had loopholes. At that moment, he finally recognized Li Bufan's true face, but it was too late. In the end, he died at the hands of Li Bufan. But unexpectedly, he was reborn. The moment he saw Li Bufan, all that was left in his heart was hatred. He hated this hypocrite and the fools in the Qin Tian sword sect who couldn't tell right from wrong. He hated the entire Qin Tian sword sect. Except for his master's wife. In his previous life, only his master's wife still held hope for him until the last moment. But his master's wife also died at the hands of Li Bufan. In this life, he wants revenge and rescues his master's wife from Li Bufan's clutches. He also wants to fulfill his unfulfilled wish from his previous life. He looked at the disciples around him and couldn't help showing a trace of contempt in his eyes. He knew very well that this paradise was a conspiracy. A conspiracy carefully planned by Li Bufan. And these disciples will eventually become Li Bufan's abandoned children. Looking at their laughing faces, Ao Wushwang had no intention of reminding them at all. After all, these idiots really deserve to die. Moreover, he knew very well that Li Bufan had already arrived here. That guy might be watching us in the dark. Ao Wushwang had only one purpose for this trip, which was to take this opportunity to expose Li Bufan's true face. Of course, he also wanted to take this opportunity to take his master's wife away from the sea of suffering. Therefore, he still needs to be patient. Ao Wushwang lowered his head and drank silently. At this moment, a soft voice was heard and Ao Wushwang raised his head instantly. Xiao Fan, look, I told you that the senior brother is here. At the door, a little girl with a cute appearance and delicate figure walked in. The little girl looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, with two ponytails tied with red ribbons. A bright red dress outlines her graceful figure. The girl doesn't look very old, but her mind is different from that of ordinary people. The so-called baby-faced giant peaks are probably of this type. Picture. The girl's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. The disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect all stood up and offered their seats, with fawning looks on their faces. At this moment, Qin Tian was also looking at the other party curiously. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Li Linger. Identity: the heroine of Ao Shi Ju Shao. Cultivation: 5th level of True Essence Realm. Origin: Li Linger is Li Bufan's youngest daughter. She was deeply spoiled since childhood, which led to her developing a willful personality. She grew up with Ao Wushwang, their childhood sweethearts. However, after meeting Chu Fan, she was gradually deceived by him and nearly died at his hands. Fortunately, Ao Wushwang intervened in time and saved her. Since then, she has followed Ao Wushwang. Qin Tian silently looked at Li Linger, and his gaze gradually fell on the young man beside her. The man was Chu Fan, but at this moment he had changed his appearance, as if he had been reborn. If Qin Tian hadn't seen the system prompt, he almost didn't recognize it. Qin Tian understood that this must be the work of Li Bufan. Chu Fan is a hot potato. That guy definitely doesn't dare to let Chu Fan show up in public. Changing his appearance is the safest way. If other masters were to use this method, they probably wouldn't be able to find any flaws. I have to say that Li Bufan is really capable. The last time Li Bufan rescued Chu Fan, Qin Tian knew that with Li Bufan's methods, he would definitely be able to get clues from this kid. Now it seems that Li Bufan is planning to use his daughter as bait. Chapter 62: The Insidious Male Protagonist, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Big brother. Chu Fan walked forward and saluted obediently. But Ao Wushwang didn't even raise his head, just nodded indifferently. He knew in his heart that the guy in front of him was a despicable traitor. It was this guy who used sweet words to snatch away his beloved junior sister. If he hadn't appeared in time, Li Linger would probably have died at the hands of this kid. But in his previous life, he always treated Chu Fan as a good brother, and in the end he died at the hands of this good brother. He only felt disgust towards Chu Fan. But at the moment, he still didn't dare to attack Chu Fan. He knew very well that the reason why Li Bufan accepted Chu Fan as his disciple was to get the method to open the soul shepherding pearl from him. For this reason, Li Bufan even deliberately let his daughter get close to Chu Fan. The key reason why Li Linger was deceived by Chu Fan was because of Li Bufan's instigation. It can be said that Li Bufan personally handed his daughter to Chu Fan. It was only after Chu Fan found out that he had been deceived that he became enemies with Li Bufan and even attacked Li Linger. Although Ao Wushwang hated Chu Fan, he also wanted to use Chu Fan to deal with Li Bufan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After he has used Chu Fan, it will not be too late for him to take revenge. Big brother, when will my father come over? As soon as Li Linger sat down, she couldn't wait to ask. Facing Li Linger, Ao Wushwang still showed a bit of patience. Master has his own arrangements, there's no need to worry, little sister. If you're bored, junior sister, I'll take you out for a walk later. There are still many interesting places in Linan City. Upon hearing this, Li Linger quickly waved her hands and refused repeatedly. Forget it, big brother has something important to do, so I'd better let Xiaofan accompany me around. Li Linger also noticed that Ao Wushwang had changed recently. Ao Wushwang, who had always been humble in the past, had now become gloomy, and that face seemed to always be hiding something. This also made Li Linger feel a little alienated from him. Big brother, senior sister Linger is right. Big brother has something important to do now, so I will just accompany senior sister Linger. Chu Fan also spoke up to help. He didn't know Ao Wushwang, but he was also aware of his current situation. Li Linger is Li Bufan's daughter. If he can capture this woman, he will have the strong support of the Qin Tian sword sect in the future. Only then will he have the chance to seek revenge on Qin Tian. But when Ao Wushwang heard this, he felt a little jealous. He knew Chu Fan's character very well, but he couldn't say it clearly. Seeing Li Linger and Chu Fan getting closer and closer, he was anxious but there was nothing he could do. After all, if he came forward to disrupt this matter, it would likely cause Li Bufan's dissatisfaction. After a long silence, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. After eating, the disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect returned to their rooms. Watching Chu Fan and the other two leave, Ao Wushwang still felt a little worried. He then called a disciple and gave him instructions. Xiaofeng, junior brother Chu's cultivation is still shallow after all, so you should follow them secretly to protect them. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Don't worry, senior brother, Chen Zhaofeng nodded in agreement. Remember, don't let junior sister notice, otherwise she'll blame me for meddling in her affairs again. I see. Watching Chen Zhaofeng leave, a trace of anger flashed across Ao Wushwang's eyes. He couldn't follow Li Linger, so he could only ask someone to help watch over her, at least to prevent Chu Fan from succeeding. After witnessing such a grand drama, Qin Tian also noticed that there seemed to be some contradictions between the two protagonists. However, he doesn't care about these. Since Chu Fan appeared here, Qin Tian certainly didn't mind giving him a ride. This kid is always a hidden danger as long as he is alive. After settling everything, Qin Tian went out alone. He didn't want An Miaoyi to know about this for the time being. Linan City is not big, so it is easy to find someone. Soon, Qin Tian found Chu Fan and the other two by the river outside the city. Senior sister Linger, we've been out for so long, why don't we go back first? Chu Fan silently glanced behind him and spoke in a deep voice. Okay, Li Linger nodded. Just at this moment, Chu Fan suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly spoke. By the way, senior sister, I ordered a long sword in the city a few days ago. Today is the time. Senior sister, you can go back first. I'll go to the blacksmith shop to check it out. Li Linger didn't doubt what she heard, and turned around and walked towards the city alone. Seeing Li Linger walking away, Chu Fan staggered away. Soon, he arrived outside a thatched hut. He paused and pushed open the gate. Not far behind him, Chen Zhaofeng was looking at the situation in the yard curiously. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Just as Chen Zhaofeng reacted, he felt a palm hit his chest. He didn't even see the other person's appearance before he was completely dead. The black shadow raised his head and glanced around. Qin Tian, who was in the dark, was shocked when he saw this person. Li Bufan. What is this guy doing mysteriously? Qin Tian didn't expect that Li Bufan had arrived here a long time ago, and he deliberately concealed his identity and hid in the dark. It seems that this guy has no good intentions. Li Bufan took a look at Chen Zhaofeng, who had already become dead, and his face darkened. Why is this guy following Chu Fan? Could it be someone discovered me? Li Bufan muttered softly, and the figure of Ao Wushuang unconsciously appeared in his mind. These days, he also noticed that his eldest disciple had changed. At the moment, he deliberately acted separately from his disciples in order to attract their attention and make it easier for him to do things. But now it seems that someone has noticed his coming. Chen Zhaofeng seemed naive, and the person who could instruct him to follow Chu Fan must be Ao Wushuang. Li Bufan ignored the corpse on the ground and returned to the yard quietly. At this moment, Chu Fan was bowing and waiting. Seeing Li Bufan coming back, he hurried forward. Master, who is that person? Chu Fan had known in his heart that Chen Zhaofeng was following him, and he also knew that the boy was arranged by Ao Wushuang. That's why he deliberately lured this person here and killed him with the help of Li Bufan. Li Bufan's whereabouts are top secret. He will not let other people know about this and will definitely kill them to silence them. Moreover, Li Bufan will also suspect Ao Wushuang because of this. In this way, Ao Wushuang will fall out of favor, and he will have a better chance to take charge of the Qin Tian sword sect in the future. He's just a scoundrel, don't bother with him. Li Bufan waved his hand and changed the subject. How's your investigation going on that matter? Master, I've already checked everything out. The secret realm has 2 entrances, one for life and one for death. We just need to lure those people over and let them explore the way. Then we'll be able to tell which entrance is safe. Chapter 63 The most miserable hero, no good people around him. Those masters are all old foxes, so we should be careful when the time comes. Otherwise, if you get cheated, you won't be able to seek justice. Li Bufan frowned. He had set up such a big plan this time. If something went wrong, he would really become the target of public criticism. The reason why he wanted to hide his identity was that he didn't want to be implicated when the time comes. You should go back first and don't reveal my whereabouts. Disciple understands. Chu Fan nodded, turned and left the yard. Qin Tian looked at Chu Fan's back and had already seen Chu Fan's expression clearly. After watching Chu Fan leave, he did not leave in a hurry. He knew that Li Bufan would not trust anyone, and this old man must be hiding something from Chu Fan. Sure enough, not long after Chu Fan left, a woman came here. The woman was about 30 years old, with a tight figure wrapped in a black long gown. Picture. Is it her? When Qin Tian saw this person, his eyes lit up. The destined heroine has been detected. Name: Pei Nanfeng. Identity: the heroine of Ao Shiju Shao. Cultivation: Nirvana Realm Level 1. Origin: Pei Nanfeng is the daughter of Pei Min, the sword immortal of the Qingtian sword sect. Pei Min was assassinated and, before his death, entrusted Pei Nanfeng to Li Bufan. However, Li Bufan took advantage of the situation and forced Pei Nanfeng to marry him. Although the two were married, Pei Nanfeng refused to comply. Although they were husband and wife in name, they were not husband and wife in reality. To avenge Li Bufan, Pei Nanfeng deliberately approached Li Bufan's eldest daughter, Li Hongyu, and developed a relationship with her. She then schemed against Ao Wushuang, causing a rift between master and disciple, ultimately leading to Li Bufan's alienation from everyone. Looking at the system prompts, Qin Tian was speechless for a moment. Is this relationship too confusing? Qin Tian had naturally heard of Pei Nanfeng's name a long time ago. Back then, Pei Min, with just one sword, brought the entire demonic sect to a halt. This peerless swordsman is still talked about today. As the daughter of Pei Min, Pei Nanfeng is also extremely talented. He is proficient in the 4 heavenly swords, which he has inherited from Pei Min. His strength is enough to rival the masters of all the major sects. He is from the Qingtian sword school and is the second best master after Li Bufan. However, Qin Tian didn't know that there were such grudges between Pei Nanfeng and Li Bufan. Moreover, this woman is actually one of the heroines. It seems that Ao Wushuang is a traitor to his master. However, according to the system prompts, it seems that Ao Wushwang betrayed his master because his master's wife was instigating it behind the scenes. From this perspective, the protagonist Ao Wushwang is indeed quite miserable. There is not a single good person around him. Even his beloved master's wife is plotting against him. Qin Tian was thinking when a voice came from the yard. Do you really believe what that kid said? I suspect he's hiding something from you. Don't let that end up costing you more than you gain. Humph, of course I don't believe it, but I've already made up my mind about this matter. Letting him participate is just to make him feel trusted. After all, I still need him to open the soul shepherding orb, so I have to make him my own. Li Bufan looked at the graceful Pei Nanfeng in front of him, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. He was quite anxious because he could only look at such a beautiful lady. However, Pei Nanfeng was as strong as him, so he didn't dare to force him. The current relationship between the two is just one of mutual benefit, and they treat each other with respect on a daily basis. You have already obtained the soul shepherding pearl. If you open it in the future and live your life again, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent. When Pei Nanfeng said this, Qin Tian was suddenly shocked. The soul shepherding pearl is in Li Bufan's hands. He also didn't expect that Li Bufan had already obtained the soul shepherding pearl. Before, this guy looked unaware and searched everywhere for the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. Now it seems that this guy is the one who is most disguised. Could it be that the person who massacred the entire Chu family was Li Bufan? Qin Tian thought to himself, if that was true, then he was the one who framed him. Qin Tian's trip was worth it, as he even found out the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. But it is hard to say whether Li Bufan is framing him. However, Qin Tian had an idea at this moment. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill Chu Fan, but now it seems that the soul shepherding pearl is in Li Bufan's hands, so he might as well get it. Although Qin Tian had no interest in this thing, the soul shepherding pearl was a treasure after all and could still be of some use to other people. Especially since Hongshou is now poisoned by the evil poison pill, if there is really no other way in the future, this soul shepherding pearl can be used as a backup plan. In order to open the soul shepherding pearl, one must have the blood of the Chu family. Given Chu Fan's hatred for Qin Tian, he naturally could not obtain the Chu family bloodline from Chu Fan. This matter still needed someone else to do it. And Li Bufan is the best candidate. Qin Tian believed that with this guy's insidiousness, he would definitely be able to get the method to open the soul shepherding pearl from Chu Fan. At that time, it would not be too late for him to snatch it away. Thinking of this, Qin Tian decided not to alert the enemy first. It would be nice for him to wait until everything is ripe and then come out to pick the fruits. Soon, Pei Nanfeng walked out of the hut and headed towards the city. Qin Tian also turned around and left. After returning to the inn, Qin Tian did not tell An Miaoyi about the yin-yang entrance. If this matter were leaked, it would likely arouse Li Bufan's vigilance. Coincidentally, Pei Nanfeng was staying in the same inn as them. She was not with the disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect. It seemed that she was also a smokescreen thrown by Li Bufan to confuse others. In the lobby of the inn, Qin Tian was chatting with An Miaoyi when Ao Wushwang walked in. Master's wife, you are here. Ao Wushwang walked straight to Pei Nanfeng and bowed. Pei Nanfeng saw that Ao Wushwang's stern expression finally eased a little. This person is Li Bufan's eldest disciple. She is determined to take revenge on Li Bufan, so naturally she has to start with the people around that guy. Now that Li Bufan's eldest daughter has become her plaything, the next step, of course, is to sow discord between the master and the disciple. Therefore, she usually takes extra care of Ao Wushwang in order to let this guy relax his vigilance. You're here, sit down. Pei Nanfeng waved his hand. Ao Wushwang looked at his master's wife, who still had charm in front of him, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. In his previous life, he respected his master's wife, but in this life, he put his hatred for Li Bufan on Pei Nanfeng. The best way to take revenge on someone is to make them watch their loved one fall into the hands of others. This matter is of great importance. The demon sect may have received the news long ago. You should secretly investigate and see if there are any traces of the demon sect's disciples. You must take this matter to heart and don't be careless. Chapter 64. Meet the heroine again, complicated. Pei Nanfeng gave the order. She had known for a long time that Li Bufan had deliberately leaked the news to the demon sect this time, and those people would definitely come. Now, What she has to do is to make Ao Wushwang get involved with the people of the demon sect, and then she will secretly reveal the news to the demon sect. Li Bufan will then suspect Ao Wushwang, and the master and disciple will become enemies. Disciple understands. I'll check it out right away. Of course Ao Wushwang would not refuse Pei Nanfeng's order. Watching the silly boy leave, Pei Nanfeng also stood up and followed him out. Qin Tian, who was watching all this, probably guessed that Pei Nanfeng was going to take action. This is a good opportunity. If the secret of Pei Nanfeng's secret communication with the demon sect is known, this woman can be threatened to be an insider. Then it will be much easier for Qin Tian to seize the soul shepherding pearl. Then Qin Tian also stood up. In the dark of night, Ao Wushwang went straight out of the city. Pei Nanfeng felt a little strange when he saw this. This guy seems to have a clear goal. Pei Nanfeng had already found out the whereabouts of the demon sect's disciples. She had originally planned to secretly guide Ao Wushwang to find those people's traces, but now it seems that this kid seemed to have noticed those people a long time ago. What Pei Nanfeng didn't know was that Ao Wushwang had experienced all of this in his previous life, and he already knew what was going to happen next. And he naturally also knew the hiding place of the people from the demon sect. However, the person he was looking for now was his only good friend in his previous life. Qin Tian followed the two of them all the time. After an unknown amount of time, he discovered a small lake in the valley in the distance. There is a villa by the lake. Late at night, the courtyard was flickering with candlelight, appearing unusually quiet. Ao Wushwang had been here a few days ago. He walked straight up and knocked on the door. Soon, a masked woman opened the gate. "Mr. Ao, what brings you here so late at night?" "Greetings, Saint Lady. I have something I would like to ask to see the Saint Lady." The Saint Lady looked at Ao Wushwang silently, then opened the gate. Ao Wushwang walked into the courtyard and soon saw the saint leaning on the railing to admire the moon. The saint turned around and it was Yingying. At this moment, Qin Tian, who was watching all this from a distance, couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Why is this girl here? This girl is the heroine, and she is his tool for harvesting emotional value. Qin Tian doesn't want anything to happen to her. But this girl goes wherever there is danger. Qin Tian felt a little helpless. It seems that I need to give her a good beating. However, what Qin Tian couldn't understand even more was how Ao Wushwang knew Yingying. "Miss Saint, please forgive me for disturbing you so late at night." Ao Wushwang bowed and looked at the familiar saint in front of him, a ripple in his eyes. In his previous life, he was expelled from the sect because of his acquaintance with Yingying. But in the end, he only had Yingying as a friend. However, he did not regret meeting Yingying. On the contrary, he always regarded her as his best friend. Therefore, when he arrived in Linan City, he immediately found Yingying who was hiding there. He knew Yingying's situation very well. This girl had been looking for the whereabouts of her father, and he also knew that Yingying's father was actually imprisoned in the paradise they were going to this time. However, the paradise was full of dangers. Therefore, he wanted to help Yingying rescue her father, but was also worried that something might happen to Yingying, so he came to inform her. "Why do you say that, Master Ao? I just don't know what brings you here so late at night." Yingying looked at the silly boy in front of her and gave her signature smile. "Miss, I'm here to remind you that all the major sects have received the news. The Blessed Land may become more dangerous. If you really want to explore the Blessed Land, you might as well disguise yourself and go with me. When the time comes, I may be able to help you." Ao Wushwang didn't dare to directly explain the situation of the Blessed Land. After all, if he knew too much about the situation in the Blessed Land, it would be difficult to explain it later. He could only tentatively invite Yingying to go with him, so that he could take care of her at that time. "Haha, thank you for your kindness, sir. However, I have no intention of exploring the Blessed Land. I am only here to watch the fun." Yingying chuckled, and Ao Wushwang was a little surprised when he heard this. He clearly remembered that Yingying's father was in the Blessed Land, and this girl would also enter the Blessed Land, but why did she say now that she would not go to the Blessed Land? Soon, Ao Wushwang realized that Yingying probably still didn't believe him. However, this is understandable. After all, he is a righteous man, while Yingying is the holy maiden of the demon sect. Ao Wushwang sighed and thought to himself that since he couldn't persuade Yingying at the moment, he could only pay more attention to her movements and protect her secretly. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Also, if Miss Yingying changes her mind, I'm always willing to help. Yingying nodded, and looked at Ao Wushuang's back as he left, and shook her head helplessly. Miss, what does this guy mean? Does he already know your plan? The saint lady stepped forward, closed the gate, and then walked back. Yingying shook her head. Li Bufan is very cautious. We won't let him know about these things. I don't understand what this kid is going to do, but I can't detect any malice in his eyes. Maybe he just has good intentions. Yingying sighed, but at this moment the gate was knocked again. Could it be that the brat is back again? He's so annoying. I'll go get rid of him. The saint complained, walked forward and opened the gate, but when she saw the person coming, she suddenly froze in place. Is it you? Xiao Bai, long time no see. Qin Tian, why are you here? Why can't I come? After Qin Tian finished speaking, he strode in. The saint lady stared at Qin Tian vigilantly, but was powerless to stop her. Yingying was also frightened when she saw Qin Tian, but she quickly calmed down. Aunt Bai, please step back first. Bai Jia quietly stepped aside, but still stared at Qin Tian with a fierce look. She also knew the relationship between Qin Tian and Yingying, and even more so knew why Qin Tian wanted to get engaged to Yingying, so she was quite wary of Qin Tian. But Qin Tian was so powerful that she was powerless. Have you also received news about the Blessed Land? Yingying looked at Qin Tian and her expression became a little unnatural. Although there was a gap between her and Qin Tian, she did not want Qin Tian to get involved. This matter was originally a conspiracy, and she didn't want to involve Qin Tian. However, she couldn't expose this matter, otherwise her plan would fail. Chapter 65, Appreciating Tattoos, Is This Worth Seeing? Aren't you the same? Qin Tian walked forward and sat down as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yingying subconsciously took a step back. Looking at the familiar figure in front of her, Yingying became uneasy. Since you're here for the Blessed Land, what are you doing here? I want to persuade you to leave. Qin Tian glanced at Yingying and said softly, this place may not be simple. Li Bufan's move has a hidden meaning. I'm afraid many people will die. You're not safe here. Hearing this, Yingying's expression changed slightly. She looked at Qin Tian silently, and she saw a trace of concern on his face. She understood that Qin Tian was still the same Qin Tian as before, and always treated her as his sister. She also knew that Qin Tian was really worried about her safety, but she had her reasons for going. She sighed inwardly. She had been avoiding Qin Tian all these years, but she had never forgotten how good Qin Tian had been to her. But she really couldn't respond. Ding, Yingying feels guilty, emotion value plus 1000. I have my own ideas. Yingying bit her lip and spoke softly. For the sake of her father, she had no choice but to reject Qin Tian's kindness. When Qin Tian heard this, he turned and looked at Bai Jia. What about you? Did you also watch her act like this? Bai Jia was shocked when she heard this, then turned her head away. I will only support you in everything Miss does. Then you support your lady seeking death, Qin Tian said unhappily. When Bai Jia heard this, her face suddenly changed, but she still pretended to be calm. I will only die with the young lady. Qin Tian shook his head, feeling helpless. These two women must be crazy. Can't they see the current situation clearly? When those powerful masters appear, they won't even be qualified to be cannon fodder. In that case, I'll just use force. Qin Tian slowly stood up. Since reasoning didn't work, he had to use some tough measures. Yingying and the other girl became nervous upon seeing this. What are you up to? Since you guys won't listen, I can only inform Yin to come here. Qin Tian knew that Yingying was most afraid of the Queen of Darkness. Queen Yin betrothed Yingying to Qin Tian. Yingying always suspected that Queen Yin had ulterior motives. Over the years, she never dared to return to the Yin-Yang demon sect, let alone see Queen Yin. Once the Queen of Yin knows she is here, this little girl will probably be taken back. Yingying's face turned red with anger when she heard this. She didn't expect that Qin Tian would do this. Ding, Yingying is filled with resentment, emotion value plus 1000. She stared at Qin Tian in silence for a long time, and finally chose to compromise. Brother Qin Tian, can I still trust you? Yingying's tone softened, almost pleading. Yeah, Qin Tian knew very well that this girl wanted to play the emotional card, but he was not afraid of this. The reason I came here this time is actually to rescue my father. Hearing this, Qin Tian's heart was shocked. Yingying's father has been missing for nearly 100 years, and Yingying has been looking for him all these years. Qin Tian knows all this, but he doesn't know where Qin Tian is. What do you mean? Could it be that Qin Tian is here? Yingying hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. She knew that if she didn't tell the truth, Qin Tian might really call Yinhu, and then her plan would definitely fail. My father is trapped in the Blessed Land. I was the one who revealed the news of the Blessed Land to Li Bufan. I want to use his help to open the paradise and rescue my father. Qin Tian looked at Yingying and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that all this was caused by this girl. Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? Yingying glanced at Bai Jia and nodded. Back then, my father brought me, still a baby, into the Blessed Land, but we were eventually trapped inside. It was he who used his great magical powers to send me out. That blessed land is a mysterious and hopeless place that only opens once every 100 years, and its location is always changing. My father once left a tattoo on my body to help me find the location of the Blessed Land. This time, it's my only chance to rescue him. I will never give up. This was also the first time Qin Tian heard this. Looking at Yingying's resolute eyes, he was a little surprised for a moment. At that time, you were just a baby in swaddling clothes. How could you remember all this? I don't remember either, but the tattoo has a record of it. Yingying had completely given up at this point and could only tell everything. What about the tattoo? Let me see it. Qin Tian still couldn't believe it. This was too much of a coincidence. Shi Tian had the ability to send Yingying out of the secret realm, so why didn't he escape by himself? He also left clues for Yingying to find the secret place. It seemed as if everything was planned. When Yingying heard this, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Qin Tian, don't take advantage of my young lady. When Bai Jia heard this, she was immediately furious. How can a girl let others see her tattoos? Qin Tian was speechless when he saw this. Your young lady is already my fiancée. Do I still need to take advantage of her? When Yingying heard this, her face turned red instantly. No, I remember you didn't have any tattoos. Is it on your butt? Hearing this, Yingying's face turned even redder, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. No, Yingying quickly started to argue. The tattoo only appeared after I condensed the golden elixir. Ding, Yingying is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. This is even more suspicious. Qin Tian became more and more suspicious that this matter was not simple. Let me see, Qin Tian urged again. Although Yingying was shy, she knew that Qin Tian would not give up. But when she thought that Qin Tian was her fiancé, she simply let go. As Yingying unbuttoned her sleeves, her smooth and delicate skin appeared in front of him, and Qin Tian's eyes widened instantly. Don't get me wrong, he was just attracted to the tattoo. This tattoo is so white, no, it's so detailed. Qin Tian sighed, but Yingying's face was already red with shame, her eyes were tightly closed, and her whole body was trembling. Ding, Yingying is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. The tattoo was indeed delicate, each stroke depicting a magnificent landscape. It can be described as magnificent and awe-inspiring. Come on, turn around so I can take a closer look. Don't block it. Yingying was like a puppet, allowing Qin Tian to manipulate her. That cold little face was flushed red, looking so charming and beautiful. Chapter 66, The Complicated and Strange Relationship Between Master and Apprentice. Qin Tian looked at the tattoo carefully. The doubts in my heart became more and more serious. There's something wrong with this tattoo. Qin Tian raised his head, and Yingying saw him and quickly put on her clothes. What's wrong? Are you in contact with Li Bufan? Qin Tian did not answer Yingying's question, but turned around and asked. Yingying shook her head silently. This matter was of great importance. If she came forward in person, Li Bufan would inevitably feel doubtful. Some things can only be discovered by themselves, only then will they believe they are true. But when Qin Tian saw this, his doubts became even greater. Have you ever been to that paradise? Yingying shook her head again. Said he had not been there. It's not that she didn't want to go, but the area around the Blessed Land had been guarded by people from the Qin Tian sword sect for a long time, and she didn't dare to reveal her identity. I've heard Li Bufan mention before that the Blessed Land has two entrances, one for life and one for death, but there's no marking on your tattoo. You said this tattoo was left by your father. Since he entered the Blessed Land back then, he must have known it very well. It's impossible that he didn't leave you a clue. Qin Tian began to analyze, and Yingying looked puzzled when she heard this. She had seen the tattoo on her body countless times and had already memorized it. She naturally knew that the tattoo did not mention any yin and yang entrances. Her father was trapped in the cave and must have known about this, so why didn't he leave any clues to remind her? Also, Li Bufan invited all the major sects to gather here so that others could explore the way forward so that he could determine which path was the only way out. Now that even you don't know about the existence of the yin-yang portal, the authenticity of this tattoo becomes very questionable. Seeing Yingying in a daze, Qin Tian continued to speak. But at this moment, Yingying suddenly raised her head. Impossible, my father would never lie to me. She couldn't believe it, or rather, she couldn't accept that the truth she had been looking for so long would be like this. Over the past 100 years, she has been avoiding the pursuit of the yin-yang demon sect while searching for the blessed land. Now Qin Tian tells her that the tattoo is fake. How can she accept this result? Regardless of what this tattoo is, given Li Bufan's personality, he's willing to spread the news to attract everyone. This is enough to show that the blessed land is full of dangers, and even Li Bufan is not sure. I'm just reminding you this time. If you must go, be careful of Li Bufan. In terms of scheming, you are no match for that old man. Yingying raised her head silently and glanced at Qin Tian. At this moment, a trace of doubt arose in her heart, but for her, the result of years of searching could not be let go just like that. Even if the paradise is really dangerous, she must go and take a look. If her father is really in there, she must save him even if it means her death. But she also saw Qin Tian's kindness. Although she still had some grudges against Qin Tian in her heart, she remembered all the kindness Qin Tian had shown her. Thank you, Yingying lowered her head and spoke softly. She had always thought that Qin Tian and Yin Hu were birds of a feather, and that they had reached a cooperation, so she arranged their engagement. But now it seems that Qin Tian is at least still loyal to her. This thank you was for Qin Tian's care for her in the past, and also for Qin Tian's reminder now. Ding, Yingying is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotion value plus 1000. Alright, since you've set up such a big scheme, I can't continue to persuade you. Just be more careful. Qin Tian stood up. He also knew Yingying's obsession. She had planned this big drama, so it was unlikely that he could let her leave. Moreover, Qin Tian also wanted to know whether Shiding Tian was still alive. Watching Qin Tian turn and leave, Yingying's face became gloomy. Aunt Bai, tell me, is what he said true? Bai Jia looked at Yingying silently, and looking at the child she had raised, a trace of worry appeared on Bai Jia's face. Whether it's true or not, young lady needs to be more careful. In fact, Bai Jia did not agree with Yingying's plan at the beginning. Involving so many sects at once a war broke out, they would not even be able to protect themselves. But she also understood that they could not open the blessed land with their own strength, and could only seek help from the major sects. Now that things have come to this, all she can do is protect Yingying, even if it means sacrificing her own life. Yingying nodded after hearing this. Now she has no way out and can only fight to the death. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Nanfeng had already returned to the inn. As soon as she walked into the room, she saw a bright red figure sitting in the darkness. Red fish, you're here. Pei Nanfeng closed the door and waved his hand. The candlelight lit up and the figure gradually became clearer. The person was wearing a tight red dress, with her black hair tied up, and her snow-white cheeks were frosted, as if she had no emotions at all. But her appearance was extremely beautiful, not inferior to Pei Nanfeng at all. However, she looked a little cold, which was very similar to Pei Nanfeng. Picture. The person who came was Li Bufan's eldest daughter, Li Hongyu. Unlike Li Linger, who was treated as the apple of her eye since childhood, Li Hongyu was not valued since childhood, so she was aloof and arrogant. In the Qin Tian sword sect, she is a well-known ice beauty. Even when facing Li Bufan, Li Hongyu did not have a good expression. All the disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect were only afraid of her. Only Ao Wushuang dared to approach her, but she remained cold towards Ao Wushuang. This time, she and Ao Wushuang and others arrived here first. Today, she heard Ao Wushuang mention that Pei Nanfeng was coming, so she came here to wait. Seeing Pei Nanfeng walk in, she stood up silently, and a hint of tenderness appeared in her cold eyes. His originally cold expression softened considerably, and even a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect saw this scene, they would definitely think they saw a ghost. In their impression, they have never seen Li Hongyu smile. My aunt is here, why didn't you notify me in advance? Li Hongyu walked forward slowly and took Pei Nanfeng's arm. Pei Nanfeng is Li Bufen's concubine. According to seniority, she should naturally call her aunt. Over the years, she has always harbored resentment towards Li Bufen, but has been particularly respectful towards Pei Nanfeng. Li Bufen asked me to hide my whereabouts because he was worried that others would know of his existence. Pei Nanfeng said this and pulled Li Hongyu to sit down. Looking at the delicate girl in front of him, a hint of sinister pride appeared in Pei Nanfeng's eyes. Over the years, she has always been approachable, which is why she gained the trust of Li Hongyu and her sister. She also took this opportunity to gradually brainwash the girl, and now Li Hongyu has completely become hers. What she wanted was to make Li Bufen childless. Chapter 67, Holding the Handle and Controlling the Heroine. Li Hongyu at this moment is completely different from usual. In front of outsiders, she is a cold beauty. In front of Pei Nanfeng, he was like a docile lamb. And this is the result of Pei Nanfeng's hard work over the years. To do this, she even turned herself into a monster. Auntie, Li Bufen is here, right? The two of them were affectionate for a moment, and then Li Hongyu asked softly. Pei Nanfeng just nodded. He wants to use this to attract the attention of the major sects, while he hides behind the scenes and reaps the benefits. This guy is as sinister as ever. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu showed a hint of disgust on her face. She had no good feelings towards Li Bufen. She was just an illegitimate daughter. In Li Bufen's eyes, he didn't even consider her as his daughter. If it weren't for Pei Nanfeng's care over the years, she would probably have died long ago. Li Bufen never cared about her, so she naturally didn't regard him as her father. Now, that guy even used her as bait, which undoubtedly made Li Hongyu hate him even more. What is your aunt going to do? Li Hongyu knew that Pei Nanfeng was unwilling to work for Li Bufen, and the two were on the same side. There might be some unexpected changes in this matter. Pei Nanfeng recalled the scene he had just seen. She saw everything that Ao Wushwang did to tip off Yingying. Although it is still unknown what Ao Wushwang wants to do, but if that kid betrays Li Bufen, it will definitely arouse Li Bufen's suspicion. By then, if even his closest disciple Li Bufen betrayed him, then Li Bufen would really be left alone. What happened? Li Hongyu asked. Pei Nanfeng told Li Hongyu everything he had just seen. Hearing this, Li Hongyu showed a hint of surprise on his face. Although she also didn't like Ao Wushwang, that guy was loyal to Li Bufen. Ao Wushwang has always treated Li Bufen as his biological father, and Li Bufen also treats Ao Wushwang as his own son. Although they are master and apprentice, they are better than father and son. She also couldn't believe that Ao Wushwang would actually have an affair with the demon sect. Why would he do that? Who knows? Pei Nanfeng chuckled. However, if Li Bufen knew that his most trusted disciple had betrayed him, then he will definitely expel Ao Wushwang from the sect, Li Hongyu added. She also understood what Pei Nanfeng meant. Pei Nanfeng rubbed Li Hongyu's head with a doting look on his face. But in her mind, she was planning another plan. The next morning, Qin Tian was playing with the photo beads in his hand. What was recorded in them was Pei Nanfeng's secret visit to Yingying last night. Although Pei Nanfeng did not meet Yingying, for a person like Li Bufen, as long as he had doubts, he would find evidence himself. Pei Nanfeng already had a grudge against Li Bufen, and probably had a lot of things hidden from Li Bufen in private. That woman definitely didn't dare to let Li Bufen know about this. With this handle, Qin Tian can threaten Pei Nanfeng to be his accomplice. By then, he will be able to keep track of Li Bufen's situation at any time. At critical moments, he could also use Pei Nanfeng to stab him in the back. Qin Tian thought about this, put away the photo beads and went out. Just as he was about to look for Pei Nanfeng, he ran into Li Hongyu head-on. Qin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Li Hongyu. Identity: the heroine of Ao Shiju Shao. Cultivation: 5th level of Yingxuan realm. Origin: Li Hongyu is Li Bufen's illegitimate daughter. She was neglected and withdrawn from childhood. Later, she was brainwashed by Pei Nanfeng and became his plaything, used to deal with Li Bufen. During this process, she gradually developed a dislike for men. After Li Bufen's death, she was abandoned by Pei Nanfeng and unexpectedly ended up with Ao Wushwang, following him ever since. Qin Tian looked at Li Hongyu silently and was stunned. This kid Ao Wushwang is really a take-no-prisoners guy. In the end, Li Bufan's entire family fell into his hands. Li Hongyu noticed Qin Tian's gaze and a hint of disgust appeared on her face. She had always hated men, anyone. But when her eyes fell on Qin Tian, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She had never seen Qin Tian before, but the man in front of her gave her a strange feeling. She turned her head away and passed by silently, without even looking at Qin Tian from beginning to end. Qin Tian looked at Li Hongyu walking away curiously, feeling a little surprised. He had heard this name when he met Pei Nanfeng before. Li Hongyu was obviously a tool used by Pei Nanfeng to target Li Bufan. The relationship between these two women is probably unusual. When Qin Tian thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh that Pei Nanfeng was such a cruel woman. If Li Bufan knew that his daughter had become like this and was still with Pei Nanfeng, he would probably be so angry that he would die. But this also made Qin Tian frown. This girl is also the heroine, that is, an experience pack, but her orientation obviously shows that she has aversion to men, so it may not be easy to subdue her. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tian decided to let the matter go and deal with Pei Nanfeng first. Soon, Qin Tian arrived at Pei Nanfeng's door. I knocked on the door and soon a cold voice came from inside. Come in. Qin Tian walked into the room. Pei Nanfeng raised his head and glanced at Qin Tian, and suddenly his expression changed. Qin Tian, Pei Nanfeng exclaimed. She didn't expect Qin Tian to arrive here so early. She hadn't noticed Qin Tian's presence in the past 2 days. She had heard about Qin Tian's strength a long time ago, especially since Li Bufan had just mentioned a few days ago that Qin Tian's cultivation had greatly improved recently and his strength was unfathomable. At this moment, Qin Tian came to her, and she naturally felt a little uneasy. Sect Master Qin is here so early. Pei Nanfeng quickly calmed down. She knew that she was probably no match for Qin Tian, so she simply relaxed and prepared to delay time. Mrs. Pei, didn't you come early? Qin Tian walked forward and sat down. This made Pei Nanfeng even more uneasy. If Qin Tian attacked at such a close distance, she would be seriously injured if not killed. Haha, Sect Master Qin, thank you for your compliment. I wonder what brings you here. Pei Nanfeng stood up and pretended to make tea, but in fact he was keeping some distance to create an opportunity for himself to escape. Of course I came here to ask Madam for help. Oh, I'm just a woman. I'm afraid Sect Master Qin has found the wrong person. Pei Nanfeng clenched his fists, ready to attack at any time. Just at this moment, Qin Tian took out the photo beads and placed them on the table. Madam, please don't be so modest. I hope you will take a look at this first. Pei Nanfeng turned her head and saw the photo bead on the table. There was a flickering light inside, reflecting a figure, which was herself. Chapter 68 The protagonist is exposed and the conspiracy with the devil is confirmed. You're following me. Pei Nanfeng's expression changed slightly, and his clenched fists gradually loosened. The image recorded by the photo bead was incomplete, but she knew very well that Li Bufan was suspicious and jealous. Once this thing fell into Li Bufan's hands, that guy would definitely become suspicious. She couldn't take any risks, after all, her plan was not yet complete. Qin Tian shook his head and chuckled, Madam, you're wrong. I just happened to be passing by. Pei Nanfeng naturally didn't believe what Qin Tian said, but she also knew that Qin Tian had something on her, so now she could only sit down and have a good talk. What do you want to do? Seeing Pei Nanfeng calm down, Qin Tian took a deep breath. It's easy to negotiate with smart people. I know that Li Bufan's plan for this trip to the Blessed Land must have a deeper meaning, so I need my wife to help me as an insider. Qin Tian said lightly. He knew very well that when dealing with a woman like Pei Nanfeng, one cannot push her too hard. Naturally, he didn't dare to say at the beginning that he was after the soul shepherding pearl. You must know that the soul shepherding pearl is of great importance, and even Pei Nanfeng didn't dare to take the risk of taking the soul shepherding pearl. If Li Bufan knew about this, the old guy would probably fight to the death. What Qin Tian needs to do is to boil the frog in warm water. Slowly eroding this woman's defenses. Let her be an insider first, and when she gradually betrays Li Bufan, Qin Tian will have more evidence against her. By then, the chips in Qin Tian's hand will be enough to make this woman completely surrender. Pei Nanfeng stared at Qin Tian curiously. She didn't dare to completely trust Qin Tian, but she couldn't sense any deception on his face. If Qin Tian just wanted to feel at ease, she could help. Anyway, she didn't want Li Bufan to gain anything from this trip. If she could use Qin Tian's hand to trip up Li Bufan, she would be happy to do so. I promise you. Pei Nanfeng was silent for a moment, then agreed readily. Madam is indeed straightforward. I hope you can help me on this trip. Seeing this, Qin Tian picked up the photo-taking bead and shook it, then stood up and walked outside. Looking at Qin Tian's leaving back, Pei Nanfeng's eyes showed a hint of evil. Yesterday, after seeing Ao Wushwang colluding with the demon cult, a bold idea came into her mind. If Li Bufan's daughter could be connected to the demon sect, wouldn't Li Bufan be ruined? This is much better than dealing with Ao Wushwang. After all, Ao Wushwang has no relationship with Li Bufan, but if Li Bufan's daughter becomes a member of the demon sect, Li Bufan will not be able to get rid of this relationship. By then, he will surely be ridiculed by the righteous sects. And this is exactly what Pei Nanfeng wants to see most. The key is that there is a target right in front of us. If Qin Tian had any relationship with those two girls, Li Bufan would definitely become an enemy of Qin Tian. At that time, no matter who died between the two, it would be a good thing for her. Thinking of this, Pei Nanfeng stood up instantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Fan sneaked out of the city again and found Li Bufan. Master, something bad has happened. Chu Fan fell to his knees as soon as he saw Li Bufan. What's wrong? What a fuss. Chu Fan hesitated to speak and secretly glanced at Li Bufan. Seeing this, Chu Fan carefully took out a photo bead from his arms and handed it to Li Bufan. Master, I saw senior brother go out late last night, so I wanted to follow him, but I found that senior brother. Li Bufan frowned slightly. He had always seen Chu Fan's little thoughts. This kid had always been jealous of Ao Wushwang, so he always opposed Ao Wushwang. Although Li Bufan also became suspicious of Ao Wushwang, he was his eldest disciple who was raised by him after all, so he always treated Ao Wushwang as his own son. Therefore, he only perfunctorily responded to Chu Fan's daily actions. But when he saw the image in the photo bead, his face instantly turned gloomy. Demon sect Saint Yingying. Li Bufan recognized at a glance that the woman with the photo bead was Yingying, and his eldest disciple was having a pleasant conversation with her. How did they get together? Li Bufan took the photo bead, still a little bit unbelieving. He knew Ao Wushwang very well. Although the boy was unruly, he was very obedient and knew the difference between good and evil. That guy would never collude with the people of the demon sect behind his back. But as the voice came from the photo bead, Li Bufan's face gradually became gloomy. This rebellious son actually told the people of the demon sect about the blessed land. Li Bufan was immediately furious. He never expected that the disciple he had trained with so much effort would actually betray him. Chu Fan looked at this scene and a smile appeared on his lips. This thing was naturally given to him by Li Hongyu. Li Hongyu knew very well that Chu Fan was deeply in love with Li Linger, so she had always been wary of Ao Wushwang. That's why she gave this item to Chu Fan. She believed that Chu Fan would never miss this opportunity to bring down Ao Wushwang. The reason why Li Hongyu didn't show up herself was, firstly, because she didn't want to see Li Bufan, and secondly, she didn't want to get involved. As it turned out, Chu Fan did not disappoint her. Don't make this matter public for now. Li Bufan was silent for a long time, finally put away the photo beads, and spoke softly. Master, what are you going to do? Chu Fan was a little worried. He was also afraid that Li Bufan would protect Ao Wushwang. If that happened, wouldn't he become a clown? This boy is still useful for the time being. Li Bufan suppressed his anger and regained his composure. I don't know why the demon sect's saint daughter appeared here, but we can use her to learn about the demon sect's movements. When Chu Fan heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Bufan obviously had no intention of protecting Ao Wushwang, but wanted to use him to grasp the movements of the demon sect. Now that Ao Wushwang has lost Li Bufan's trust, his goal has been achieved. Chu Fan left here quickly. As soon as he returned to the city, he hurriedly found Li Linger. Little senior sister, where is senior brother? Chu Fan pretended to be nervous and asked in a low voice. Big brother just went out, what happened? Li Linger noticed Chu Fan's abnormality and her face was full of curiosity. Master discovered that our eldest brother was secretly communicating with the holy maiden of the demon sect, and asked me to secretly monitor him. Chu Fan hurriedly explained. In fact, Li Bufan didn't say these things at all. He just needed to continue to discredit Ao Wushwang's character in front of Li Linger. When Li Linger heard this, she was immediately surprised. That's impossible. How could the eldest brother be that kind of person? Shish, senior sister, don't say anything. This is absolutely true. Master has warned us not to let senior brother find out. Chu Fan quickly lowered his voice and spoke in a mysterious manner. Junior sister, I'm going out first. Please don't leak out what master has told you. After Chu Fan finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the yard. Li Linger looked at all this and a trace of worry flashed across her face. Chapter 69. Good things come to the door, the pure heroine is led astray. Of course, Li Linger didn't believe that Ao Wushwang would collude with the demon sect. Although Ao Wushwang's behavior has been a little strange recently, they grew up together after all. In Li Linger's eyes, Ao Wushwang has always been regarded as her own brother. But now that Li Bufan had given the order, she dared not disobey. By the way, Chen Zhaofeng, that guy has always had a good relationship with the senior brother, maybe we can get some information from him. Li Linger hurried into the yard and found a disciple. Have you seen senior brother Chen Zhaofeng? Senior brother Chen? No, he hasn't come back since he was sent out by senior brother yesterday. What did senior brother arrange for him to do? Hearing this, several disciples hesitated and did not dare to answer. After all, Ao Wushwang arranged for Chen Zhaofeng to follow Li Linger and the other one yesterday. Hurry up and tell me, Li Linger shouted angrily when she saw this. Seeing this, they didn't dare to hide it anymore and had to tell everything. When Li Linger heard that Ao Wushwang had arranged for someone to follow her, she immediately felt suspicious. But I have returned now, why hasn't Chen Zhaofeng come back yet? Have you gone out to look for him? Everyone shook their heads, Big Brother told us not to go out casually. Hearing this, Li Linger became more confused. Logically speaking, Chen Zhaofeng and Ao Wushwang have the best relationship. Now that Chen Zhaofeng is missing, why is Ao Wushwang not worried at all? Li Linger turned and walked outside. In the past 2 days, people from various major sects have come here one after another. The small city of Linan soon became lively. As night fell, Qin Tian returned to his residence. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a figure waiting for him. Mrs. Pei, what brings you here so late at night? Qin Tian did not look for Pei Nanfeng in the past 2 days. After all, the blessed land has not yet been opened. If they meet more often, it will inevitably arouse Li Bufan's suspicion. But Qin Tian didn't expect Pei Nanfeng to come to him on his own initiative. A few days ago, Sect Master Qin asked me for help. I came here today to give you a great gift. Pei Nanfeng stared at Qin Tian with affection, and every frown and smile of his was filled with amorous feelings. This made Qin Tian's heart tremble. He knew in his heart that this woman wanted to take revenge on Li Bufan. Could it be that she wanted to use him as bait? What do you mean, ma'am? Qin Tian looked at the woman in front of him. This woman was also one of the heroines. If she really offered herself voluntarily, Qin Tian would not object. After all, he certainly wouldn't give up the opportunity to gain emotional value. But it was obvious that Qin Tian was overthinking it. Pei Nanfeng pointed to the bed beside him. Qin Tian looked in the direction of her finger and found that there was someone lying on his bed. That person was Li Hongyu. However, at this moment, Li Hongyu looked blushing, clutching the corner of the quilt tightly, and looked very nervous. Qin Tian recalled the relationship between the two people in front of him, and his mind suddenly became a little confused. Wasn't Li Hongyu brainwashed by this woman? Could it be that she wanted to use this girl as a bargain? Madam, what are you doing? Sect Master Qin, this is the great gift I give you. This girl's name is Li Hongyu, and she is Li Bufan's daughter. She has admired the Sect Master for a long time, and today she has come specially to serve Sect Master Qin. Pei Nanfeng said as he came closer. A wisp of fragrant breeze blew across his face, and Qin Tian felt a little melancholy. This woman looks cold as ice, but every move she makes is charming. The huge contrast really makes people feel dazed. Sect Master Qin, you want to deal with Li Bufan. Coincidentally, so do I. Why not cooperate? Pei Nanfeng spoke softly, glancing at Li Hongyu who was not far away, and continued, this girl is my token of allegiance. Believe me, she will definitely satisfy Sect Master Qin. Pei Nanfeng said this, walked past Qin Tian and opened the door. She didn't give Qin Tian any chance to refuse. She understood that as long as today's event was accomplished, Qin Tian would inevitably become enemies with Li Bufan, and at that time, Qin Tian would have no choice but to stand on her side. As for Li Hongyu, to her, Li Hongyu has always been just a tool. Now that I can use this girl to ruin Li Bufan's reputation, it's worth it. Li Hongyu had known all of this for a long time. Pei Nanfeng did not hide it from her, this was her own choice. In order to avenge her dead mother, she would do anything. Qin Tian looked at the heroine who came to him and was a little at a loss for a moment. Although he had known about the tricks played by the master and disciple for a long time, he didn't expect them to be so tricky. Pei Nanfeng actually gave Li Hongyu to him. However, Qin Tian probably guessed Pei Nanfeng's little thoughts. She hated Li Bufan, and this move was probably an attempt to win him over to deal with Li Bufan. Qin Tian walked forward silently, looking at Li Hongyu with her eyes closed and her snow-white skin that was barely visible. He couldn't help but feel a little funny. This is really the case of searching for something everywhere but finding it without any effort. Ding! Li Hongyu is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Suddenly, a system prompt came into his mind, and Qin Tian's heart was shocked. There is no reason for Qin Tian to refuse the leeks that are delivered to his door. He raised his hand and extinguished the candle. Ding! Li Hongyu is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. Ding! Li Hongyu is smart and eloquent, mood value plus 1000. Ding! Li Hongyu is concentrating, emotional value plus 1000. Soon, Qin Tian understood what Pei Nanfeng meant. This girl is worthy of being trained by Pei Nanfeng, she really knows a lot. It seems that these two women practice a lot on a daily basis. Late at night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. And Miaoyi pushed open the door and walked out. Ever since she came here, she has been practicing diligently. After all, she had just obtained a volume of immortal level skills, so she was naturally a little impatient. She has never stepped out of her room these days. And Miaoyi now looks more like a fairy, and her whole body is as pure and bright as a jade girl. She moved her body slightly and was about to thank Qin Tian. After all this was due to Qin Tian's martial arts. She turned around and just as she reached the door, she heard soft moans coming from inside. And Miaoyi looked confused. Why is there a woman's voice in Master Qin's room? And Miaoyi was confused and stopped her outstretched hand. Since someone was there, she naturally didn't want to disturb them. But when that voice fell into her ears, she always felt a sense of restlessness in her heart. This was the first time she had this feeling, and she couldn't help but feel weak all over. She approached the window with curiosity. The next second, the scenery inside the house came into view. And Miaoyi didn't understand what was going on, but she couldn't help but blush. A nameless fire of karma rose from my heart and rushed to my mind. She avoided him with a confused look, but couldn't help but take a few more glances. Ding! And Miaoyi is puzzled, emotion value plus 1000. Ding! And Miaoyi is shocked, emotion value plus 1000. Chapter 70 The Enlightenment Teacher of the Naive Heroine. Qin Tian was startled when he heard the prompt sound in his mind. But soon, a smile appeared on his lips. And Miaoyi was obviously still ignorant about all this, and she didn't leave, which meant that she was also full of curiosity. I might as well take this opportunity to teach her. Qin Tian thought about it and pulled Li Hongyu up. Ding! Li Hongyu speaks eloquently, emotion value plus 1000. Ding! And Miaoyi is extremely surprised, emotion value plus 1000. At this moment, and Miaoyi felt her face burning hot and her body involuntarily went limp. She recalled what she had grabbed a few days ago, and her mind went blank. Qin Tian told her that it was food. Now it really looks like food, but it doesn't look like it. And Miaoyi felt uneasy. She didn't know whether she should continue watching, but her eyes seemed out of control. My legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and my feet seemed to have taken root. She just leaned against the window, taking in everything. In the room, Qin Tian felt the endless flow of emotions and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This is really a good idea. I don't know how long it took, but there was finally no movement in the room. And Miaoyi looked at the woman in the room with a hint of curiosity on her face. She didn't understand what this was for, but she could see that Li Hongyu was radiant at the moment, as if she had experienced a baptism. Could it be that they are practicing? And Miaoyi was thinking in her heart, and couldn't help but have an idea. She retreated silently and returned to her room, but her mind was still recalling the scenes she had just seen. She was destined to have a sleepless night. At the same time, in the next room, Qin Tian looked at Li Hongyu who had fallen into a deep sleep and slowly sat up. With the emotional value contributed by the two people just now, he can finally continue to draw the lottery. Qin Tian hurriedly opened the system panel. As the emotional value was cleared again, rays of light flashed by. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 100 years of cultivation. Qin Tian's body shook, and in an instant he broke through again. Now he has successfully broken through the 7th level of Nirvana and officially entered the late stage of Nirvana. Looking at the heads of the major sects in the southern region, there are only a handful of people whose cultivation level exceeds his. Now that he has entered the late stage of Nirvana, he is not afraid even if he meets those people. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Heavens will thunder art, low-grade immortal level magical power, thousands of lightning bolts, heavens will punish his life, merciless thunder, endless Holy Spirit. Hiss, it's worthy of being a limited prize pool. The rewards are truly extraordinary. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. The power of the immortal level magical powers was extraordinary. Looking across the southern region, there were only a few people who mastered the immortal level magical powers. Now, he holds the magical power of the immortal level, and even if he encounters the realm of reincarnation, he has the confidence to fight against it. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Technique, a supreme heavenly magical power that can transform into a true dragon's body, combining offense and defense. Qin Tian's heart was shocked. He had heard of this magical power a long time ago. It is rumored that there was once a saint who traveled through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and finally realized a magical power that could gather the luck of the 9 heavens into one body and evolve into a golden dragon of luck. However, that saint had disappeared for thousands of years, and this magical power was lost. Unexpectedly, it fell into his hands now. In this world, there are many monsters and beasts, but the overlord among them must be the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is an eternal lineage, passed down through reincarnation. When a true dragon dies, if the dragon essence is not destroyed, it can transform into a dragon fetus. It will take thousands of years for it to reincarnate and reshape its true form. This kind of reincarnation is actually a kind of rebirth, and the Dragon Clan has continued to survive for billions of years in this way. But after endless years, many dragons' dragon essences were destroyed and they died completely. Therefore, dragons are now a rare sight in the world. But no one dares to challenge the power of the Dragon Clan. This 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Technique can evolve into a real dragon body, which is truly incredible. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Burning Blood Sword, a low-grade Shantian Dao treasure, forged by the sword immortal Pei Min with his own blood and essence. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Pei Min was attacked, and this sword was reduced to a low-grade Shantian Dao treasure. If it is nurtured with the blood of a saint, it can be promoted to a top grade 1. Pei Min. Qin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the name. Pei Min was the previous leader of the Qin Tian sword sect. He was known as the Sword Immortal and was hailed as the #1 swordsman in the southern region. He is also Pei Nanfeng's father. Pei Min was very famous back then. Later, for some unknown reason, he suddenly died. Now it seems that he was killed in a sneak attack. Considering Pei Nanfeng's attitude towards Li Bufan, could it be that this matter is also related to Li Bufan? Qin Tian glanced at Li Hongyu beside him. Pei Nanfeng would do anything to deal with Li Bufan. If this item is returned to Pei Nanfeng, perhaps he would be able to completely pull that woman into his camp. Qin Tian knew very well that Pei Nanfeng wanted to use him now. Once the critical moment comes, the woman is likely to be out of control. But if I were to use this item to make a deal with the other party, maybe I can completely control her. Anyway, Qin Tian is not a person who practices swordsmanship. Although this innate Taoist treasure is good, it is not suitable for him. It would be better to do a favor, take the opportunity to harvest emotional points, and make that woman his accomplice. Qin Tian put away the burning blood sword. The remaining rewards were mediocre and he lost interest. Looking at the emotional value that was exhausted again, Qin Tian shook his head. It's really a busy month, but it only takes 1 minute. He sighed and fell asleep. The next morning, when Qin Tian woke up again, Li Hongyu was still sleeping soundly. This girl was also tired last night. Although she was better than Hongshou and the others, she could not withstand Qin Tian's tossing and turning. Qin Tian rubbed Li Hongyu's little face. To be honest, this girl was worthy of being raised by Pei Nanfeng. Although the two looked different, their expressions seemed to be cast from the same mold. They are all cold women. However, Pei Nanfang occasionally showed a hint of charm, but this woman was completely an iceberg. Even when he was asleep, his expression was still as cold as ice. Qin Tian recalled the scene last night. Perhaps only at that time would she reveal a different expression. Just at this moment, Li Hongyu slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Qin Tian, her eyes were obviously evasive. A soft light flashed in his cold eyes. Ding! Li Hongyu is filled with shame and anger, emotion value +1000. She turned her face away, as if avoiding something. At this moment, Li Hongyu didn't know how to face Qin Tian. Most importantly, she didn't know how to face Pei Nanfang. Over the years, she and Pei Nanfang have always had a close relationship. She had always thought that she would not like men, but now, her heart was shaken. "You're awake," Qin Tian said softly. Li Hongyu pursed her lips, then sat up with an indifferent look on her face. "I'm going back first." After saying that, she got up, changed her clothes, and left as if escaping. Chapter 71 Reciprocity. Li Hongyu really couldn't face Qin Tian. Or rather, she couldn't face herself now. She didn't know why she became like this. Although all this was arranged by Pei Nanfang, she felt like she had changed. She felt a deep sense of guilt, as if she had betrayed Pei Nanfang. She escaped from the inn and just as she walked out, she met Ao Wushuang head-on. "Junior sister." Ao Wushuang just opened his mouth to say hello, but Li Hongyu ignored him and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. Looking at Li Hongyu's receding back, Ao Wushuang couldn't help but feel full of doubts. Although Li Hongyu has always kept people at a distance and never communicated with him, today's Li Hongyu gave him a strange feeling. "Junior sister, what happened?" Ao Wushuang muttered softly, feeling empty in his heart, as if he had lost something. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and walked into the inn. He came here today to find Pei Nanfang. He knew very well that Li Bufin had other intentions this time and that the paradise was full of dangers. He didn't want to see Pei Nanfang get into trouble, so he wanted to come over and remind him. Soon, he saw Pei Nanfang again. Disciple greets master's wife. Facing Pei Nanfang, Ao Wushuang seemed much more obedient. In his memory, only this master's wife treated him as her own son. Now that he knows Li Bufin's true face, he will never let Pei Nanfang be deceived by that hypocrite again in this life. "Wushuang, why are you looking for me so early?" Pei Nanfang was very happy because his plan succeeded last night. Now that she saw Ao Wushuang, she also knew that this boy had aroused Li Bufin's suspicion, and the day of the master-disciple split was not far away. The plan was about to be completed, how could she not be happy? "Master's wife, I just noticed that junior sister seemed a little unhappy. I wonder what happened?" Ao Wushuang asked in a low voice. He also knew that although Li Hongyu had an arrogant personality, she was completely open with Pei Nanfang. This kind of thing naturally needs to be asked to Pei Nanfang. "It's nothing, she just encountered some problems in her training, don't disturb her." Pei Nanfang didn't want Ao Wushuang to ruin his good fortune, so he quickly opened his mouth to explain. Hearing this, Ao Wushuang didn't think much about it. "Master's wife, I came here today for another matter." Ao Wushuang hesitated for a moment, he didn't know whether Pei Nanfang would believe him. "Something might happen in this blessed land. Master's wife, please be extra careful." "I know." Pei Nanfang looked at Ao Wushuang with a little curiosity and replied lightly. Previously, she felt a little strange that Ao Wushuang seemed to be very close to Yingying. Now this kid seems to have already known what is going to happen next. Could it be that he has already known Li Bufin's plan? That shouldn't be the case. Li Bufin is a cautious person, and she is the only one who knows the details of this matter. How could Ao Wushuang know this? "Wushuang, do you know something?" Pei Nanfang asked tentatively. But Ao Wushuang didn't dare to say it clearly. What if Pei Nanfang didn't believe him and told Li Bufin about it instead? Then he would be in danger. "No, I'm just worried about master's wife." Pei Nanfang looked at Ao Wushuang silently. This guy was obviously still a little naive to play tricks in front of her. At this moment, she was almost certain that Ao Wushuang must have known Li Bufin's plan. It seems that the master and disciple are not far from breaking up. Pei Nanfang couldn't help but feel happy. "I understand your sincere efforts." Pei Nanfang sighed softly, "You should also be more careful." Ao Wushuang nodded after hearing this. He had already made up his mind that he would protect Pei Nanfang no matter what. Now he has done everything he can, and all he has to do now is wait. Ao Wushuang quickly said goodbye and left. When Pei Nanfeng was thinking about what to do next, Qin Tian's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Pei Nanfeng opened the door, a hint of an unknown smile appeared on his cold face, and he whispered, "Master Qin, have you rested well?" "Thanks to my lady, it's really good." Qin Tian chuckled, and the two of them understood each other tacitly. Walking into the room, Pei Nanfeng looked Qin Tian up and down, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She could see that Qin Tian's cultivation seemed to have improved again. This made Pei Nanfeng very happy. The stronger this guy is, the greater his chances of defeating Li Bufan in the future. Congratulations to Sect Master Qin on your improvement in cultivation. This is truly cause for celebration. Pei Nanfeng brought tea. "Madam, you are too kind, but today we should celebrate together." Hearing this, Pei Nanfeng was full of confusion. "Why should I be happy?" Qin Tian raised his hand and took out a long sword without saying a word. The moment the long sword appeared, Pei Nanfeng's eyes widened instantly. "Burning blood sword, how did it end up in your hands?" Pei Nanfeng naturally recognized this long sword. Back then, she saw her father die in front of her with her own eyes, and that long sword was the only relic Pei Min left her. But when she was besieged, the burning blood sword was lost. For many years, she has been looking for the whereabouts of the burning blood sword, but she didn't expect it to be in Qin Tian's hands. "It's just an accidental discovery." Qin Tian handed the sword to Pei Nanfeng. "This sword is your father's legacy, and now it has been returned to its original owner." Pei Nanfeng looked at Qin Tian in surprise, unable to believe it for a moment. This is an innate Taoist treasure, and Qin Tian just gave it to him like that. She took the sword with trembling hands, but her eyes had turned red. Holding the burning blood sword, she seemed to feel the warmth of her father. At the same time, the hatred in her heart gradually spread. There is still her father's blood on the sword, and she will never forget those who attacked and killed her father. The most crucial one among them is Li Bufan. The place where her father was in seclusion was a secret, and only she and Li Bufan knew about it. The reason why those people found it must have been because of the information leaked by Li Bufan. The reason why she stayed in the Qingtian sword sect all these years was to seek revenge. Now that the burning blood sword has returned, she seems to feel that her father is also reminding her that the day of revenge has come. After a long silence, Pei Nanfeng raised his head and looked at Qin Tian. "What do you want me to do?" She knew there was no such thing as a free meal. Not to mention that people like Qin Tian from the demon sect are always profit-driven. She didn't believe that Qin Tian would take the initiative to return the burning blood sword to her. "Madam, you have misunderstood. I am here only to return the burning blood sword. Now that Madam is cooperating with me, I think we should be more sincere with each other. Last night, my lady gave me a great gift, so I should reciprocate, right?" Qin Tian actually thought about it for a long time. He thought about using the burning blood sword to threaten Pei Nanfeng to help him seize the soul shepherding pearl. But in the end he gave up. The burning blood sword was of great significance to Pei Nanfeng. If this woman saw it, she would surely be in great confusion. By then, something bad might happen. What he had to do now was to offer the burning blood sword voluntarily and leave a handle behind. Chapter 72, The Heroine Will Also Fall. Qin Tian had already planted a blood curse on the burning blood sword. The moment Pei Nanfeng grasped the sword, she was already under the blood curse, but she herself did not realize it. Qin Tian knew that Pei Nanfeng would be in great confusion when facing the burning blood sword, and this was a good opportunity for him to take action. In this way, Pei Nanfeng obtained the burning blood sword and fulfilled his wish, and she would not be confused. And if she does anything bad in the future, Qin Tian only needs a thought to destroy her. Of course, Qin Tian has another consideration. Pei Nanfeng is the heroine after all. If he can win her heart through this, with this woman's strength, she will definitely be a great help to Qin Tian in the future. Pei Nanfeng was a little surprised when he heard Qin Tian's words. She never thought that Qin Tian would actually give this as a return gift. This burning blood sword is an innate Taoist treasure. How many innate Taoist treasures are there in the entire southern region? Doesn't this guy have any covetous intentions? Although Pei Nanfeng didn't know Qin Tian very well, she knew the demon sect. Those people were all greedy. Qin Tian could remain so calm in the face of the innate Taoist treasure, which made Pei Nanfeng look at him with admiration. "Thank you." After a long silence, Pei Nanfeng spoke softly. The burning blood sword means a lot to her. It is her father's sword, and it is also a divine weapon forged with her father's life. It can be said that the burning blood sword was the result of her father's life's work. Over the years, Pei Nanfeng endured humiliation for revenge, and no one knew the pain in her heart. When she saw the burning blood sword at this moment, she seemed to see her father. The gratitude in my heart naturally overflows with words. Ding! Pei Nanfeng bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Master Qin, this gift is so precious. I will keep it in my heart. I will never forget the deal we made. If you need my help, I will do my best to help you. Pei Nanfeng calmed herself down. She understood that although Qin Tian had not made any requests, he had previously said that he wanted her help to find out Li Bufan's movements. Now that Qin Tian has given her such a great gift, she doesn't want to hide anything from him anymore. You are too polite, madam. However, I do have something I need to ask you. Oh, sect master, please speak. Madam, do you know about the Chu family's annihilation? Is this incident related to Li Bufan? Qin Tian has been investigating this matter these days. The timing of the Chu family's extermination was too coincidental, and after that, the Black Demon sect contacted people to assassinate him. Qin Tian always felt that someone was targeting him. Now that the soul shepherding pearl is in Li Bufan's hands, Qin Tian naturally suspects that all this is Li Bufan's doing. This matter is indeed related to him. Pei Nanfeng nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, at that time, Li Bufan rushed to the desolate ancient city because he received some news. I don't know what happened during that time, but he brought back the soul shepherding pearl when he returned from the ancient city. I guess he has something to do with this. Qin Tian frowned slightly. He knew all these things, but this alone was not enough to prove that Li Bufan was the real culprit behind the massacre of the Chu family. Who leaked the information to him? Qin Tian continued to ask. It was a man in black. From what Li Bufan said, he seemed to be from the Black Demon sect. However, he was very secretive about his origins, so I don't know his specific identity. Hearing about the black-clothed demon sect, Qin Tian instantly became alert. This guy is indeed related to the Black Demon sect. However, it now seems that Pei Nanfeng doesn't know too many things. After all, Li Bufan is a cautious person and will not completely trust Pei Nanfeng. Qin Tian thought to himself that it seemed that he could only get clues from Li Bufan. However, Li Bufan is very scheming, and it is not easy to pry open his mouth. Thinking of this, Qin Tian suddenly had a bold idea. Madam, you must have had other ulterior motives when you allowed Li Hongyu to approach me earlier. Qin Tian suddenly spoke. He had long been aware of Pei Nanfeng's little thoughts. He originally wanted to go with the flow, but now it seemed that the plan needed to be advanced, so he simply exposed the matter directly. Pei Nanfeng's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Originally, she did want to use this incident to stir up hatred between Qin Tian and Li Bufan, but now that Qin Tian had returned the burning blood sword to her, she was doing her a favor, so she was considering whether to give up this plan. Now that Qin Tian had exposed her, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Ding! Pei Nanfeng feels overwhelmed with guilt, emotion value plus 1000. I'm sorry, I really want to use Sect Master Qin to deal with Li Bufan. It's just, Pei Nanfeng glanced at Qin Tian, lowered his head and continued, I will keep this matter confidential. Pei Nanfeng would use any means to deal with Li Bufan, but she is not an ungrateful person after all, not to mention that Qin Tian's return of the burning blood sword is of great significance to her. Now she has some concerns about using Qin Tian. No need. Qin Tian also noticed Pei Nanfeng's mood, but since he took the bait, it meant that he had made up his mind to take advantage of the situation. Madam wants to deal with Li Bufan, and so do I. Now that things have come to this, I hope Madam will add fuel to the fire and make this a big deal so that Li Bufan will know about it. When the time comes, I will have my own way to deal with him. Pei Nanfeng looked at Qin Tian in surprise, with a bitter smile on his face. She had always thought that her plan had succeeded, but now it seemed that everything was done on purpose by Qin Tian. Instead, she became the one being led by the nose. What does Sect Master Qin want to do? Qin Tian chuckled and revealed his plan. After Ao Wushuang left the inn, he began to look for Li Hongyu everywhere. He always felt that there was something wrong with Li Hongyu's behavior just now. He and Li Hongyu grew up together, but it was the first time he saw that expression on Li Hongyu's face. It was an expression that was slightly shy. Li Hongyu has always been cold-tempered, like a machine without any emotions. He had never even seen Li Hongyu's expression change, but today, she seemed particularly abnormal. That feeling made him feel a little uneasy. Ao Wushwang searched for a long time but couldn't find Li Hongyu's whereabouts. Just when he was about to send people out to look for her, he suddenly ran into Li Hongyu coming back. Ao Wushwang was about to step forward and ask something, but suddenly found that Li Hongyu seemed a little absent-minded. There was a hint of uneasiness on her face, but also a hint of anticipation. She seemed worried, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Ao Wushwang saw this scene and reacted instantly. Every frown and smile clearly shows that the girl is in love. He couldn't imagine that Li Hongyu, who seemed cold and aloof, would have such a side to him. But Ao Wushwang was almost certain that Li Hongyu probably had a Taoist partner. Chapter 73. A good show, the male protagonist mentality explodes. Ao Wushwang did not alarm Li Hongyu. He just followed silently. He wanted to know who could melt the iceberg of Li Hongyu. Soon, Li Hongyu returned to the inn. Watching her walk into the backyard, Ao Wushwang felt extremely uneasy. No wonder junior sister comes here so often. Ao Wushwang suddenly realized that Pei Nanfeng's whereabouts were secretive. Apart from him, none of the disciples of the Qin Tian sword sect knew that Pei Nanfeng was here. Then Li Hongyu must have other purposes for coming here. Now he finally understood that this woman was probably here for a private meeting. At this moment, Ao Wushwang only felt that there was a green area above his head. Although he has nothing with Li Hongyu now, this woman was his beloved in his previous life. How could he tolerate others touching his woman? Ding! Ao Wushwang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. He immediately rushed into the inn and went straight to the backyard. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard low humming in his ears. Ao Wushwang was immediately furious, his face turning red in an instant. He could never have imagined that Li Hongyu, who was usually cold and aloof, had already secretly married someone. Impossible, junior sister has always been chaste, how could this happen? Someone must have forced her. Ao Wushwang kept comforting himself, but when he recalled what he had just seen, he lost his confidence. Li Hongyu was obviously proactive. Ding! Ao Wushwang's resentment is still lingering, emotion value plus 1000. Who is it? Ao Wushwang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He walked forward cautiously. The sound in his ears was like a sharp knife, constantly piercing his heart. After arriving outside the room, he found that there was a barrier outside that prevented him from seeing inside. But at this moment, Qin Tian's angry shout came from inside. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Is it him? Ao Wushwang naturally knew Qin Tian, who was the leader of the Wangquan demon sect. Why is junior sister with him? Ao Wushwang couldn't believe it, as these two people should have no connection at all. Moreover, Li Hongyu is a solitary person and rarely has the opportunity to go down the mountain. Naturally, he would not get to know Qin Tian. So how did these two get together? Ao Wushwang couldn't understand why Li Hongyu knew Qin Tian. That's right, junior sister must have been threatened. In the end, Ao Wushwang was determined in what he had in mind. He could only blame all the reasons on Qin Tian. This guy is the leader of the demon sect. With his methods, he can threaten my junior sister. Ao Wushwang finally found a reasonable reason. But the problem now is that he can't seem to stop it. Not to mention whether Li Hongyu would listen to him. Once this matter was exposed, he would not be a match for Qin Tian. Suddenly, Ao Wushwang seemed to think of something. Oh, right, tell Li Bufan about this. Then, not only can we save junior sister, but we can also make Li Bufan and Qin Tian both lose. Ao Wushwang woke up in shock and quietly turned around and left. What he didn't know was that Qin Tian had already seen all of this. Qin Tian deliberately led him to discover all this. Qin Tian knew very well that Ao Wushwang had feelings for Li Hongyu. Once this kid found out about his relationship with Li Hongyu, he would definitely go crazy. At that time, Ao Wushwang will tell Li Bufan about this matter. With Li Bufan's character, he would never allow his daughter to have anything to do with the demon sect. At that time, he would either attack Qin Tianjia or Li Hongyu. But at this critical moment, Li Bufan probably wouldn't take the risk of provoking Qin Tian. After all, the Blessed Land has not yet been opened, and he will not create a strong enemy for himself. There was only one option left for him. Contact the person behind him and kill him with a borrowed knife. The reason why Qin Tian didn't let Pei Nanfang expose the matter directly was that he wanted Pei Nanfang to stay out of it. In this way, Pei Nanfang could continue to lurk beside Li Bufan and give him a fatal blow at the critical moment. Soon, Ao Wushwang found Li Bufan and told him about this. When Li Bufan heard this, he couldn't believe it for a moment. Although he was indifferent to Li Hongyu, he still understood Li Hongyu's character. That girl had no interest in men, so how could she possibly get married to someone secretly? And he's with the demon sect's leader. This is too bizarre. Where are they? Li Bufan wanted to go there in person, but Ao Wushwang hesitated. After all, Pei Nanfang was also in that inn. Regardless of whether Pei Nanfang knew about this matter or not, once the matter was exposed, she would inevitably be implicated. Ao Wushwang didn't want to get involved with Pei Nanfang. Master, I'm afraid this matter shouldn't be made public. After all, Qin Tian is the leader of the demon sect. If it is exposed, the sky-clearing sword sect might. Li Bufan frowned when he heard this. This matter is indeed inconvenient to be made public. You must not leak it out. I will handle everything. Li Bufan spoke softly, but he had already thought of a countermeasure in his mind. When Ao Wushwang saw this, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. He seemed to have a bad premonition. Judging from Li Bufan's personality, this old guy is likely to attack Li Hongyu for the sake of the sect's reputation. Ao Wushwang was so angry just now that he didn't think about these things at all. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Master, junior sister. It's none of your business, Li Bufan interrupted Ao Wushwang and glanced at him coldly. You go back first. If Hongyu goes back, just keep an eye on her. Ao Wushwang nodded silently, but felt a little uneasy. He turned to leave, but he had already made up his mind. As long as Li Hongyu comes back, he will let her escape immediately. Li Bufan obviously wants to kill her. It would be dangerous for Li Hongyu to stay. Shortly after Ao Wushwang left, Li Bufan also walked out of the yard. Under the cover of night, he disappeared into the darkness. Little did he know that there was a figure following him secretly. Soon, Li Bufan came to a river, where a man in black was waiting. What brings me here? The man in black spoke without even turning his head. Qin Tian is here, and that guy is also in the city. The soul shepherding orb you want is in his hands. Now is your best chance to get rid of him. Li Bufan spoke in a low voice. Haha, this is easy to get. Leave this to us, but you need to hurry up too. That kid still hasn't said anything. Don't worry about this, I'll let him talk. The man in black sneered and looked up at the sky. You are a man of great ambitions, and you can even ignore your own daughter for this matter. Don't worry, once this is over, I guarantee that your Qin Tian sword sect will become the leader of the righteous path. Li Bufan nodded, a hint of coldness flashing across his eyes. Chapter 74, The Innocent Heroine Falls. This guy is in collusion with the Black Demon sect. Qin Tian heard the conversation between the two and gradually understood everything. These men in black obviously also wanted the soul shepherding pearl, and the soul shepherding pearl was clearly in Li Bufan's hands, but this guy said it was in Qin Tian's hands. This also means that the person who framed Qin Tian was Li Bufan. It was also he who instigated the men in black to plot against Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian still couldn't be sure of the identity of the man in black. Why did these guys dare to promise to make the Qin Tian sword sect the leader of the righteous path? Did they really have such great power? The fact that Li Bufan could believe this without a doubt showed that these guys were indeed powerful. At least in Li Bufan's opinion, they have the ability to make the Qin Tian sword sect the leader of the righteous path. This put Qin Tian in a difficult position. However, Li Bufan has obviously deceived these people at the moment. If this matter is exposed, this double-edged sword will also be directed at Li Bufan himself. Qin Tian did not alarm them and turned around and left. As soon as he returned to the inn, he found An Miaoyi sitting in the yard in a daze. Miss An, why are you still awake so late? When Qin Tian walked into the yard, An Miaoyi seemed to be startled. When she turned her head and saw Qin Tian, her face became a little uneasy. She had been feeling a little uneasy ever since she witnessed the initiation the night before. It's impossible to calm down and practice. The scene I saw that day kept repeating in my mind. Even though she didn't understand, she seemed to be unable to calm down instinctively. After thinking it over, she finally plucked up the courage to ask Qin Tian in person. But when she saw Qin Tian at this moment, she hesitated again. Ding, and Miaoyi is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Qin Tian keenly noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Miaoyi. He had intended to broaden the girl's horizons before, and now it seemed that he had indeed aroused her curiosity. Looking at Miaoyi's ignorant look, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a little funny. "Missin, are you having any troubles? Feel free to tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely help you." Hearing this, Miaoyi pursed her lips and a blush appeared on her face. "Mr. Qin, I didn't mean to peek. I just wanted to ask if you and the girl in red were practicing earlier." Miaoyi mustered up her courage and spoke in a low voice. Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. This girl is really simple. Qin Tian thought for a moment and nodded silently. Since Missin has seen it, I won't hide it from her. It is indeed a form of cultivation. Hearing this, Miaoyi's eyes widened instantly. She knew it. No wonder she had been feeling uneasy after watching it. It must be because she became curious about the practice and thus developed a demon in her heart. "Master Qin, may I ask, what kind of martial art is that? Why have I never seen it before?" Qin Tian sat down slowly, suppressed the smile in his heart, and began to explain. "That's actually a Buddhist practice called joyful Zen. I wonder if you've ever heard of it, young lady." Miaoyi was shocked when she heard this. "I have indeed heard of a joyful bodhisattva in Buddhism, but I have never heard of joyful Zen." As a Buddhist, Miaoyi naturally understands Buddhism. Although she had never heard of this practice, she was happy with the Buddha. The skills left behind by those who have achieved Buddhahood are all top secrets of the Buddhist world, so it is normal that she has never heard of them. But she didn't expect that Qin Tian actually knew the Buddhist skills. Qin Tian himself was a little speechless. He just made up a name at random, but it actually matched. "Master Qin," Miaoyi hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I have an unwelcome request. Could you teach me how to practice that technique?" Of course, Qin Tian didn't expect that this woman would actually come to him on her own initiative. Of course he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Moreover, this was Miaoyi's own suggestion, so it's not his fault. When the time comes, this girl will have to thank him. Miaoyi was overjoyed when she saw Qin Tian agree so readily. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. I am deeply grateful." Ding, Miaoyi is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotion value plus 1000. Then, Qin Tian pulled Miaoyi to sit down. Although this girl seemed a little unfamiliar with the technique, she had observed it before and was learning quite quickly. Moreover, Miaoyi obviously really believed that this was cultivation and appeared to be particularly obedient. Ding, Miaoyi is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Miaoyi speaks eloquently, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Miaoyi strives for excellence, emotional value plus 1000. Soon, Miaoyi began to grow under Qin Tian's guidance. It must be said that the holy radiance of this girl at this moment seems to be in stark contrast, which is really hard to extricate oneself from. And perhaps because Miaoyi had never been exposed to these things before, she contributed a lot of emotional value, which made Qin Tian quite satisfied. Of course, the most important thing is that this girl is obedient. Although Li Hongyu has been trained by Pei Nanfeng and is very sensible, she is still a little inferior to Miaoyi. After all, Miaoyi was taught by Qin Tian personally. The night is long, and tonight Miaoyi has really broadened her horizons. At the same time, on the other side, Pei Nanfeng looked at Li Hongyu who was shy in front of him, but noticed something wrong. This girl who had been taught by her since childhood has now obviously become a little distant. Pei Nanfeng took a deep breath, but he already understood in his heart. This girl was probably conquered by Qin Tian. Pei Nanfeng suddenly felt a little annoyed. She had always used Li Hongyu as a tool to deal with Li Bufan, but now that she had lost her, she felt reluctant to let her go. She knew that Li Hongyu had changed. Those who have seen the light will no longer yearn for darkness. At this moment, a ripple also arose in Pei Nanfeng's heart. For so many years, she has closed her heart and avoided contact with outsiders, but in the end, she is also curious, especially after seeing Li Hongyu's current performance, which aroused her dissatisfaction. "Go away," Pei Nanfeng said softly. She knew that she could no longer keep Li Hongyu. Besides, she doesn't need Li Hongyu anymore. She believes that this time, she can take revenge, and it's time to let the other party go free. "Auntie," Li Hongyu lowered her head, feeling guilty. She knew that Pei Nanfeng had always used her as a tool, but she did not blame him. As long as she could get revenge, she was willing to sacrifice herself. But after years of getting along, they finally developed feelings for each other. Now that she is like this, it can be considered that she has fallen in love with someone else. Go ahead, you should pursue your own happiness. Pei Nanfeng waved her hand and stroked the burning blood sword in her hand. The day of revenge was at hand, and she seemed to have let it go. Li Hongyu looked at Pei Nanfeng with a hint of worry in her eyes. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and turned away. She came to Qin Tian's residence, but as soon as she entered the yard, she froze in place. Sorry, I came at the wrong time. Li Hongyu blushed and was about to turn around when she was dragged in by a strong force. No, you came just in time. Chapter 75, Licking the dog will not end well. The next morning, when Miaoyi woke up in a daze and saw herself in this state, her face immediately blushed with shame. She was still ignorant at this moment, but she couldn't help feeling shy. She was born with a pure and flawless heart of Taoism, untainted by worldly contamination. From an idealistic point of view, everything is empty. But the body can't control itself after all. Especially when she recalled the scenes of last night, she felt more and more ashamed. Ding, and Miaoyi is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. She hurried back into the house, leaving Li Hongyu looking at Qin Tian in confusion. When Li Hongyu saw Miaoyi last night, she was a little curious. This woman seems to have a unique temperament. She is so holy and flawless that people dare not blaspheme her. But she was so calm and composed, as if she had no emotions at all. This was the first time Li Hongyu had met such a person. Even she felt a little uneasy, but Miaoyi acted as if nothing had happened. At that time, Li Hongyu felt something was strange. But she had already been convinced by Qin Tian and obeyed his every word, so she had to stay. But after getting to know her, she felt that Miaoyi was more and more different from others. Li Hongyu glanced at Qin Tian silently. Although she was curious, she didn't ask any more questions. However, at this moment she thought of something else. Master, will there be any trouble in dealing with Li Bufan this time? Qin Tian looked at Li Hongyu curiously and shook his head. Don't worry, everything is under control. I am a little worried about my aunt. Li Hongyu hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Li Bufan is unfathomable. If auntie attacks him, it's inevitable. Li Hongyu said this, raising her head with a pleading look on her face. Can you please help her? I don't want to see her take risks. As Li Hongyu spoke, her eyes had already turned red. In her heart, she had already regarded Pei Nanfeng as a relative. The two of them were in the Qin Tian sword sect, facing the same enemy, and could only depend on each other. Now that she knew Pei Nanfeng was going to take action, she couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry, since you've already agreed to cooperate with her, I will naturally protect her. Qin Tian touched Li Hongyu's little head and felt a little emotional. This iceberg-like beauty also has a weak side. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu looked at Qin Tian deeply. She knew very well that Qin Tian and Pei Nanfeng were just partners. To be precise, they were just using each other. But Li Hongyu really didn't want Pei Nanfeng to take risks, so she could only try to ask Qin Tian to help take care of things. Just at this moment, the waiter's voice came from outside. Sir, there's a man who calls himself Ao Wushuang, and he wants to see Miss Li Hongyu. Li Hongyu was stunned. How did that guy know I was here? At this moment, Li Hongyu didn't know that the relationship between her and Qin Tian had been exposed. She hadn't told anyone else that she was here, and now that Ao Wushuang had found her here, it meant that the boy already knew about their affairs. If this matter were to reach Li Bufan's ears, it would certainly arouse his vigilance. Don't worry, just go and take a look. If he says anything, just do it. I'll be watching from behind. Qin Tian naturally knew what Ao Wushuang came for. I'm afraid Li Bufan is planning to take action and use Ao Wushuang to lure Li Hongyu out. Hearing this, Li Hongyu nodded, then got up and left. As soon as she walked out of the yard, she saw Ao Wushuang with an anxious look on his face. After Ao Wushuang returned yesterday, he had been waiting for Li Hongyu, but unfortunately Li Hongyu did not return all night. Ao Wushuang was worried that the night would be too long and might lead to more trouble, so he came to find Li Hongyu early. I want her to leave here as soon as possible. Ao Wushuang knew clearly that Li Bufan would not leave this stain and would definitely take action against Li Hongyu. He had originally just guessed that Li Hongyu was here, but now seeing Li Hongyu coming out of the yard, Ao Shuang felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. This woman should have been his, but now she has fallen into the arms of another man. One can imagine the pain in his heart. But he still had to help Li Hongyu escape from here. After all, this is the woman he loves deeply. Ao Shuang calmed himself down and looked at Li Hongyu's slightly flushed cheeks. He suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke. Junior sister, master has ordered us to stay on standby and not go out. Why did you come here alone? Come back with me quickly, or master will be angry. Li Hongyu seemed to have returned to her usual cold self. She nodded slightly and walked outside. Ao Shuang originally thought that Li Hongyu would at least give an explanation, but he didn't expect that she was still so indifferent to him, and he couldn't help but feel even angrier. He silently glanced at the yard behind him, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Ding, Ao Shuang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. He hurriedly caught up with Li Hongyu, and the two of them left the inn. Li Hongyu was about to return to the sect's headquarters when Ao Shuang walked up to him and spoke in a low voice. Junior sister, you can't go back now. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyu looked at Ao Shuang in surprise. Why? Ao Shuang hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. Junior sister, what is your relationship with Qin Tian? Ao Shuang still couldn't believe that the icy beauty in his heart would fall into Qin Tian's arms. What does this have to do with you? Li Hongyu frowned slightly, and a hint of gloom appeared on his already cold face. Seeing this, Ao Shuang felt even more sad. Junior sister, do you know that Qin Tian is the leader of the Wangquan demon sect? How could you get entangled with the people of the demon sect? When Li Hongyu heard this, she couldn't help but snort coldly. This guy was having a pleasant conversation with the holy maiden of the demon sect, but turned around and accused me of being entangled with the people of the demon sect. How ironic it is to hear these words coming from his mouth. Li Hongyu ignored him. This kid obviously knows about this matter now, and he might have already told Li Bufin about it. She really didn't have any good feelings towards Ao Shuang. Seeing that Li Hongyu was unwilling to even say a word of explanation, Ao Shuang was completely desperate. Junior sister, have you been threatened? Master already knows about this matter. If you were threatened, Master would definitely come forward to help you. Ao Shuang hurried forward to continue dissuading him. But Li Hongyu sneered. He already knows about this. Then what do you think he will do? Ao Shuang was speechless for a moment. Li Bufin never liked Li Hongyu and usually ignored her. Now that this has happened, Li Bufin will definitely get rid of Li Hongyu for the sake of his own reputation. And it seemed that all this was caused by him. Ao Shuang felt a little annoyed, but what could he do in that situation? Junior sister, let me take you away. Let's go to a deserted place and live a good life. At this moment, Ao Shuang no longer cared about anything else. He didn't want Li Hongyu to get hurt, so he could only find a way to take her away from here. Huh, you take me away. Are you worthy? This question was like thunder, exploding in Ao Shuang's heart. Ding, Ao Shuang was struck by lightning, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 76. A designated mountain and river. Ao Shuang stood there in a daze, staring at Li Hongyu. He saw a hint of contempt in the other person's eyes. That look made him feel heartbroken and even desperate. Although Li Hongyu has never interacted with others, her indifference is just a kind of indifference. But now, he clearly felt that Li Hongyu had a hint of disgust towards him. Li Hongyu did look down on Ao Shuang. Originally, she just had no feelings for Ao Shuang, but now this guy actually wanted to elope with her, which was a bit childish. Now they are probably already being targeted by Li Bufin. Can't this kid even think of this? What's more, she wants revenge, so how could she leave here? If she was afraid of death, why would she go against Li Bufin? Ao Shuang didn't understand her, nor did he understand the dangers of this world. She had nothing good to say about this idiot. Li Hongyu turned and left. At this moment, she didn't even want to say another word to Ao Shuang. This indifferent attitude made Ao Shuang completely collapse. Junior sister. He knew that Li Hongyu had completely fallen, and it was useless for him to say anything now. But in the end, he still didn't want to see Li Hongyu fall into a dead end. He hurriedly chased after him. Junior sister, don't go back. Leave now. The farther the better. Li Hongyu glanced at Ao Shuang. She knew in her heart that perhaps Ao Shuang came here at the instigation of Li Bufin to kill and silence the witnesses. It's a pity that this guy has abandoned even the last bit of loyalty. Li Hongyu felt even more disgusted with him. However, she didn't say much, but turned and walked out of the city. She still remembered Qin Tian's words, and at this moment Qin Tian might be staring at her in the dark. But she felt a little uncomfortable. Although she had long known that Li Bufan did not have much feelings for her, she could not calm down when she learned that her biological father actually wanted to kill her. Ao Wushuang looked at Li Hongyu's receding back, his eyes already filled with rage. He did not blame Li Hongyu. In his eyes, Li Hongyu must have had her own reasons, and all this was probably Qin Tian's doing. He turned to look at the inn behind him, and a nameless fire rushed straight to his head. Qin Tian, I will make you pay the price. Ao Wushuang said this viciously, his eyes already turning red. Ding, Ao Wushuang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Unfortunately, at this moment, he could only feel helpless and furious. He clenched his fists and turned to rush towards the sect headquarters. Now that Li Hongyu is gone, he needs to go back and report. He has to give an explanation to Li Bufan. At the same time, Li Hongyu left the city on the other side. She walked very slowly, as if she was waiting for something. She didn't know how long it had passed, but a dark shadow blocked her way in the middle of the road in the distance. Li Hongyu's face changed and he stopped. Miss Li, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The man in black spoke with a cold voice, but Li Hongyu seemed exceptionally calm. Who are you? Haha, Miss Li, why would a dying person need to know so much? I deserve to know for sure. Was it Li Bufan who sent you here? Li Hongyu was extremely calm and stared at the other person. She could tell that this man was not from the Qin Tian sword sect, as he exuded a strong murderous aura. Li Hongyu had never seen such a person around Li Bufan. Miss Li, don't blame him. He has great ambitions, and you shouldn't stand in his way. The man in black spoke in a deep voice, answering Li Hongyu's question. Don't worry, after you die, Qin Tian will go down to accompany you soon, so you won't be lonely on the road. The man in black sneered, but at this moment, a voice was heard. Really? A bunch of cowards who are hiding their heads and showing their tails, want to kill me too. Qin Tian suddenly appeared next to Li Hongyu. The man in black was not surprised at all when he saw this. Okay, now that you're here, it actually saves me a lot of effort. After the man in black finished speaking, he suddenly attacked, his figure like a ghost, heading straight for Qin Tian. But the next second, Qin Tian and the other two suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, bursts of thunder were heard in the sky. Countless lightning bolts roared down, and in an instant, the surroundings turned into a scorched earth. HMPH, you do have some skills, the man in black snorted coldly, formed seals with his hands, and a black mist rose and spread around him. Suddenly, several men in black robes jumped out of the black fog. They each guarded one side, and then they intertwined with each other and gathered into a large formation. Playing tricks, Qin Tian shook his head. He took a step forward and pointed to the sky. A specific mountain and river. Thunder gathered in the sky, and between the dark clouds, a flash of lightning exploded, and then turned into a giant finger, piercing through the clouds. Lightning flashed on the finger, as if a huge amount of thunder was gathered. Before the fingers fell, the void had already been torn apart. The thick black fog was swallowed up in an instant. A terrifying pressure swept across the four directions, turning everything around into dust. The commotion here quickly attracted people from all the major sects in the city. What kind of magical power is this? Such a terrifying pressure, could it be an immortal level magical power? That person is Qin Tian. This guy seems to have improved a lot compared to last time. Several sect leaders stood in the air, their eyes wide open at the scene before them. They all knew Qin Tian's strength, but Qin Tian now made them feel a sense of pressure. In the dark, Li Bufan frowned. Originally, he wanted to use the people from the Black Demon sect to deal with Qin Tian, but now it seems that this guy's strength is far beyond his imagination. Those few people alone are probably no match for Qin Tian. The key is that Li Bufan doesn't want others to know that he is in collusion with the Black Demon sect. At this moment, he even hoped that those guys from the Black Demon sect would die here, so that there would be no evidence. The man in black looked up at the sky, a trace of fear on his face. They had already investigated Qin Tian, but they never thought that they still underestimated this guy. At this moment, he had not yet made a move, but he had already realized that he was no match for Qin Tian. The wind is strong, hurry. The man in black shouted angrily, and was about to retreat as black mist surrounded him. Qin Tian fell from the sky, and his huge fingers instantly tore the earth apart. Several men in black were knocked out before they even had time to resist, spitting blood. Black clothes obscured the sun. The leading man in black roared angrily, and the black robe on his body flew up instantly, turning into a pitch-black barrier in the blink of an eye, covering the sky and the sun. Want to run? Stay here. Qin Tian took a step forward, and pointed out with his finger like a sword. Two fingers pick on the sun and moon. A beam of golden light pierced through the black robe like an arrow and shot straight into the sky. When the sunlight fell, the black robe disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a shrill scream was heard from the void. Several figures fell down and landed heavily on the ground. Before they could stand up, several major sect leaders had already surrounded them. Chapter 77, The Man from the Sky. Old Demon Qin, where did you provoke these guys? Fenchen walked forward with a smile, looking at these people curiously. Although there are many conflicts among the demon sects, compared with the righteous sects, they don't make things too ugly. After all, the demon sect has been suppressed by the righteous path over the years, and these guys still know the difference between right and wrong when it comes to major issues. At this moment, the heads of several major demon sects couldn't help but look at those guys from the righteous path. But the righteous people were also confused about this. They have nothing to do with me. If you want to know their identities, just search their souls. Qin Tian glanced at the people around him and spoke softly. Hearing this, Li Bufan could no longer sit still. Once his souls were searched, his secret would be gone. These thieves attacked Sect Master Qin in broad daylight. Why go to all this trouble? Li Bufan walked forward and looked at those people silently, but his eyes suggested that they find an opportunity to escape. Li Bufan knew very well that in the current situation, if they stayed here they would be in trouble, but he couldn't just kill them to silence them. The best way was to find an opportunity to help them escape. It's a pity that Qin Tian had already seen through his little thoughts. Master Li, why are you so anxious? They're here for your daughter. Given their status, why would they attack a little girl? I think they might have ulterior motives. It's better to find out. When Li Bufan heard this, he realized that Qin Tian already knew the details. Now he was even more afraid to let those people live. What? They are actually going to attack the red fish? Li Bufan pretended to be furious and took action immediately. I will kill you if you dare to attack my daughter. However, before he could make a move, Qin Tian had already stood in front of several men in black. Master Li is being too hasty. Does he want to kill people to silence them? What do you mean? Li Bufan was anxious, clenched his fists, and stared at Qin Tian fiercely. As far as I know, Master Li has 2 daughters. I just said they were going to kill your daughter. Why did Master think they were going to kill Li Hongyu? Li Bufan was stunned when he heard this. He looked over the crowd and suddenly stopped. He had just clearly seen Li Hongyu being rescued by Qin Tian, but now he didn't see the other person. Now, Li Hongyu has also become evidence to identify him. Without waiting for Li Bufan to continue quibbling, Qin Tian spoke again. Everyone, come and see for yourselves what exactly Li Bufan planned to do with the Blessed Land. These secrets are all in the heads of these people. Upon hearing this, all the masters present looked at Li Bufan at the same time. They were all old foxes who had lived for hundreds of years, and Li Bufan's abnormal behavior had already aroused their vigilance. In this situation, even if Qin Tian didn't say it, they realized that these people were related to Li Bufan. At this moment, Li Bufan was already furious. He had been planning for so long, but he didn't expect that something would go wrong at this critical moment. In the end, he underestimated Qin Tian. Otherwise, with the strength of those guys, they would have had the chance to kill Qin Tian. Now they were defeated by Qin Tian in one move, resulting in failure. But Li Bufan couldn't understand why Qin Tian had become so powerful in just a few months. Before Li Bufan could continue to stop him, several masters had already stepped forward. Seeing that things were irreversible, Li Bufan suddenly took action and attacked Qin Tian directly. Unexpectedly, Qin Tian was prepared and raised his hand to attack with a palm. But at this moment, Li Bufan turned around, and countless sword shadows burst out from his body, attacking the men in black. This old man wants to kill people to silence them. The other masters were also shocked by this sudden change. Li Bufan has always been calm and steady, and they did not expect that this guy would be so distracted. What kind of secret is hidden in this that could make Li Bufan so scared? For a moment, everyone tried to stop it. Li Bufan was surrounded and ultimately failed to succeed. Look, Master Li, you're anxious again. Qin Tian grabbed the man in black with one hand and had already retreated behind the crowd. They haven't said anything yet. If you're so eager to kill them and silence them, aren't you just admitting your guilt? Li Bufan suddenly broke away from the encirclement and spoke in a stern voice. Qin Tian, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Their identities are not something you can get in touch with. Haha, Li Bufan, I know even without you telling me that these people are probably from heaven. As soon as Qin Tian said this, everyone present stopped. Heaven, are they from the heavens? This world is also called the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The continent they are on is called Qin, which is just one of the 9 heavens. Above the 9 heavens, there is a vast land called the 10 earths. Because the 10 earths are high in the sky, they are also called the high heavens. The sky is located in the dome, protected by the way of heaven, and only saints can set foot in it. There are no saints in the 9 heavens because all those who become saints go to the high heavens. To Gao Tian, the people of the 9 heavens are nothing but ants. Gaotian is the existence closest to the way of heaven. There, saints are countless. Those masters who dominate a region are no match for them in Gaotian. However, because of the protection of the heavenly Tao, those saints were unable to break through the barriers and descend to the 9 heavens. Therefore, Judian has this peaceful place. At this moment, knowing that these people came from the sky, all the masters present became nervous. The people in the sky are not people they can afford to offend. Once those people go down to the mortal world, kill them like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Li Bufan keenly noticed the changes in everyone's expressions and couldn't help but feel more confident. Humph, Qin Tian, since you know this, why don't you release the holy envoys? Qin Tian sneered and shook his head. Li Bufan, you are the headmaster of a sect, but you are willing to be someone else's lackey. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Bufan's face turned pale, but he still forced himself to argue. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you insist on doing so, Qin Tian, you will not only harm yourself, but also the many sects of Qin. Ha 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 ha, Qin Tian couldn't help laughing. This guy still wanted to direct hatred towards him until now. Everyone, do you also want to be dogs for the people in the sky? As soon as Qin Tian said this, the faces of those sect leaders became gloomy. They really didn't dare to provoke the people from Gao Tian, but they were all giants in their own area. Who would be willing to be controlled by others? Fuck the heavens. My fate is in my own hands. I'm the leader of the demon sect, do I need to care about their opinions? Fenchen immediately shouted angrily. If the 9 heavens submit to the high heaven, you and I will all be slaves. If a cultivator loses his blood, what difference will he make from an animal? Sha Juyu's sinister voice sounded. The people of the demon sect have always been lawless. It would be better to kill them than to let them be controlled by others. Seeing that things had come to this point, the righteous sects also turned around and glared at Li Bufan. Li Bufan's move is undoubtedly to discredit the righteous path. Even those on the right side could not stand such despicable behavior of betrayal. Chapter 78. Expose the male protagonist and use him for my own benefit. When a person dies, birds fly to the sky. Li Bufan, you abandon your fellow disciples and join Gao Tian. How shameless. For a time, Li Bufan was despised by everyone. Originally, he thought that he could intimidate these people by using Gao Tian's name, but he didn't expect that these guys who were only interested in profit would become so strong-willed now. You guys are totally unreasonable. Li Bufan still wanted to struggle, but Qin Tian directly opened his mouth and exposed his true face. Li Bufan, you have defected to Gao Tian, intending to dominate the world. You are using the blessed land to bury the leaders of the major sects. Your evil ambitions are obvious. Just because Li Hongyu found out about this, you actually had your own daughter assassinated. You're absolutely insane. As soon as Qin Tian said this, the anger in the eyes of the masters could no longer be suppressed. But at this moment, Qin Tian dropped another bombshell. Back then, you colluded with these guys, massacred the entire Chu family, and seized the soul shepherding pearl. Not long ago, you also captured Chu Fan. Now, I'm afraid you have already opened the soul shepherding pearl, right? Hearing this, everyone present became nervous. The soul shepherding pearl is in your hands. No wonder this guy was so determined to protect Chu Fan in Xiaoyao Valley despite his serious injuries. Could it be that he already had the soul trampling pearl in his hands? Chu Fan has been captured by him. I'm afraid he already knows how to open the soul shepherding pearl. Li Bufan, you really are hiding well enough. Li Bufan's face turned green at this moment. The soul Muju pearl was his biggest secret, and only Pei Nanfang knew about it. Now Qin Tian also knew about it. Li Bufan immediately suspected Pei Nanfang. However, it was pointless for him to continue quibbling now, as his actions today had completely offended these people. If he wants to save his life now, he can only rely on the soul shepherding pearl. That thing is also his biggest trump card. Seeing everyone coming towards him, Li Bufan no longer hid. He suddenly took out a token, ran his finger across it, and a drop of blood fell on the token. The next second, a beam of golden light fell from the sky and enveloped it. Your Excellency Gao Tian, I am willing to hand over the soul shepherding pearl. Please save me. Li Bufan shouted, and a towering figure slowly emerged in the golden light. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and a terrifying pressure came over, causing the masters present to spit blood. Even Qin Tian felt a tremendous pressure, but fortunately he had a holy body and a strong physique, so he was not injured. But the terrifying pressure made him feel like he was struck by lightning, as if he was being crushed by a mountain, and he could not move. Reincarnation realm. Qin Tian's eyes moved slightly, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. HMPH, useless thing. The golden figure snorted coldly, raised his hand, and Li Bufan slowly flew up. At the same time, a golden gate opened in the sky. Li Bufan stared at Qin Tian fiercely and spoke. Qin Tian, today's shame will be avenged tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge palm fell from the sky. 5 fingers swing to the sky. Qin Tian clenched his hand, shattering the void, and the golden light burst out instantly. How dare you, the golden shadow roared angrily when he saw this. He raised his hand and attacked with a palm, but the moment of contact, the golden light dissipated, revealing a white robe. 9 heavens shocking divine finger, the man in white was shocked, and the next second, his figure began to slowly disappear. Okay, very good, kid, I'll remember you. The man in white laughed loudly and gradually disappeared. At the same time, Li Bufan also entered the golden gate and disappeared. Everyone present stared at Qin Tian with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Damn, is this old guy crazy? How dare he attack someone in the samsara realm? Old Demon Qin is worthy of being Old Demon Qin. He really does things without any scruples. That man in white is just a shadow, yet he has the cultivation of the samsara realm. His true form is probably no weaker than that of a saint. Old Devil Qin is in trouble this time. What's there to be afraid of? Those saints can't break through the barriers of heaven and descend to the 9 heavens. Even if someone at the peak of the samsara realm comes, you won't be able to defeat him. Humph, with so many of us, we can wear him down to death. High heaven saints have fallen into the realm of cattle hair, and countless people in the reincarnation realm are even more numerous. Can we afford to waste time like this? Alas, I'm afraid Yujingtian will hardly have peace from now on. While everyone was sighing, they looked at Qin Tian with vigilance. Although what appeared just now was just an incarnation, Qin Tian was able to smash it to pieces with one palm, which shows that Qin Tian's strength is no weaker than that of the reincarnation realm. I'm afraid that few people present here can be his match. Hey, Li Bufan ran away, what happened to the blessed land? Finally someone reacted and started asking. These days, these people have been investigating the situation in the paradise, and they didn't believe Li Bufan at first. But now that Li Bufan was gone, their understanding of the blessed land was far less than that of the other party, and now everyone fell silent. But at this moment, Qin Tian stood up. Everyone, Li Bufan has another senior disciple. He has already told that person about the blessed land. If we capture him, we can enter the blessed land smoothly. As soon as Qin Tian said this, everyone's spirits were rekindled. But at this moment, Ao Wushuang, who had been hiding in the crowd, was numb. Li Bufan never told him these things, so why did Qin Tian mention him? Seeing Qin Tian's gaze falling, he wanted to escape immediately, but in front of so many masters, how could he have the chance to escape? Before he could react, he was caught. Qin Tian certainly knew that Li Bufan had not told Ao Wushuang about the blessed land, but he was very clear that this boy was a reborn person and knew more about the blessed land than Li Bufan. Boy, still want to run. Fenchen grabbed Ao Wushwang back with one hand, and the people from the righteous sect just watched without any intention of taking action. Now that Li Bufan has escaped, the Qingtian sword sect is leaderless and has no value at all. On the contrary, it would be better to let the people from the demon sect interrogate Ao Wushwang than for them to take action. After all, they are on the right path and need to save face. Tell me, where is the blessed land and how do we enter it? Chapter 79, Winning the Heroine. Fenchen didn't waste any time and slapped Ao Wushwang twice, making his head go blank. At the same time, he also sealed Ao Wushwang's cultivation, making it impossible for him to escape. Ao Wushwang was filled with hatred at this moment. He glared at Qin Tian fiercely. If looks could kill, Qin Tian would have died countless times. Ding, Ao Wushwang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. He now hates Qin Tian to the core. Why did this guy involve himself in this for no reason? But at this moment he didn't dare to hide anything. After all, even if he didn't say it, these guys could still search his soul. By then, his biggest secret will no longer be revealed. If these people knew the truth about his rebirth, they would probably not let him live. Ao Wushwang smoothly told the whole story about the blessed land. When everyone heard about the blessed land, they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The paradise was far more dangerous than they had imagined, and the old man Li Bufan didn't want them to live at all. Fortunately, they got what they wanted from Ao Wushwang. After all, Ao Wushwang had entered the paradise in his previous life and came out safe and sound, so he naturally knew everything about the situation inside. However, these people did not completely believe Ao Wushwang, and still detained him, preparing to take him into the paradise. But at this moment, Qin Tian had already left this place. He knew very well that there were no more secrets in the blessed land. When the time came, he only needed to follow those people and he would not be in any danger. And now he has an important thing to do. He had originally planned what happened today, but he had overlooked one thing. That is, Li Bufan was able to contact Gao Tian and escape. Now that Li Bufan is gone, the Soul Muju naturally goes with him. Originally, Qin Tian wanted to get rid of Li Bufan and seize the Soul Shepherding Pearl. Now that he can't get the Soul Shepherding Pearl, he is ready to close the net. Previously, he spared Chu Fan's life in order to use him to open the Soul Shepherding Pearl, but now that the Soul Shepherding Pearl is gone, Chu Fan has no value in existing. Qin Tian quickly arrived at the headquarters of the Qingtian sword sect, but as soon as he walked into the yard, he saw that the disciples of the Qingtian sword sect were gathered together, and in the middle was Pei Nanfeng. And in Pei Nanfeng's arms, there was a corpse lying. It was Li Linger. I never thought that the headmaster would be such a person. What master? We don't have a master who would serve Gao Tian like a dog. A group of disciples from the Qingtian sword sect looked at Li Linger coldly. Obviously, they all knew Li Bufan's true identity. At this moment, they all felt ashamed of what Li Bufan had done. After all, with such a leader, they will never be able to hold their heads up in the future. Li Bufan's action is tantamount to betraying the entire Yujingtian. How can the Qingtian sword sect have a place in Yujingtian in the future? Now that Li Bufan is gone, these people can only vent their anger on Li Linger. After learning all this, Chu Fan finally realized that he had been deceived. Similarly, he vented all his anger on Li Linger, took the opportunity to kill Li Linger and escaped. When Qin Tian saw this scene, he guessed what had happened. He didn't expect Chu Fan to move so quickly, and he was still a step too late. This girl is the heroine after all, it's a pity that she died like this. He was also counting on Li Linger to harvest his emotional points. At this moment, everyone also discovered Qin Tian, and for a moment, the disciples present became nervous. Now that the Qingtian sword sect is leaderless, they are naturally in danger. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Pei Nanfeng. Right now, it seems that Pei Nanfeng is the only one in the Qingtian sword sect who can take charge of the overall situation. Pei Nanfeng naturally understood this. She rushed over so quickly because she wanted to seize this opportunity and take charge of the Qingtian sword sect. After all, this is the sect left by her father. Although she failed to kill Li Bufan today, she at least got back what belonged to her. Pei Nanfeng stood up and looked at Qin Tian silently. Qin Tian was about to speak when a prompt suddenly came to his mind. Ding, Li Linger is heartbroken, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian's expression changed slightly. He looked carefully and found that although Li Linger had stopped breathing, there was still a trace of soul left in her body. Is there still hope? Qin Tian was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. She is worthy of being the heroine. She is still alive even though she is dead. What's going on? Qin Tian pretended to be surprised and walked forward, grabbing Li Linger's wrist with one hand. Pei Nanfeng began to explain. Although Pei Nanfeng hated Li Bufan, both Li Hongyu and Li Linger were raised by her. She used Li Hongyu only to deal with Li Bufan and had no intention of killing the two sisters. Now seeing Li Linger dead, Pei Nanfeng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. There's still a trace of soul left in her body. Perhaps she can still be saved. Qin Tian spoke, forming seals with his hands. The secret method of the underworld, the return of the forgotten river, rise. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian stretched out his hand and a wisp of residual soul rose from Li Linger's body and fell into Qin Tian's hand. Pei Nanfeng's expression changed when he saw this. She had examined Li Linger before, but did not find any remaining soul in her body. However, Qin Tian is the leader of the Wangquan demon sect and has some innate sensitivity to souls. If it were someone else, Li Linger would probably be beyond saving. But Qin Tian also frowned at this moment. How is it? Linger, can she be saved? Qin Tian shook his head and sighed, this soul is too weak. It may be difficult to revive it. Qin Tian took out a jade bottle and placed Li Linger's residual soul into it. There's still a glimmer of hope. Let's figure it out later. Qin Tian said, looking at the disciples of the Qingtian sword sect around him, and continued. Now that Li Bufan has escaped, I'm afraid the Qingtian sword sect will never have peace. The demon sect probably doesn't dare to openly attack the sky-clearing sword sect, but those guys from the righteous sect might just eat you up. Pei Nanfeng's face turned ashen when he heard this. She knew in her heart that Qin Tian was right. If the demon sect attacks them, the righteous will definitely stop them, but they will also take this opportunity to erode the foundation of the Qingtian sword sect. Just as the two were silent, a voice was heard. Amitabha, well done, well done. Qin Tian looked back and saw Master Jingshan walking in with a Miaoyi. Donor Qin has a kind heart like a bodhisattva. I admire him. I will help mediate the matter of the Qingtian sword sect. The righteous ones dare not take action against them. Master Jingshan looked at Qin Tian with a kind face, but that look made Qin Tian a little uneasy. I always feel that this old nun seems to see through everything. Qin Tian glanced at Miaoyi. Could it be that this silly girl had told everything? Amitabha, monks don't tell lies, Miaoyi will naturally not hide anything from me. Jingshan suddenly spoke again, which startled Qin Tian. Can this old nun see through my thoughts? Master Jingshan's face was gloomy, but she still smiled kindly and nodded. Qin Tian was embarrassed when he saw this and tried to calm himself down. However, it seemed that Master Jingshan had no objection to this, which made Qin Tian feel a lot more at ease. With Nuntai guaranteeing us, the sky-clearing sword sect will probably be fine. Qin Tian turned his head and looked at Pei Nanfeng. Pei Nanfeng instantly understood and hurried forward. Nanfeng thanks Master for upholding justice. Facing Master Jingshan, Pei Nanfeng felt a little uneasy. As the leader of the righteous path, the strength of Master Jingshan of Miaoyu Temple should not be underestimated. Rumor has it that she had entered the cycle of reincarnation hundreds of years ago and was the #1 Taoist in the southern region. Since she showed up in person, naturally no one dared to attack the Qingtian sword sect. Chapter 80 The Blessed Land opens. After Master Jingshan left, Qin Tian asked about Chu Fan's whereabouts. But no one present knew where Chu Fan had gone. When they came back, they found that Li Linger was seriously injured and lying here. At present, the disciples of the Qingtian sword sect have no good feelings towards Li Linger and her sister, so naturally they don't care whether Li Linger is dead or alive. Seeing that he couldn't get any news, Qin Tian had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Now Pei Nanfeng is in charge of the Qingtian sword sect. Given his relationship with Pei Nanfeng, the Qingtian sword sect can be considered his hidden ally in the future. By the time Qin Tian returned to the inn, all the major sects had already reached an agreement. And Miaoyi also brought back the latest news. Master Jingshan mediated, and now the righteous sects have also acknowledged the fact that Pei Nanfeng has taken over the Qingtian sword sect. In the short term, those guys should not dare to cause trouble. As for the matter of the Blessed Land, everyone has already finished discussing it and will work together to open the secret realm tomorrow. Qin Tian still remembered that all this was planned by Yingying, and that little girl would probably enter the paradise tomorrow. However, with the information provided by Ao Wushwang, there should be no danger. By the way, does your master know about what happened between you and me? Qin Tian asked cautiously. At the beginning, he just told An Miaoyi that it was cultivation. An Miaoyi was simple and might not doubt it, but Master Jingshan was not so easy to fool. Moreover, there was something clearly wrong with the way Master Jingshan looked at him just now. An Miaoyi nodded. Master said that it's nothing to just practice, and Master also agreed to let me continue to practice with you, saying that it would help me practice. An Miaoyi had a calm expression on her face, and Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw this. Master Jingshan must have known what was going on between them, but she did not expose it. It seemed that Master Jingshan did not care about it. Considering how coincidental Master Jingshan's appearance just now was, Qin Tian couldn't help but suspect that Master Jingshan might have other intentions towards him. The other party seemed to be helping him on purpose. After a moment of silence, Qin Tian no longer worried about it. Anyway, An Miaoyi is here now, and collecting emotional points is the key. The next morning, disciples from all the major sects gathered together. The huge team rushed out of the city. Everyone has learned the location of the Blessed Land from Ao Wushwang. With this guide, it is not difficult to open the Blessed Land. Qin Tian looked at the crowd, searching for Chu Fan. It's such a big deal, there's no reason for that guy not to come. But unfortunately, Qin Tian did not feel Chu Fan's breath. Soon, everyone came to a valley. The valley was shrouded in clouds and mist, looking eerie and terrifying. Is this the entrance to the paradise? Fenchen looked around and didn't notice anything wrong. But there is no entrance to this place. This is the entrance to the Blessed Land, but the Blessed Land has not yet appeared in the world, so the entrance will naturally not appear. Ao Wushwang began to explain. Now that he was controlled by Fenchen, he naturally did not dare to hide anything. But the look he gave Qin Tian was full of disgust. Ding, Ao Wushwang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Sensing Ao Wushwang's emotions, Qin Tian turned his head and glanced at him. This kid has lost his value, and Qin Tian certainly has no intention of letting him go, but he still needs to use him to enter the paradise, so Qin Tian naturally will not kill him at this time. Moreover, considering the personalities of Fenchen and the others, they probably won't let him go after this matter is over. After waiting for a while, the entire valley suddenly shook violently. At the same time, a crack appeared in the valley, and a huge stone tablet slowly rose from it. On the stone tablet, 4 big characters, Dongtian Fudi, were engraved. That stone tablet is the entrance. The front of the tablet is Yang, and the back is Yin. The 2 passages lead to life and death. Only from the Yin side can one enter the paradise. Ao Wushwang began to explain. Upon hearing this, Fenchen grabbed Ao Wushwang and went around to the back of the stone tablet. Seeing the 2 of them enter the stone tablet first, everyone present hurriedly followed. After a dizzying moment, everyone seemed to have arrived in another world. There was nothing around, and there was an endless grassland under my feet. In the distance, there stands a huge mountain, as if on the horizon. The mountain was wrapped in fairy light, with mist curling around it, as if it were a fairyland on earth. Occasionally, cranes fly in the mountains and hundreds of animals sing. Just one look at them makes people feel relaxed and happy. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately flew towards the fairy mountain. Qin Tian followed behind everyone in silence. This place seems safe, but Qin Tian dare not be careless. Ao Wushwang is not a fool, it is impossible for him to tell the whole story truthfully. He should have guessed that these people would not let him go, so he would definitely leave a way out for himself. Soon, everyone arrived at the fairy mountain. The mountain is full of various exotic flowers and plants, and some elixir that are rarely seen in the outside world or everywhere here. The disciples from the major sects quickly dispersed like a swarm of locusts. At this moment, Qin Tian was walking towards the mountain. He had seen the tattoo on Yingying's body, and the tattoo seemed to match the environment in front of him, which meant that the tattoo was indeed related to this place. Qin Tian relied on his memory and went up the mountain according to the tattoo. He remembered that there was a mark on the tattoo, perhaps there was some secret hidden there, which was why Shiding Tian left a tattoo on Yingying. At the same time, in a canyon, Yingying was moving forward cautiously. And there was another person following her, it was the missing Chu Fan. Some time ago, after Chu Fan learned that Ao Wushwang was in contact with the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, he traced the connection all the way back to Yingying. Chu Fan knew very well that Ao Wushwang would not act without a purpose, and that it would definitely be profitable for him to get close to the holy maiden of the demon sect. After that, he began to approach Yingying, and he successfully got the news of the treasure map from Yingying. In exchange, he replaced Ao Wushwang and became Yingying's chess piece planted within the righteous path. After he learned that the soul shepherding pearl was in Li Bufin's hands, he guessed that it was Li Bufin who massacred the entire Chu family, but Li Bufin had already ascended to heaven, so he had no choice but to vent his anger on Li Linger. But he was still angry in his heart, and he wanted to seek revenge on Li Bufin and take back the soul shepherding pearl. The reason he came here was because he learned from Yingying that the former leader of the Yin-Yang demon sect, Qin Tian, might be hiding here. He wanted to join Qin Tian in exchange for better resources for cultivation, so that he could seek revenge on Li Bufin in the future. The dark canyon was filled with fog and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Only the light footsteps of two people echoed around. Suddenly, Yingying stopped and stared into the depths of the fog. Chu Fan looked up and seemed to see a huge figure lurking in the fog. The figure was wrapped in iron chains, as if trapped there. Yingying, my dear daughter, you are finally here. Chapter 81 Family Secrets, Heroine Collapses. A pair of sharp eyes penetrated the thick fog and fell on Yingying. What followed was an old voice. The voice sounded particularly weak, but Yingying felt a sense of familiarity. Dad, is that you? Yingying was shaking uncontrollably, and her eyes turned red unconsciously. It's me, my dear daughter. Shi Potian slowly stood up, and the chains around him instantly tightened, and a harsh sound was heard. At this moment, Yingying finally saw the figure in the black fog clearly. He looked so familiar. He looked exactly like the man she had seen in her dream. Dad, Yingying couldn't help crying when she saw this, and ran forward impatiently. Chu Fan looked at everything in front of him, a hint of excitement on his face. Qin Tian is a very famous person. He is a powerful person in the realm of reincarnation. Back then, he used his own strength to suppress the righteous people so that they dared not show up. It's a pity that he disappeared later, otherwise the righteous path would still be suppressed by the evil path. If I could obtain his inheritance, I would definitely be able to avenge my family. Chu Fan thought to himself and hurried forward. Senior, my name is Chu Fan. I have long heard of your great name and have come here today to rescue you. Qin Tian's gaze fell on Chu Fan, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Haha, you're a good seedling. But you can't get me out by yourself. When Yingying heard this, her expression changed slightly. She looked up at the chains around her and asked curiously. Dad, who imprisoned you here? Hearing this, Qin Tian's face instantly became gloomy. Who else could it be? Of course it's that bitch Yin Hu. Yingying's expression changed slightly. It's really her. Dad, tell me, how can I get you out? Qin Tian looked at Yingying silently and spoke with a smile. Yingying, as long as you come, you can save me. As long as you offer your flesh and blood, our family will be united as one. Then, I will have supreme power, and breaking the seal of this place will be a piece of cake. Yingying was surprised when she heard this. Dad, what do you mean? Qin Tian shook his body and revealed a strange smile. Yingying, you haven't seen your mother yet, right? Come, let me show you your mother. As he spoke, Qin Tian's body suddenly began to twist, and behind him, a head slowly broke out of his body and turned into another body. The two bodies were connected back to back, living as one, which looked extremely strange. Qin Tian turned around and a beautiful woman appeared in front of Yingying. The woman looked exactly like Yingying, except that there was a hint of maturity between her eyebrows. Although Yingying had never seen her mother, she felt a sense of familiarity the moment she saw the woman. Is this mother? Yingying murmured in a low voice. That's right, Qin Tian's voice came, and at this moment his voice became soft and delicate, like a woman. Your mother has already become one with me. Now all that's missing is you. Our family should be complete. If it weren't for the Yin Queen's sneak attack and abducting you, our family would have been together long ago. Yingying looked at the familiar woman in front of her, her mind going blank. But she quickly realized it. No, mother, why did mother become like this? Yingying couldn't accept it for a moment. My dear daughter, what's wrong with this? Look, your mother has gained my power now, and she will become the same as me. As long as you merge with me, you will also gain my power, and our family will be able to stand with the sky and dominate the world. Back then, your mother was reluctant, but later on, she accepted it. Look, How happy she is now. Qin Tian's voice gradually became more and more crazy, and the woman opened her eyes at this moment, revealing a strange smile. Seeing this scene, Yingying was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. She seemed to finally understand everything in front of her. Queen Yin once told her that her mother died at the hands of her father. At first, she didn't believe it, but now it seems that Queen Yin was right. Back then, it was probably Queen Yin who discovered Qin Tian's conspiracy and rescued her. It's a pity that she didn't believe the Queen of Yin, and now she came to her door on her own initiative. At this moment, Yingying was extremely upset. The person she had been thinking about all these years ended up wanting to kill her. And the person she hated had been protecting her. Yingying looked at the woman in front of her in pain. No, mother, why did it become like this? Yingying kept backing away, her heart completely broken. My dear daughter, don't you want to? As long as you practice my magic, you can merge with the yin and yang of heaven and earth, seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and become immortal. What a great opportunity. Come quickly, merge with me, and our family can be together forever. Qin Tian said this and turned around. At this moment, he had two sides and looked like a monster. Yingying couldn't believe that her father would turn into a monster, and she stepped back in fear. But at this moment, Chu Fan walked forward and bowed. Senior, I am willing to cultivate your magical skills. Please help me. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Qin Tian glanced at Chu Fan, then looked at Yingying, and said softly. You are willing to give up, very good. My yin-yang wuji gong requires a willingness to give up. Qin Tian seemed to have regained his sanity. He looked at Yingying kindly and began to explain. My dear daughter, don't be afraid. I will let you see the power of my yin-yang wuji gong now. When the time comes, you will naturally take the initiative to merge with me. Qin Tian said this and waved to Chu Fan. Chu Fan walked forward cautiously. The next second, a powerful force lifted him up. At the same time, a stream of pure energy flowed into his body. Chu Fan only felt that his cultivation level improved instantly. But in the blink of an eye, he successfully broke through the creation realm. Chu Fan was overjoyed and looked at Qin Tian and bowed to express his gratitude. Don't worry, kid, as long as you shed your yuan-yang and shape your yin-yang body, you can directly break through the yin-yang profound realm. When Chu Fan heard this, his face changed drastically. Senior, what should I do to create a yin-yang body? It's very simple. You just need to combine yin and yang. In simple terms, it means castration of the body. Qin Tian stared at Chu Fan with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Fan looked at Qin Tian in surprise. But after a moment, he gritted his teeth and nodded. It's only an inch or two. What use would we cultivators have for it? Chu Fan raised his hand and the long sword fell down. The next second, he let out a wail and his pants were stained with blood. Yingying, who was standing by, watched this scene with her eyes wide open. Crazy, you are all crazy. Yingying completely collapsed. She had never seen such a crazy person. What's more, this man is her father. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from here quickly, but at this moment, a powerful force firmly controlled her in place. My dear daughter, why are you so stubborn? When Qin Tian's angry voice came, Yingying felt as if she was suffocating. But at this moment, countless thunders gathered in the sky. And amidst the thunder, a familiar figure came into view. Brother Qin Tian. Chapter 82, Heavens will thunder art, destroying heaven and earth. Thunder disperses the black fog. Qin Tian descended from the sky, hugged Yingying, and waved his hand. Lightning gathered into a big hand and slammed down towards Qin Tian. Crash. For a moment, the entire valley shook violently, the iron chains made a harsh sound, and sparks flew everywhere. Qin Tian. When Qin Tian saw the person coming, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. After 100 years of not seeing you, you've improved. Good, very good. I will absorb you today, and I will definitely perfect my magical power. Qin Tian roared, and the surrounding chains broke instantly, and the chains attacked Qin Tian like tentacles. Seeing this, Qin Tian smiled contemptuously and pointed with his hand. 3 fingers to suppress the world. The roar of lightning filled the entire valley, and traces of thunder moved along the iron chains and spread out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the entire valley became bright, and the dense thunder chains, like a spider web, spread across the entire valley. There was a crackling sound in the air, mixed with a hint of burnt smell. At this moment, Qin Tian's whole body was charred, and his originally tattered clothes had completely turned to ashes. He now looks extremely terrifying, with 2 faces, 2 heads and 4 arms, like a monster. Roar! Qin Tian roared angrily, his eyes turned red, and he looked as if he had lost his mind. The sky and the earth are limitless, the universe is formless, yin and yang are without nature, the sun and the moon are without light. Qin Tian waved his 4 arms, and a vast amount of vital energy gathered. The sky suddenly changed color, and black fog filled the air, covering the sky. Qin Tian felt as if he was trapped in chaos, and the black fog around him seemed to be devouring his 5 senses. Invisible, intangible, as if in nothingness. Suddenly, a pitch-black iron chain shot out. Qin Tian turned his head, and the iron chain passed across Qin Tian's cheek and pierced through the void. Immediately afterwards, countless iron chains attacked. Fortunately, Qin Tian reacted quickly and dodged them one by one. He stared at his surroundings vigilantly, with a golden glint in his eyes. As far as the eye can see, a dark shadow is approaching. Qin Tian raised a smile, but his body was still dodging left and right. Qin Tian was overjoyed when he saw this. Seeing that the time had come, he suddenly appeared, formed seals with his arms, and attacked Qin Tian. But at this moment, Qin Tian suddenly looked up at him, with golden light flashing in his eyes. Thunder technique, Qin Tian stretched out his hand, and lightning surged in his palm. In an instant, thunder fell from the sky. The heavens will thunder art burns the sky and devours the earth. Holding the thunder in hand, it shatters the darkness. Silver-white lightning instantly illuminated the valley, and the black fog dissipated like a volcanic eruption. In the black fog, a ray of lightning, like a white rainbow piercing the sun, shot straight into the sky. What is that? At this moment, the people still on the mountain also noticed the strange phenomenon not far away and looked up. Someone fought. With such power, their cultivation must be quite strong. Is there another expert here? This blessed land is already full of dangers. It looks like there might be a gatekeeper here. All the major sect leaders were shocked when they saw this scene. For a moment, everyone rushed towards the valley. But when they reached the valley, the place had already been razed to the ground. At first glance, all that was left was a charred black. And in that scene, a familiar figure came into view. Old Demon Qin. Who is this kid fighting with? Look, what is that? Everyone looked into the distance and saw a charred monster lying on the ground. The monster had 2 heads and 4 arms, but no facial features on its heads, like a faceless person. What is this? No one present recognized Qin Tian's identity. After all, 100 years had passed and everyone thought that Qin Tian had disappeared. Moreover, considering Qin Tian's current appearance, no one would be able to recognize him. Even Yingying at this moment couldn't believe that the monster in front of her was her father. She hugged Qin Tian tightly, staring at the monster in the distance, her eyes already red from crying. She knew that her mother might have been killed by Qin Tian. If Qin Tian had not arrived in time today, she might have become such a monster. Feeling the warmth beside her, Yingying's originally frightened heart gradually relaxed. Qin Tian is still the Qin Tian she knows. As long as he is around, she feels safe. But when she recalled her behavior towards Qin Tian over the years, she felt deeply guilty. Because of her suspicion, she not only misunderstood Queen Yin, but also misunderstood Qin Tian. Thinking of this, Yingying felt a deep sense of guilt. Ding! Yingying feels overwhelmed with guilt, emotion value plus 1000. At this moment, she seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Her hands unconsciously hugged Qin Tian tightly. Old Demon Qin, what is this? At this moment, the heads of the major sects also flew over. Looking at the monster in front of them, everyone couldn't help but feel a little alert. Although that guy looked strange, he made them all feel a little nervous. That's Qin Tian. When Qin Tian said this, everyone present was shocked. Is it him? Didn't he disappear? Could it be that he entered the Blessed Land 100 years ago and has been trapped there ever since? Everyone in the southern region knows about Qin Tian's reputation. This guy is a real devil. How many people were slaughtered by him back then? Among them are not only people from the righteous path, but also people from the evil sect. This guy is the public enemy of both the righteous and the evil. How did this guy become like this? Rumor has it that he practiced the yin-yang wuji gong, and became colorless and formless. Could it be that he went astray in his practice? No, this is the highest realm of yin-yang wuji gong, yin and yang in one body. Qin Tian shook his head. He knew more about the yin-yang demon sect than anyone present. After all, after Shi Dingtian's death, Queen Yin took over the yin-yang demon sect, and the two had dealt with each other before. The unity of yin and yang requires the fusion of yin and yang. I just didn't expect him to use this method. Although Queen Yin mentioned the yin-yang Wuji Gong to Qin Tian, she did not mention anything about Shi Dingtian. Perhaps the Queen Yin at that time did not dare to completely trust Qin Tian. However, when Qin Tian saw the scene in front of him, he roughly guessed how Shi Dingtian had refined this yin and yang body. He lowered his head silently and glanced at Yingying. The little girl was already crying. Qin Tian could probably understand the little girl's feelings. The relatives he had been searching for many years turned out like this. No one would be able to bear it. What's more, judging from the current situation, Yingying's mother was most likely killed by Shi Dingtian, so Yingying naturally felt even more sad. It's rumored that the yin-yang Wuji Gong can reverse yin and yang. I wonder if it's true. Someone asked, but no one quite understood. Shi Dingtian was neither male nor female back then. This technique is so strange that no one except this guy knows the details. That's not entirely true, Qin Tian sneered, his eyes falling on Chu Fan beside him. That guy just practiced yin-yang Wuji Gong, maybe he knows something. Chapter 83, Soul Escape, Bronze Immortal Palace. Qin Tian had already noticed Chu Fan's presence. He wanted to kill Chu Fan just now, but was interrupted by Shi Dingtian. At this moment, Shi Dingtian had lost his combat effectiveness, but Qin Tian did not want to do it himself. After all, Chu Fan was closely involved, and Qin Tian also had a concern in his mind. Li Bufan fled to Gaoshan and took away the Soul Shepherding Pearl, but Chu Fan was still needed to open the Soul Shepherding Pearl. The people of Gaoshan would not let this kid go. Qin Tian was worried that if he acted rashly, he might attract people from Gao Tian. Although he had repelled the opponent before, it was just an illusion. If the real person from the sky came down to the world, even he would have to avoid his edge. Therefore, Qin Tian wanted these people to take action to test it out. Sure enough, when everyone heard this, all eyes fell on Chu Fan. At this moment, Chu Fan felt a chill spreading from the soles of his feet to his entire body. He couldn't bear the pressure of being watched by so many powerful masters. He stared at Qin Tian fiercely, his heart already filled with rage. Back in Xiaoyao Valley, it was Qin Tian who caused his misfortune, and he wanted to kill him. Now, it was this guy again who made him the target of everyone's attention. In Chu Fan's heart, he had completely regarded Qin Tian as his mortal enemy. If looks could kill, Qin Tian would have died countless times. Ding, Chu Fan's hatred is hard to dissipate, emotion value +1000. However, his anger did not last long before someone couldn't help but take action. Chu Fan was shocked and quickly stepped back. But facing so many great masters, even though he had already reached the yin-yang profound realm, he had no power to resist. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Don't worry, kid, I'm here to help you. As the voice fell, Chu Fan felt a surge of tremendous power erupting from his body. When he raised his head again, his eyes were already bloodshot. The sky and the earth are limitless, the universe is formless, yin and yang are without nature, the sun and the moon are without light. Chu Fan's low voice sounded, and at this moment, the surroundings instantly fell into darkness. Qin Tian was shocked when he saw this scene. He hurriedly looked at Shi Dingtian on the ground, but the guy was no longer breathing. Oh no, Shi Dingtian wants to use Yuanshan to escape. Qin Tian shouted angrily and attacked immediately, but he was still a step too late. Several screams were heard in the darkness. When the rolling thunder fell and the black fog dissipated, only corpses were left on the ground. But Chu Fan had already disappeared. Qin Tian didn't expect Shi Dingtian to be so decisive. That guy completely gave up this body and escaped with his soul. In this way, Shi Dingtian's cultivation would be wasted. However, Shi Dingtian is obviously trapped here now. Faced with so many powerful masters, this seems to be the only solution he can think of. Everyone was frightened by this sudden scene. Shi Dingtian used Chu Fan's body to escape completely. At this moment, even Qin Tian was not sure that he could catch up with him. You should know that the yin-yang demon sect is best at finding a place in the world and hiding its body. With Shi Dingtian's cultivation level, if he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. The masters present were well aware of this, but there was nothing they could do. After a long time, the people from the major sects retreated and continued to plunder. But Qin Tian took Yingying away. He already knew the biggest secret of this place. The Blessed Land is the place where yin and yang meet, and the yin and yang energies condense here, which is the greatest treasure of this place. Back then, Qin Tian probably discovered the secret of this place, so he used it to completely devour Yingying's mother and complete the fusion of yin and yang. However, Qin Tian never figured out who imprisoned Qin Tian here back then. The Queen of Yin obviously does not have this power. If it is not the Queen of Yin who takes action, it means that there are still unknown dangers in the Blessed Land. Since that thing was able to imprison Qin Tian here, its strength can be imagined. Qin Tian doesn't want to take any risks. Of course, when he left, he also informed Pei Nanfeng. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Ao Wushuang? Qin Tian naturally did not forget the protagonist Ao Wushuang. Now that this guy is useless, Qin Tian is ready to get rid of him. No, the strange phenomenon in the valley attracted everyone's attention. After that, I haven't seen Ao Wushuang. Perhaps, he took this opportunity to escape. Pei Nanfeng spoke softly. Now that Li Bufan had escaped, although she had not yet avenged her great hatred, she did not want to continue using Ao Wushuang. What's more, in her eyes, Ao Wushuang is still a good disciple. Just now, Pei Nanfeng originally wanted to find an opportunity to rescue Ao Wushuang. After all, that guy is also the eldest senior brother of the Qingtian sword sect. Qin Tian naturally understood Pei Nanfeng's thoughts. Although this woman hated Li Bufan, she still had feelings for the Qingtian sword sect. Qin Tian didn't want to reveal his thoughts either. As they walked down the mountain, they heard a loud noise behind them. Earth shattering. The entire fairy mountain began to crumble. At the same time, countless figures flew high into the sky, and the next second, the fairy mountain exploded. A pitch-black iron chain rose from the ground and pierced through the void. And under the iron chain, it seemed as if a demon was sleeping, and the dark fog instantly swept across the entire cave. The black fog seemed to have demonic properties, and anyone who touched it would die. Qin Tian watched helplessly as the disciples from various major sects fell like dumplings. Among them are even some powerful masters at the level of a master. Go! Qin Tian shouted angrily and immediately rushed towards the exit. Behind them, densely packed disciples of the sect came like a tide. At the moment when everyone rushed out of the paradise, the stone tablet at the entrance exploded. A bronze fairy palace emerged from the ground. The terrifying pressure made everyone present tremble with fear. The immortal palace rose from the ground, dragging the thick iron chain with it. The iron chain seemed to be embedded in the ground. As the chain rose into the air, a huge crack was torn in the ground, stretching for thousands of miles. Click, click, click. The next second, the iron chain broke and the fairy palace burst into brilliant divine light. An air of desolation permeates the heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, all things withered, and the earth seemed to have been drained of its vitality in an instant, turning into a pale yellow color. Rumble. There were bursts of thunder in the sky, and the fairy palace shook and trembled slightly. The void was instantly torn open, and a golden door opened with a bang. The immortal palace shook again, smashed the gate directly, and fled away. Qin Tian looked at the scene in front of him with a frown. All of this seemed to be beyond his imagination. Faced with such divine power, everyone present was powerless to resist, and he was naturally no exception. It seems that I still need to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Although Qin Tian has made rapid progress these days, he still feels a sense of crisis in his heart. There is always someone better than you, and even he cannot handle the situation. However, he is confident about this. After all, he still has the system. Chapter 84, Ice Soul Spirit Pearl, Journey to Cloud Country. In the past few days, the entire southern region has been discussing the origins of the Bronze Immortal Palace. But no one knows. In Linan City, in the inn, Qin Tian and Pei Nanfeng sat opposite each other. Red Fish, you really won't go back with me. Pei Nanfeng looked at Li Hongyu beside him, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Although she had always regarded Li Hongyu as a tool to deal with Li Bufan, after spending a long time with her, she also developed some feelings for Li Hongyu. Now that Li Bufan is gone, she also wants Li Hongyu to return to the Qingtian sword sect. But now Li Hongyu doesn't want to go back. First of all, naturally she was reluctant to part with Qin Tian. But more importantly, she understood that the current Qin Tian sword sect could no longer accommodate her. Auntie, after all, I am still Li Bufan's daughter. Now Li Bufan's actions have brought shame to the entire Qin Tian sword sect. There is no place for me in the Qin Tian sword sect anymore. Li Hongyu spoke softly. She had complicated feelings towards Pei Nanfang. She is alive today because of Pei Nanfang's protection. But she also understood that Pei Nanfang had always used her as a tool. She was grateful to Pei Nanfang, but also afraid of him. And now, Li Bufan has escaped, and she seems to have lost her target. Now the only person she can't let go of seems to be Qin Tian. Pei Nanfang looked at Qin Tian silently, feeling a little regretful. Perhaps, I shouldn't have sent Li Hongyu away in the first place. But now that things have come to this, she can't force it. Besides, it's time to set Li Hongyu free. Pei Nanfang sighed softly, then looked at Qin Tian and continued speaking. Sect Master Qin, how's Linger doing? Li Linger had died before, leaving behind only a remnant soul, which was protected by Qin Tian using the secret method of Wangquan. These days, Pei Nanfang has been looking for a way to resurrect Li Linger, but unfortunately he has found nothing. When it comes to understanding the soul, the Wangquan demon sect and the Yuming demon sect are the professionals, and she can only place her hopes on Qin Tian. I already have some clues about Miss Linger's matter. However, her original body has already lost all its vitality. Even if she reshapes her soul now, she won't be able to possess me. If we want to fully revive it, I'm afraid we need one more thing. What is it? Pei Nanfang asked anxiously. Ice Soul Spirit Pearl. Ice Soul Spirit Pearl. The secret treasure of Yun country. Pei Nanfang's face changed slightly when he heard this. Of course she had heard of the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl. It was the most precious treasure of the Yun Kingdom and was regarded as a national treasure. Only the Emperor of Yun Kingdom is qualified to use it. But the current Emperor of Yun is young, and all the major affairs of Yun are in the hands of the Queen Mother of Yun. Moreover, the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl is an innate treasure that can bring vitality, but it needs 100 years of nurturing after using it once. The Yun Kingdom will not let others use this thing at will. I will go to Yun country myself. As long as Linger can be rescued, I'm willing to pay any price. Pei Nanfang was silent for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. Li Linger was raised by her. Although they are not mother and daughter, they are better than mother and daughter. Li Bufan has ended up like this now, but it has nothing to do with these two children. Pei Nanfang still felt somewhat apologetic towards Li Linger and her sister. Now that Li Linger was in trouble, Pei Nanfang naturally didn't want to sit idly by. The Queen Mother of Yun Kingdom is not easy to deal with. Moreover, Miss Linger is weak and I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for much longer. I will go with you. If possible, I can help her regain her vitality as soon as possible. Qin Tian thought for a moment, and he could see that Pei Nanfang seemed to care about Li Linger very much. This was a good opportunity to collect emotional points. He now needs to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible, and emotional value is the top priority. Qin Tian cannot miss any opportunity now. Hearing this, Pei Nanfang was slightly stunned, and a hint of gratitude appeared on his face. Thank you, Pei Nanfang nodded slightly, a hint of tenderness appearing on his cold face. Ding, Pei Nanfang is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotion value plus 1000. There's no time to lose, let's set off as soon as possible. Qin Tian noticed the other party's emotions and already had an idea in his mind. This woman doesn't seem to be an iceberg, there is still a way to break through her. At present, and Miaoyi has returned to Miaoyu Temple, Yingying has also returned to the Yin-Yang demon sect, and Qin Tian is left with only Li Hongyu, so he simply takes her with him. Now that the Qin Tian sword sect has stabilized, Pei Nanfang doesn't have to worry too much. After settling everything, the three of them set off immediately. And just after they left, a figure followed them secretly. Ao Wushuang has not left this place these days. He was worried that those people would not let him go, so he did not dare to show up, but just observed everything secretly. Now that Li Bufan has escaped and the Qin Tian sword sect has settled down, Ao Wushuang has lost his target. He originally planned to find Pei Nanfang to explain the situation and return to the sect, but now he didn't dare to show up and could only wait. Today he happened to see Pei Nanfang and Qin Tian leaving, so he followed them. Seeing Li Hongyu snuggling in Qin Tian's arms, Ao Wushuang's anger suddenly rose. Although he had already known about the relationship between Li Hongyu and Qin Tian, he still refused to accept it. In his eyes, Li Hongyu is his beloved and he will never allow others to interfere. Even though Li Hongyu already has someone in her heart, he still wants to take her back. Ding, Ao Wushwang is filled with resentment, emotion value +1000. Looking at Qin Tian's receding back, Ao Wushwang was burning with anger. At the same time, Qin Tian also noticed the presence of Ao Wushwang, and he couldn't help but feel happy. He was short of emotional points right now, and this guy came up to him on his own initiative. Qin Tian certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity to make money. Let your kid live a few more days. Qin Tian thought to himself that he didn't take Ao Wushwang seriously at all, and he could kill that guy with ease. Sooner or later, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, Qin Tian deliberately hugged Li Hongyu tightly. Feeling the warmth on her chest, Li Hongyu blushed instantly. She glanced at Pei Nanfeng cautiously and found that Pei Nanfeng didn't notice, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, Li Hongyu is feeling quite resentful, emotion value +1000. Ding, Ao Wushwang is seething with rage, emotion value +1000. Qin Tian was enjoying the joy of harvesting emotional points, but suddenly he felt a sharp gaze falling on him. He turned his head to look, but found that Pei Nanfeng had quickly turned his head away. However, Qin Tian could still see the deep resentment and jealousy on her face. Qin Tian never thought that one day he would be envied by a woman. This feeling is really wonderful. Thinking of the relationship between Li Hongyu and Pei Nanfeng, Qin Tian couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. And at this moment Pei Nanfeng was indeed jealous. This is not only directed at Qin Tian, but more at Li Hongyu. This girl was trained by her, but now she has betrayed her. Although she seems happy for Li Hongyu on the surface, she still feels a little unhappy in her heart. Especially when she saw the current appearance of Qin Tian and the other two, she couldn't tell whether she was jealous or envious. Ding, Pei Nanfeng is filled with resentment, emotion value +1000. Chapter 85, Imperial Concubine. Exciting. The Yun Kingdom is the same as the Wu Kingdom. In terms of foundation, it may not be as good as the top sects such as the 12 Towers and 5 Cities, but they are also a first-class force in the southern region. Yuntian City is the imperial capital of Yun Kingdom. The entire Yuntian City is built on the mountain, and on that mountain is the Yun Kingdom's palace, Yuntian Peak. At this moment, inside Tianyan Palace, a handsome young man in a white dragon robe was pacing back and forth, holding a scroll in his hand. The young man has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, is full of heroic spirit, has an upright posture and an imposing bearing. Among the crowd, he is definitely a handsome man. But there always seemed to be a hint of gloom on his face that could not be shaken off. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from outside. "Your Majesty, we've already done what you ordered. That kid is indeed a good candidate for this job. He has already secretly networked with a group of people and is training them. Once they're successfully trained, they'll definitely be a great help to us." The person who came was a tall woman, wearing a tight plain dress that outlined her graceful figure. Her delicate face was as white as jade, and beneath her long phoenix eyebrows were a pair of deep eyes with a hint of blue, which made her look particularly strange. She was dressed in tight clothes, like a female knight, and her every move exuded a sense of unrestrained and uninhibited style. As she spoke, the woman grabbed some fruit from the table beside her and stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, her image as a beauty completely collapsed. She sat down carelessly, crossed her legs, like a street thug, completely different from her temperament. "Yinger, you are my concubine after all, can you please pay attention?" The young man turned around, frowning slightly, but a helpless yet doting smile appeared on his face. "There's no one else here, what are you afraid of? Besides, I'm tired of doing that every day. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been your concubine. My dream is to travel the world and taste all the delicacies. Now I have to pretend to be dignified every day. It's so annoying." Lan Ying glanced at the young man unhappily and continued eating. The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking helpless. "I know you've suffered, but once this is over, everything will be fine." The young man was none other than Yun Lei, the current emperor of Yun State. However, when he ascended the throne, he was still young and all the royal power was in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Now he is just a puppet. Even he had no say in choosing his concubine. The only person he trusted was his junior sister who grew up with him. In order to have someone he could trust by his side, he brought his junior sister into the palace to help him. Your Majesty, do you really think that boy can deal with the Queen Mother? Lan Ying put down the food in her hand and looked at Yun Lei with some concern. I don't know either, but I have to give it a try. I don't want to be someone else's puppet my whole life. Lan Ying lowered her head silently. She also knew Yun Lei's difficulties, but all she could do was listen. After all, she knew nothing about these things. By the way, I heard that the Queen Mother is planning to choose a concubine for you again. What are you going to do this time? You can't just keep putting it off, right? Hearing this, Yun Lei's face turned ugly. There's no other way. I can't break up with the Queen Mother right now. I can only calm her down for the time being. But you've been neglecting those concubines. The Queen Mother might get suspicious. Lan Ying looked at Yun Lei silently, a blush crossing her face. There's nothing I can do about it. Those concubines are all the Queen Mother's people. If my identity is revealed, I'm afraid. But how long can I keep putting it off like this? Lan Ying looked troubled. If I could get pregnant with a prince, perhaps. Yun Lei glanced at Lan Ying in surprise and smiled bitterly. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. Lan Ying pursed her lips and stood up. I know you can't do it, so forget it, just make do for now. I hope that guy won't disappoint you. After saying that, Lan Ying turned around and left. I have to keep an eye on him. If that guy gets discovered, we're all doomed. At the same time, Qin Tian and his companions also arrived in Yuntian City. Looking at the bustling streets around him, Li Hongyu seemed very interested. Over the years, she basically never went down the mountain, and she had no mood to appreciate these things in the past. Now that her heart knot has been untied, she can finally enjoy a normal life. However, her personality was as cold as ever, and even the love in her eyes was deeply hidden by her. Fortunately, Pei Nanfeng noticed Li Hongyu's thoughts and pulled her to the stall. Brother, give me 2 strings of candied haws. When the street vendor saw Pei Nanfeng and the other person, his eyes suddenly lit up. In all the years he had been selling things at the street, he had never seen such a beautiful woman. Please wait a moment, ladies, the vendor reacted quickly and got busy immediately. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. Tisk tisk tisk, what a pretty girl. Pei Nanfeng turned around and saw a handsome young man in plain clothes staring at them curiously. The person who came was Lan Ying, but she had sneaked out of the palace at this moment, so she changed into men's clothes. She could tell at a glance that Li Hongyu had extraordinary cultivation and was a cultivator. Moreover, she was also extremely beautiful. Thinking that Yun Lei was going to choose a concubine recently, she immediately had an idea. Instead of waiting for the Queen Mother to place her own people, she might as well help find candidates first. This way, we can shut the Queen Mother up. What's more, Li Hongyu is a cultivator, and when the time comes, he will be able to help them accomplish their great cause. Excuse me, what's this lady's name? Lan Ying walked forward and looked at Li Hongyu curiously. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Li Hongyu has reached the Yingxuan realm, which is a level of cultivation that can definitely be considered a genius among the younger generation. It will definitely be a great help in the future, and Lan Ying certainly doesn't want to miss such an opportunity. Li Hongyu looked unhappy. She didn't like to talk much, and naturally didn't want to talk much with strangers. Besides, the wretched look on the guy in front of her made her feel disgusted. She turned her head and said nothing. But when Lan Ying saw this, she came closer again. Excuse me, young lady, from what sect? My name is Lan Ying. May I have a moment with you? Just as Lan Ying was pestering Li Hongyu, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The destined heroine has been detected. Name, Lan Ying. Identity, the heroine of Godkiller. Cultivation, Yingxuan realm 6th level. Origin, Lan Ying was the junior sister of Yun Lei, the emperor of the Yun kingdom. To help Yun Lei regain the imperial power, she married Yun Lei and became the empress of the Yun kingdom. However, during this process, she met Wan Xin, the young master of Zanfeng City who was living in exile. As they spent time together, they fell in love. Later, Wan Xin used the power of the Yun kingdom to retake Zanfeng City, and the two of them came together. The moment Lan Ying appeared, Qin Tian realized that she was a girl. However, seeing that this woman went straight to Li Hongyu, Qin Tian was speechless. It seems that Li Hongyu has a natural physique that attracts women. However, Qin Tian didn't care too much about it. After all, Li Hongyu had been trained by him almost enough. But when he saw Lan Ying's background, he couldn't help but be shocked. This woman was actually the queen of Yun Kingdom. And she even ran off with the young master of Xuanfeng City. Isn't the emperor of Yun Kingdom too aggrieved? Chapter 86 The Emperor's Helplessness. Qin Tian didn't have a deep understanding of Yun Kingdom. All we know is that the one in power in Yun Kingdom now is the old Queen Mother. As for Yun Kingdom's Emperor Yun Lei, he is a complete puppet. As a puppet, there is indeed no freedom. But his own imperial concubine ran away with someone else, which is too frustrating. Girl, why don't you speak? Lan Ying was still pestering Li Hongyu, but at this moment, Pei Nanfang couldn't stand it anymore. She was already in a bad mood, and this guy dared to harass Li Hongyu, which immediately aroused her anger. Get out of here, Pei Nanfang shouted angrily. Lan Ying was startled when she saw this, and only then did she notice Pei Nanfang. When she saw it, she was immediately shocked by her beauty. The two women in front of me are both extremely beautiful. However, Li Hongyu looks a little younger, while Pei Nanfang has a more mature look. Lan Ying instantly became interested. You two are both extremely beautiful. I am not talented, but I would like to invite you two to have a drink. Would you be so kind as to do me the honor? Seeing that this guy was still trying to pester her, Pei Nanfang became furious. The next second, a terrifying pressure came over, and Lan Ying was forced to retreat repeatedly. Nirvana, Lan Ying's expression changed and she became alert instantly. There are not many powerful people in the Nirvana realm in Yun Kingdom, and she knows the few that exist. These people are capable of stirring up trouble. Now that such a great figure appears here, something big must be happening. Lan Ying was worried that these guys were invited by the Queen Mother. After all, in Yun country, only the Queen Mother was qualified to deal with these people. I am Lan Ying, the holy maiden of the Yun nation. May I know your name, senior? Lan Ying quickly revealed her identity, wanting to test Pei Nanfang. If Pei Nanfang really had a relationship with the Queen Mother, he would not have embarrassed her in the street. Saint. Humph, I hate people who are neither male nor female the most. Pei Nanfang snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped Lan Ying on the butt, knocking her away. Pei Nanfang also understood that they came here to ask for help, so it would be a bad idea to go too far. But this woman was indeed annoying, so she took action to teach her a lesson. Qin Tian watched this scene without saying a word. He finally realized that Pei Nanfang was not hitting Lan Ying at all. She clearly wanted to hit him. Along the way, Pei Nanfang looked at Qin Tian as if he wanted to eat him. Of course, this was also what Qin Tian did on purpose, just to harvest emotions. However, Pei Nanfang was naturally unhappy when he saw Li Hongyu, whom he had trained, and Qin Tian being so affectionate with each other, so he took this opportunity to vent his anger. Under such circumstances, Qin Tian naturally didn't want to offend him. Lan Ying also knew that she had offended a tough guy, so she turned around and ran away immediately. Ding, Pei Nanfang feels resentful, emotion value plus 1000. Pei Nanfang turned his head and glanced at Qin Tian, then spoke unhappily. Hongyu is your woman now, and you're just going to watch. Hearing this, Li Hongyu blushed immediately. But Qin Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew in his heart that Pei Nanfang was deliberately trying to anger him. That guy is a woman, so she should be fine, right? Pei Nanfang had naturally seen through Lan Ying's disguise a long time ago, but thinking of this, she felt even more resentful. She is a woman herself. Qin Tian's words seemed to be mocking her. What's wrong with women? Women can also tease other women. When Pei Nanfang said this, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Thinking back on her relationship with Li Hongyu, she couldn't help feeling shy. Ding, Pei Nanfang is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. Pei Nanfang turned around and pulled Li Hongyu away. Qin Tian smiled slightly and followed. It seems that this woman has slowly opened up her heart. In the past, Pei Nanfang always looked serious. If Li Hongyu's coldness came from hatred, then Pei Nanfang simply closed his heart. But now, Pei Nanfang seems to be slowly accepting her new identity. She has become more humane and has all the emotions and desires of a human being. This is also a good thing for Qin Tian. The three of them found an inn to stay in. At the same time, Lan Ying hurried back to the palace. Oh no, Yunlei was thinking about the recent situation when Lan Ying rushed in anxiously. Your Majesty, something happened. What's wrong? When Yunlei saw Lan Ying dressed in men's clothes, he knew that this girl had sneaked out of the palace again. There are people in the Nirvana realm in Yuntian City. I have never seen them before. Maybe they are from the Queen Mother's side. Lan Ying quickly recounted what had happened to her. Yunlei also frowned after hearing this. How did you get into trouble with these people? Lan Ying heard this and looked aggrieved. I thought that woman was pretty. Since the Queen Mother was looking for a concubine for you, I thought I'd help you find someone. Oh, do you know who the other party is? Yunlei was also a little worried. His current situation was not good. If he provokes the powerful people in the Nirvana realm again, he would undoubtedly be giving an ally to the Queen Mother. How would I know that? I just know those two women are incredibly beautiful. Then what sects did they come from? How would I know that? I just know those two women are incredibly beautiful. Yunlei was speechless and continued to ask, what are their last names and names? You should know them, right? Lan Ying lowered her head in grievance, pouting and whispering. How would I know that? I just know those two women are incredibly beautiful. Yunlei was completely desperate. Although he knew that his junior sister was unreliable, he still couldn't help but get angry at this moment. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I think those people are definitely here with bad intentions. Send me a group of tiger guards and I will go find them. I will definitely find out their background. Yunlei took a deep breath and kept reminding himself that this was his only junior sister and he had to stay calm. Finally, he calmed himself down and spoke. It's not appropriate to provoke them now. You better behave yourself. Hearing this, Lan Ying suddenly felt unhappy. Your Majesty, are you just going to let that woman hit me like that? After all, I am the Holy Maiden of the Yun Kingdom, a royal consort. Where is she spanking me? She's spanking you in the face. Puff. Yunlei spat out a mouthful of tea and glared at Lan Ying fiercely. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you too. After saying that, Yunlei sighed again, took Lan Ying's little hand and comforted her softly. Yinger, we don't know the origins of those people yet, so don't act rashly. Once we get through this, I will definitely help you get justice. Seeing Yunlei like this, Lan Ying finally calmed down. What if those people are really related to the Queen Mother? What are you going to do? Now that you've reached the age to rule the country, the Queen Mother won't return the imperial power to you. She's been constantly selecting concubines for you these days. Isn't it because she hopes that after you have a prince, she'll take action against you and continue to control the Yun Kingdom? If you keep dragging it out like this, what if the Queen Mother can't wait any longer? I'm afraid. I understand. Yunlei nodded slightly and said softly, if that day really comes, you will leave here. What about you? I am the king of Yun State, and I must die for my country. Chapter 87. A master of playing dumb, making the best of a bad situation. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. In a separate courtyard at the backyard of the inn, candlelight flickered. Most of the inns here accommodate monks, and each villa has a formation for people to practice, so it seems particularly peaceful. But at this moment Pei Nanfang couldn't calm down at all. Along the way, she watched the intimate behavior of Qin Tian and the other man, and felt more and more redundant. The key point is that Li Hongyu should have been hers. In the past, she only used Li Hongyu as a tool to take revenge on Li Bufan. Now that she has lost her, she feels regretful. Especially during this period of time, Qin Tian seemed to be deliberately showing off in front of her, which made her even more annoyed. Why did I send Li Hongyu away in the first place? Whenever he thought of this, Pei Nanfang wanted to slap himself twice. She always thought she had given up on love, but now it seems that she still can't let go. Perhaps in the past few days, she has developed special feelings for Li Hongyu. Now she has a different kind of resentment towards Qin Tian. She doesn't know whether it is jealousy or something else. Pei Nanfang looked to the side silently. At this moment, the two people were next door, and she could imagine what they were doing. This made Pei Nanfang even more restless. After a long silence, she couldn't help her curiosity, so she stood up and sneaked out the door. She kept comforting herself, saying that she was just worried about Li Hongyu and had absolutely no improper thoughts. But she knew in her heart that although she was hundreds of years old, she was probably not as knowledgeable as Li Hongyu about matters between men and women. At this moment, curiosity outweighed everything else in her heart. She approached quietly and suddenly heard low humming in her ears. The voice made her blush instantly, she was too familiar with it. However, this was never the case when Li Hongyu was with her before. She seemed to have seen what Li Hongyu looked like at that moment. Pei Nanfeng blushed, but couldn't resist his curiosity and secretly looked into the house. The next second, her eyes widened. To her, it all seemed new and strange. Ding, Pei Nanfeng is shocked, emotion value plus 1000. She seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and her mind was blank. Recalling the days he spent with Li Hongyu, Pei Nanfeng felt that he had been wishful thinking. Perhaps in Li Hongyu's eyes, the present life is what she wants most. No wonder this girl would betray me without hesitation. Pei Nanfeng stared straight into the room, motionless, as if he was still. The scene shocked her so much that she was completely immersed in it. At this moment, shyness, indignation, jealousy, envy, all kinds of emotions surged in my heart. Qin Tian also noticed that his emotional level was rising steadily. He understood that this was a good time to reap the rewards. An unknown amount of time had passed before Pei Nanfeng dragged her exhausted body back to the room. She fell on the bed, but the images in her mind could not be shaken off. This time, she couldn't calm down at all. I should have been drowned in darkness, had I not seen the light. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Suddenly, the door was opened. Pei Nanfeng was startled and sat up, only to find that it was Li Hongyu who walked in. "What are you doing here at this hour of the night?" Pei Nanfeng calmed himself down and asked. The red little face was hidden in the night. "Auntie, I can't sleep." Li Hongyu walked up silently and took Pei Nanfeng's arm. This time, it was Pei Nanfeng who seemed a little at a loss. She quickly withdrew her arm, and the image of Li Hongyu just now unconsciously appeared in her mind again, and she said unhappily, "You really shouldn't be able to sleep." Seeing this, Li Hongyu refused to give in and continued to move forward and lie in Pei Nanfeng's arms. "I just came here to hide with my aunt." A hint of playfulness flashed across Li Hongyu's cold face. Hearing this, Pei Nanfeng was immediately filled with shame and anger. She naturally understood what Li Hongyu meant. Could it be that this girl came here on purpose to irritate me? Pei Nanfeng thought about it and couldn't help but feel even more resentful. "Humph, wasn't this your own choice? Now you know you can't stand it," Pei Nanfeng said, his heart already filled with turmoil. Although they used to talk about everything, now it seems like there is another person in their conversation. "Yes, I should thank my aunt. If it weren't for Qin Tian, I would probably never know what it means to be a woman." Pei Nanfeng was immediately furious when he heard this. This girl was definitely here to show off. She pushed Li Hongyu away and urged, "Go back and don't disturb my rest." Poochie, Li Hongyu couldn't help laughing when she saw this. This was the first time she laughed from the heart, and even in the night, it seemed so gentle. "Aunt loves me the most, let me hide here with you." Li Hongyu got into the bed without saying a word and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. Pei Nanfeng saw this, and although he was dissatisfied, he could do nothing about it. Seeing that the person who should have belonged to her was now someone else's and turned around to laugh at her, one can imagine the resentment in her heart. But the relationship between the two is far more than that, and she can only go along with Li Hongyu. After all, this girl is her only two relatives now. As soon as Pei Nanfeng lay down, he noticed that Li Hongyu was a little dishonest. She was about to open her mouth to scold, but the next second, she was speechless. The two have been together for many years, but this time, Pei Nanfeng unexpectedly felt a sense of strangeness. The images that flashed through her mind gave her no time to think. Suddenly, she was startled, as if she noticed someone coming in. Just when she wanted to open her eyes, Li Hongyu covered her eyes. Pei Nanfeng was horrified. She knew clearly what had happened, but after a brief struggle, she decided to remain ignorant. Ding, Pei Nanfeng is spending more than he earns, mood value plus 1000. Ding, Pei Nanfeng is working hard, emotional value plus 1000. It was not until this moment that Pei Nanfeng realized that what she felt in her heart was not jealousy, but envy. But soon, she understood why Li Hongyu came to hide with her. However, she was not Li Hongyu after all, so she was not exhausted. After a night, she gradually accepted her current identity. It was not until now that she finally untied the knot in her heart and lived her life with dignity. But when she saw Qin Tian, she lowered her head unconsciously. She had already discovered Qin Tian's existence, but she just didn't stop him. Now that things have turned out like this, she feels a little embarrassed to face Qin Tian. At this moment, she looks as young as a young girl. Ding, Pei Nanfeng is extremely ashamed, emotion value +1000. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. After a long silence, Pei Nanfeng seemed to have returned to his cold and aloof self. Even Qin Tian was a little surprised. This woman's mood changed too quickly. Chapter 88. Conquer the iceberg heroine and get a heaven-defying reward. Qin Tian naturally understood Pei Nanfeng's concerns. After all, she is now the headmaster of the Qin Tian sword sect. If her dealings with the leader of the demon sect were to become known, it would give the righteous side an advantage. However, Qin Tian obviously had no intention of letting her go like this. "Ma'am, you don't want others to know about us, do you?" Hearing this, Pei Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect Qin Tian to use this matter to threaten her. But when she raised her head and was about to get angry, she met Qin Tian's gaze with a slight smile. She instantly realized that this guy was teasing her on purpose. Ding, Pei Nanfeng is filled with resentment, emotion value +1000. However, at this moment she also felt Qin Tian's kindness. The leader of the demon sect seemed to be different from the one she had imagined. When Qin Tian returned the burning blood sword to her, she suspected that Qin Tian had other intentions. But during this period of contact, Qin Tian did not do anything to her. On the contrary, he had been helping her. Now, in order to save Li Linger, he accompanied her to Yun country. This touched Pei Nanfeng deeply. Perhaps I had misunderstood the leader of the demon sect from the very beginning. The prejudice in people's minds is as huge as a mountain. Who says that people from the demon sect must be sinister villains who are only interested in profit? The Qin Tian in front of him was clearly showing signs of evil. In comparison, those who follow the right path are more like sinister villains. Pei Nanfeng lowered her head. At this moment, she felt that she was lucky. "Okay, get out now." After a long silence, Pei Nanfeng started to urge. Although she was still as cold as ice at this moment, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "A day's plan begins in the morning. Madam, please don't waste this precious time." Qin Tian looked at the sleeping Li Hongyu and spoke softly. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity to gain emotional points. Moreover, he was about to draw the lottery, so he had to work harder. Pei Nanfeng was shocked when he heard this. "No number, another day, okay." There was a hint of pleading in Pei Nanfeng's tone at this moment. It was not that she couldn't bear it, but she had regained her sanity and was a little scared. But Qin Tian would not give her the chance to refuse. It was not until noon that Li Hongyu woke up slowly. Looking at the exhausted Pei Nanfeng, Li Hongyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But when she thought about Qin Tian's usual appearance, she thought it was normal. "Auntie, are you okay?" Li Hongyu asked. What he got in return was Pei Nanfeng's roll of the eyes. "Beast." Li Hongyu couldn't help laughing when she saw this. However, fortunately, with Pei Nanfeng, she will be able to relax more in the future. Meanwhile, in the next room, Qin Tian was staring at the system panel. Start the lottery. Host starts the lottery. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Blue Heart of the Sea. Note, there is a sea in the East Palace, its name is Kang. The sea gave birth to a bright moon, which transformed into a mulberry tree. After years, it was reborn as a mulberry orchid, with buds as its body and orchids as its companions. It is the body of an innate creature, seizing the body created by heaven and earth. With the Kanghai Sanglin as its heart, it can merge with the body of the great Tao and be reborn. The heart of an innate creature. Qin Tian was shocked when he saw this. In those days, the world was in chaos, and 10 innate holy spirits were born in the chaos. They used their supreme power to create the world and establish the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The fruits of the Tao they left behind turned into the great Tao and merged into the nature of heaven and earth. After years of baptism, these great ways will also develop consciousness, and some of the fruits of the Tao will be reborn as humans, called innate creatures. They were born from heaven and earth, and are innately integrated with the great Tao, so their cultivation can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But they are not human beings after all, so they are born without mind and cannot completely open up their state of mind, and then they cannot break through nirvana. And this blue heart of the ocean is the heart of the innate creatures. If one obtains this thing, the innate creatures can be completely reborn. The value of this thing is no less than that of a holy relic. However, it is not easy to find innate creatures in this world. To nurture innate creatures, one must combine the right time, place, and people, as well as have supreme opportunities, in order to succeed. At least in Qin Tian's memory, no innate creatures have ever been born in the entire Yujingtian since ancient times. However, this thing can be kept. If you can subdue an innate creature, it will be of great use in the future. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 100 years of cultivation. Note, Nirvana realm. Qin Tian's heart was shaken, and a powerful energy burst out from his body. It instantly penetrated his 8 extraordinary meridians and flowed into his qi. His body shook, and he broke through again the next second. Finally reached the 9th level of nirvana. Qin Tian sighed softly, his brows furrowed. After achieving the state of nirvana, one needs to find an opportunity for reincarnation, which is the biggest hurdle in a cultivator's life. To reincarnate, one must transform into a mortal human being, travel around, and look for opportunities. Once you fail, you may really fall into reincarnation and live the rest of your life as a mortal. Countless powerful beings who have reached the perfect state of nirvana have finally fallen at this step. There are so few reincarnation realms in this world because many people are lost in the mortal world and have completely fallen into reincarnation. Qin Tian didn't know whether he needed to go through this step. After all, he had the system, and maybe he could break through directly when the time came. After a long silence, Qin Tian looked at the lottery page again. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Kang Lan Ju. Note, this is an immortal level technique, left behind by the ancient holy spirit Kang Lan. Kang Lan's original form is the companion Sang Lan. By chance, he escaped from the vicissitudes of life, transformed into a holy spirit, and opened up the Kang Lan heaven. Immortal level skills. Qin Tian's heart was shocked. It was rumored that the 9 heavens and 10 earths were created by the 10 ancient holy spirits. However, no one knows the identities of the 10 great holy spirits. Now it seems that the Kanglan sky was opened up by this Kanglan. And this Kang Lan Ju is the technique that the other party practices. The skills left behind by the Holy Spirit are definitely good stuff. Qin Tian couldn't wait to read it, but soon he was completely disappointed. Kanglan's original form is not human, so he cannot practice this technique at all. Qin Tian shook his head silently. It seemed that he had no chance of mastering this technique. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 10,000 Swords Technique. Note, a low-grade immortal level magical power, 10,000 swords from the sky, unparalleled in the world. Qin Tian took a deep breath. He had never practiced swordsmanship, but this thing was suitable for Pei Nanfeng. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Chilled Heart Jade. Note, a sacred medicine, condensed from the essence of moonlight, containing the meaning of Taiyan. Taking it can shape a Taiyan body. Holy medicine. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had seen a holy medicine. Even a saint would lose control of himself when seeing a spiritual medicine of this grade. What's more, this holy medicine can actually shape the body of Taiyan. That's one of the 10 ultimate forms. Qin Tian carefully put away the cold heart jadeite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Art. Note, an immortal level technique, a legacy of the ancient extraterritorial demons. At the beginning of the creation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, an extraterritorial demon invaded and transformed into 10 suns, burning everything. It was later killed by the innate Holy Spirit, and this technique has been lost since then. Chapter 89. 2 women travel together, the male protagonist mentality explodes. Qin Tian looked at the technique with a serious expression. This was the first time he heard the name, Demon from Beyond. However, he had heard about the appearance of 10 suns in ancient times. Just like in the myth, it was the 10 great holy spirits who took action, shot down the sun, and protected the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, this world did not record that the 10 suns were demons from outside the domain. It seemed that someone deliberately concealed these secrets. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a little confused. This world seemed to be buried with many secrets. Even the origins of the 10 great holy spirits back then have never been recorded, as if they had been deliberately erased. People only know that they exist, but they don't know their names. Even Qin Tian just found out that the Holy Spirit of Kanglantian was named Kanglan. So, is the Holy Spirit in Yujingtian called Yujing? However, Qin Tian didn't consider these things. This technique looked quite impressive, and he was a little impatient. Qin Tian started practicing immediately. He successfully practiced the technique rewarded by the system without much effort. However, he has only cultivated to the first level at the moment. At this moment, he felt as if there was a scorching sun in his body, and his whole body seemed to be burning. The terrifying temperature ignited the surrounding air. In the room, flames were floating, which looked particularly strange. At this moment, the blood in Qin Tian's body also began to burn, and the vast vital energy in his sea of qi turned into a sea of fire. The raging fire burned everything, as if it was going to set him on fire. And above the sea of fire, a scorching sun hung high in the sky, like a god overlooking the earth. Just practicing the first level can give you such power. Qin Tian opened his eyes, and there seemed to be flames burning in them. Wherever he looked, the void was burned through. It's worthy of being an immortal level technique. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh softly. Although he was only at the 9th level of Nirvana realm now, he felt that he would be able to fight even if he met someone at the Samsara realm. While Qin Tian was practicing, Pei Nanfeng and the other two left the inn. Now that they have both untied their knots, they seem to be much more relaxed. In the past, they were immersed in hatred and had no interest in anything around them. Now that their great revenge had been achieved, they finally began to experience the joys of the world. On the bustling streets, all kinds of shouting sounds particularly pleasant. People often say that appearance reflects the heart, and this must be the case. Everything they saw changed with their state of mind. As the two of them were strolling around, they didn't notice that someone was following them. Ao Wushwang looked at the familiar figure in the distance and couldn't help but burst into tears. After all, his cultivation was limited. In order to catch up with Qin Tian, he tried his best and did not dare to rest for a moment. But the gap between the two was indeed too big. Even though he tried his best to catch up, he could not see any trace of Qin Tian and the others. It wasn't until today that he finally arrived here. But at this moment he was exhausted. But the moment he saw Pei Nanfeng, all his fatigue seemed to disappear in an instant. For Pei Nanfeng, it's all worth it. He was about to step forward and start a conversation when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a smile on Pei Nanfeng's lips. Ao Wushwang suddenly stopped, his face full of disbelief. Master's wife, you actually laughed. Ao Wushwang grew up with Pei Nanfeng since he was a child. In all these years, he has never seen Pei Nanfeng smile. Although Pei Nanfeng was nice to his disciples, she was also a well-known ice beauty. At this moment, Ao Wushwang was stunned. Although the smile was fleeting, in his eyes, it was like a ray of light blooming in the darkness. Wrong. Suddenly, Ao Wushwang seemed to realize something. The smile on Pei Nanfeng's face was exactly the same as the one Li Hongyu had shown at the beginning. That is a happy smile. Ao Wushwang looked again and suddenly found that Pei Nanfeng seemed to have changed at this moment. She had a touch of tenderness and charm, no longer as cold as before. To be precise, she has a touch of femininity. The feeling is exactly the same as Li Hongyu's. Ao Wushwang reacted instantly and was struck by lightning. Master's wife also. Ao Wushwang didn't dare to think further, his mentality had completely collapsed. Who is it? Who kidnapped Master's wife? Ao Wushwang shouted in his heart, and suddenly, a face appeared in his mind. Could it be Qin Tian? That's right, it must be him. These heavenly masters have never had contact with anyone else. Ding, Ao Wushwang's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 1000. It's just a few days. I'm just a few days late. How could Master's wife? Ao Wushwang stood there in a daze, tears and blood already streaming down his face. Qin Tian, I want you to die. Ao Wushwang finally lost everything. His junior sister, Li Hongyu, and his master's wife all left him. He seemed to have no motivation to move forward anymore. No, he still has hatred. Ao Wushwang stared at the figure in the distance and silently clenched his fists. Qin Tian. Just then, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Ao Wushwang was startled and turned around, only to see a handsome young man in black looking at him with a smile. Who are you? Ao Wushwang quickly took a step back and spoke with a vigilant look on his face. My name is Wangxin. I saw you in a daze and I was just curious. Wan Xin bowed and smiled. Ao Wushwang glanced at the other person. He didn't know this person, and at this moment he didn't dare to trust anyone. Seeing Ao Wushwang's alert expression, Wan Xin continued. Brother, there's no need to be so nervous. I mean no harm. I just want to treat you to a drink. Do you know me? Wan Xin nodded, looked at Pei Nanfeng's back in the distance, and said softly, You are Ao Wushwang, the eldest disciple of the Qin Tian sword sect. That should be your master's wife. Oh, and she became the headmaster of the Qin Tian sword sect not long ago. Hearing this, Ao Wushwang was suddenly shocked. This guy knows his background so well, I'm afraid he has other intentions. What you up to? Don't get me wrong, I'm a steward of the Xuanjian division of Yun State. I'm here just to get some information from you, brother. Wan Xin said this, extending her hand and making a gesture of invitation. How about it? Come in and sit down. Although Ao Wushwang was wary, he was also worried that this person would do something bad to Pei Nanfeng. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. The two walked into a restaurant nearby and found a place to sit down. What exactly are you planning to do? I advise you not to target the Qin Tian sword sect. If you provoke them, the Yun kingdom might not be able to protect you. Ao Wushwang threatened, but in his heart he still cared about Pei Nanfeng. Haha, brother Ao, you misunderstood. I just wanted to ask, what is Master Pei's purpose in coming here? Wan Xin poured the wine while explaining. As you know, the Yun kingdom is small and cannot accommodate such a large Buddha. The emperor is worried, so he asked me to inquire about it. Chapter 90. The desolate tower emerges, destiny appears. Wan Xin also came to Yun country not long ago. He was a college student. During an outing, he encountered a mountain flood and was unfortunately killed. When he woke up, he found himself in a bronze hall. That hall was actually the innate divine artifact, the desolate tower. Due to the ancient wars, the desolate tower was shattered, leaving only one floor, so it looked like a hall. Not long ago, the paradise was opened, and Huang Ta took the opportunity to escape and brought him to Yun Kingdom. For some unknown reason, he possessed Wan Xin at that time and took over this body. Wan Xin was originally the young master of Xuanfeng City, but because his mother was framed, he was expelled from the house by the mayor of Xuanfeng City. Since then, the mother and son have been living on the streets. He and his mother lived in the open air, and when he was 6 years old, his mother starved to death, leaving him to survive by begging. But when he was 13 years old, he was adopted by an old Taoist priest, who taught him the method of cultivation. From then on, he embarked on the path of cultivation. He also did not forget the suffering he had endured in the past, and he vowed in his heart to seek revenge. However, Xuanfeng City is only one of the 5 cities, and it would be difficult for him to shake such a huge city with his personal strength. In order to deal with Xuanfeng City, he chose to join the Yun Kingdom. He knew very well that the Yun Kingdom was now in chaos among factions and Emperor Yunlei had no real power. If he helped Yunlei to control the Yun Kingdom now, he would be following the Emperor and would surely become an important official of the Yun Kingdom. By that time, with the help of Yun Kingdom, he would have the strength to compete with Xuanfeng City. In these days, he has been secretly accumulating strength. However, the arrival of Qin Tian and others still aroused his suspicion. Those in the Nirvana realm were all powerful masters at the level of a master. He felt a little uneasy when such people appeared here. In order to avoid trouble, he came over to take a look. Of course, he also had selfish motives. Ever since he first saw Lan Ying, a feeling of admiration arose in his heart. When he heard that Lan Ying was bullied, he wanted to step forward to help Lan Ying regain her face, so as to gain Lan Ying's favor. Although Lan Ying is the queen consort of Yun Kingdom, and may even be the future queen once Yunlei takes power, Wan Xin doesn't care about that. He didn't take Yunlei seriously at all. To him, Yun Kingdom was just a tool for his revenge. In the future, he will become an important official of the Yun Kingdom, and Yunlei will only be fit to be a puppet. But after he met Pei Nanfeng, he changed his mind. The Xuanjian Division, which he founded, is an intelligence organization that collects all kinds of information. He naturally also knew that Pei Nanfeng had taken over the Qin Tian sword sect not long ago, which was a top force that was no weaker than Xuanfeng City. He didn't want to create such an enemy for himself. It happened that at this time, he discovered Ao Wushwang. Although he did not understand the purpose of Pei Nanfeng and others' trip, he also wanted to contact Pei Nanfeng through Ao Wushwang. If he could get the support of the Qin Tian sword sect, he would be able to deal with the Queen Mother. However, Ao Wushwang didn't know Pei Nanfeng's purpose of coming to Yun country, not to mention that he didn't dare to trust Wan Xin now. However, he noticed Wan Xin's fear and instantly had an idea in his mind. My master's wife did not come here of her own accord. Ao Wushwang spoke softly, then changed the subject and asked. Have you ever heard of Qin Tian? Qin Tian, the leader of Wangquan demon sect. Wan Xin was shocked when he heard the name. That's right. In fact, my master's wife was also coerced by Qin Tian. Now that my master's wife has just taken over the Qin Tian sword sect and has not yet established a firm foothold, Qin Tian took advantage of the opportunity and swooped in, intending to control the Qin Tian sword sect. My master's wife had no choice but to accept his coercion. I was also worried about her safety, so I followed her here. However, I'm not quite sure about Qin Tian's purpose. Wan Xin looked at Ao Wushwang with a frown. He was still clear about the nature of the people of the demon sect. They are a group of demons who are eager to create chaos in the world. Their appearance here is definitely not a good thing. Wan Xin couldn't help but worry. Brother Ao, I wonder if you can get in touch with sect leader Pei. If Brother Ao can contact Master Pei and find out the reason, I can cooperate with Brother Ao and find a way to rescue Master Pei. Wan Xin knew that this was a good opportunity to unite with the Qin Tian sword sect. If he could rescue Pei Nanfeng from the demon sect, he would be able to gain the support of the Qin Tian sword sect. That's great. Ao Wushwang was overjoyed when he saw that the other party believed what he said. I'm worried about finding a way to rescue Master's wife. If Brother Wan is willing to help, I would be very grateful. The two quickly reached a consensus. Ao Wushwang was unwilling to believe that Pei Nanfeng would collude with the demon sect. In his opinion, this must have been due to Qin Tian's coercion. Right now, if he could rescue Pei Nanfeng, he could regain the other party's favor. After leaving the restaurant, Ao Wushwang quickly found the inn. Naturally, Wan Xin told him the news about Pei Nanfeng and others. That guy is really good at gathering intelligence. He even knows exactly where Qin Tian and others are staying. Ao Wushwang did not look for Pei Nanfeng immediately. After all, Qin Tian was here, and he did not dare to alert the enemy. He simply lived next door so that he could keep an eye on Qin Tian and the others. In this way, he waited until night fell, and Pei Nanfeng and the other man came back from outside. As soon as he walked into the yard, Pei Nanfeng saw Qin Tian drinking tea leisurely. When their eyes met, Pei Nanfeng blushed instantly. I'm going back to the house first. Pei Nanfeng said this and wanted to go back to his room, but Qin Tian stopped him. Wait, I have something good for you. Pei Nanfeng stopped in his tracks upon hearing this and stared at Qin Tian with a wary look on his face. Li Hongyu, on the other hand, had already gotten used to her current life. She walked straight forward, sat down, and began to ask. What good stuff? Qin Tian didn't say anything, but just raised his hand silently and pointed a finger at Li Hongyu's forehead. Immediately, a magical spell was transmitted into Li Hongyu's mind. Immortal level magical power. Li Hongyu opened his mouth wide the moment he saw the spell clearly. When Pei Nanfeng heard this, he was also shocked and hurried forward. Immortal level magical power. What immortal level magical power? Qin Tian chuckled and waved. Seeing this, Pei Nanfeng hesitated for a moment, but still moved forward cautiously. Then Qin Tian taught her the 10,000 swords technique. At this moment, Pei Nanfeng was also stunned. Is this 10,000 swords technique? Back then, the Xingluo sword immortal transformed the countless stars into the sky of 10,000 swords and forged the 10,000 swords art. As a swordsman, Pei Nanfeng had naturally heard of the name of the 10,000 swords technique. She looked at Qin Tian silently, with a look of disbelief on her face. This is a fairy-level magical power. Qin Tian just passed it on to him like that. Although Pei Nanfeng had already accepted Qin Tian, she was still a little flattered by such a big gift. If she were to ask herself, even if she had such magical powers, she would never tell anyone else about them. However, Qin Tian taught them to them without hesitation. Pei Nanfeng and the other man looked at each other, and the surprise in their eyes turned into emotion. Ding! Pei Nanfeng bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Ding! Li Hongyu bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Chapter 91. One fish, 3 ways to eat, the hero is desperate. The value of immortal level magical powers is beyond words. Even a saint would be tempted by this thing, let alone the two of them. There are probably not many immortal level magical powers in the entire southern region. Once this thing comes out, it will stir up a bloody storm. Pei Nanfeng believed that if he saw such magical powers, he would probably not be able to remain calm. But Qin Tian seemed to be fine and taught it to himself casually. Even though Pei Nanfeng's heart was always as calm as water, ripples appeared at this moment. Thank you. After a long time, Pei Nanfeng finally calmed down. But she didn't know what to say. We are all family now, why should we be polite? Qin Tian waved his hand and continued to smile. But you really should learn from Red Fish. See how sensible this girl is. When Pei Nanfang heard this, he noticed that Li Hongyu had already squatted down. Seeing this scene, her face suddenly turned red with shame. Li Hongyu knew very well that everything she had now was given by Qin Tian. If it weren't for Qin Tian, she would probably still be living in hatred. It is even more impossible to obtain such magical powers. She didn't know what to say and could only express her feelings through actions. The deepest feelings are often expressed in the simplest ways. Ding, Li Hongyu speaks without thinking, emotion value plus 1000. At this moment, Pei Nanfang was stunned. Perhaps it was because the room was pitch black last night and she didn't dare to open her eyes, so she couldn't see clearly. But now all this was happening right in front of her, and her little heart was greatly shocked. Pei Nanfang was at a loss for a moment. Although she was grateful for everything Qin Tian had done, she couldn't lose face. Just when she was hesitating, Li Hongyu reached out and grabbed her. Ding, Pei Nanfang spread the word, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian was very satisfied with Li Hongyu's performance. This girl was indeed sensible and was trained by Pei Nanfang himself. Now that his emotional value has been completely consumed, Qin Tian naturally wants to reap a wave as soon as possible. His benefits are not for nothing. Just as Qin Tian was enjoying himself, a discordant voice came into his mind again. Ding, Ao Wushwang's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 1000. Qin Tian was slightly stunned. He swept his spiritual sense and instantly noticed a familiar breath in the next yard. That guy followed us. Qin Tian had long known that Ao Wushwang had been following them, and Ao Wushwang had also contributed a lot of emotional value along the way. However, that guy was indeed a little slow and I lost him on the way. Now that he realized that the other party had also arrived here, Qin Tian had to work harder. At the same time, in the next yard, Ao Wushwang clenched his fists and knelt on the ground. There were tears and blood in his eyes, and his blood was surging, making him seem to be insane. Although the restriction next door prevented him from seeing anything, the sound could still be heard. This time, he finally understood that both Pei Nanfang and Li Hongyu had sacrificed themselves voluntarily. This fact hit him hard. He could never have imagined that Pei Nanfang, who was like a fairy in the sky on weekdays, would have such a side to her. The filter in his heart shattered instantly. Now, Li Bufan is missing, and Pei Nanfang is the whole meaning of his life. But now the person he cares about the most has also thrown himself into the arms of someone else. What does he have left? Qin Tian, Ao Wushwang punched the ground, with no place to vent his anger. At this moment, there was only hatred in his heart. He only had one goal left, which was to kill Qin Tian. He no longer cared why Qin Tian came this time. In his opinion, even if Qin Tian came to celebrate his birthday, he couldn't let this guy succeed. Ding, Ao Wushwang's emotions collapse, emotional value plus 1000. That night, Ao Wushwang seemed to be tortured. The image of the goddess in his heart collapsed, which was more painful than killing him. However, Qin Tian gained a lot that night. 3 people contributed emotional points at a very fast speed. However, Qin Tian also realized that Ao Wushwang was now powerless. The kid now only has hatred towards him and cannot contribute more emotional value. It seems that this guy is useless. Qin Tian was thinking when Pei Nanfang walked forward. It's time to meet the Queen Mother of Yun Kingdom today. The purpose of their trip was to borrow the Yun Kingdom's most precious treasure, the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl. In fact, Pei Nanfang had been inquiring about the news of the Yun Kingdom these 2 days. She also learned that the Queen Mother was indeed the one who had the final say in the Yun Kingdom today. Right now, if they wanted to borrow the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl, they could only go to the Queen Mother. The 3 of them packed up and left early. At the same time, in Tianyan Palace, Lan Ying also found Yun Lei. Your Majesty, Wan Xin has sent me news that the person who hit me earlier was Pei Nanfang, the new headmaster of the Qingtian sword sect. She was accompanied by Qin Tian, the leader of the Wangquan demon sect. Wan Xin contacted Ao Wushwang, the chief disciple of the Qingtian sword sect, and learned from him that Pei Nanfang's trip was to have an appointment with the Queen Mother, and it seems he intends to attack you. Yun Lei was shocked when he heard this. Is this true? The Queen Mother shouldn't be so anxious. Has Wan Xin confirmed the news? Yun Lei still had some doubts. The queen mother had been selecting concubines for him over the years just to have him give birth to a prince, so that she could continue to control the young kingdom with legitimacy. But if he died now, the young kingdom would be without an heir, and the young kingdom would be in chaos, which would not be good for the queen mother. Wan Xin is still investigating, but the emperor still needs to be careful. After so many years, there's no guarantee that the queen mother won't lose her patience and force her way. A trace of anxiety also appeared on Lan Ying's face. Yunlei frowned, but he could do nothing about it. He has been walking on thin ice these years. If the queen mother wants to deal with him, he will be powerless to fight back. All he could do was delay time and accumulate strength. Now that it was a critical moment of life and death, he actually felt a sense of relief. It doesn't matter. It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Yinger, you must remember what I told you. If anything happens, you must leave this place and never come back. Lan Ying became extremely anxious upon hearing this. She could tell that Yunlei was leaving his last words. But she had no way to deal with it, as they really did not have the capital to fight against the queen mother. Suddenly, a maid came in. Your Majesty, the head of the Qin Tian sword sect, Pei Nanfeng, wishes to see you. He is waiting outside the palace. Hearing this, Lan Ying instantly became nervous. Yunlei, on the other hand, was quite calm. He grabbed Lan Ying's hand, chuckled, and then spoke. Zan. After watching the maid leave, he continued to speak to Lan Ying. Yinger, don't worry. Even if they want to attack me, they won't be here. Yunlei knew very well that he was the king of a country after all. Even Pei Nanfeng would not dare to kill him in public, otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a war between the Qin Tian sword sect and the young kingdom. The queen mother would not allow her to do so. Soon, Qin Tian and the other two arrived here. Pei Nanfeng of the sky-clearing sword sect greets the king. Chapter 92 The Empress of Heaven. Although Yunlei is the king of a country, he is nothing in front of a behemoth like the Qin Tian sword sect. Due to his status, Pei Nanfeng only treated him as a peer. Master Pei, you're welcome. Please take a seat. As Yunlei spoke, his eyes fell on Qin Tian who was standing beside him. In Yunlei's eyes, Qin Tian was a greater threat than Pei Nanfeng. After all, this person is the real leader of the demon sect, and he is well aware of Qin Tian's reputation. Could this be sect master Qin Tian? Yunlei spoke softly, but found that Qin Tian's eyes became a little strange, or even weird. That look made Yunlei feel a little uncomfortable, as if he was seen through. The moment he saw Yunlei, Qin Tian was stunned. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Yunlei. Identity: the heroine of Godkiller. Cultivation: 7th level of Yingxuan realm. Origin: Yunlei was transformed from a wisp of orchid heart in the vast sea of Donk. She was originally a congenital being, but when Donk collapsed, her Dao fruit was damaged. Just as she was about to perish, she happened to encounter Yunfeng, the ruler of the Yun kingdom, passing by with his young son. Yunfeng's son had died at the time, so Yunfeng used Yunlei's congenital energy to revive him, thus giving birth to the current Yunlei. She was originally a daughter, but she hid her identity for the sake of the Yun kingdom. Later, with the help of Wangsun, she completely took control of the Yun kingdom and secretly gave birth to a prince through Wangsun. However, Wangsun was unaware of this, and the two of them had no further contact. Qin Tian didn't expect that the young emperor of Yun kingdom in front of him was actually a woman dressed as a man, and she was also the heroine. Qin Tian looked at Yunlei curiously. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a man. He thought she had used some secret method to hide her figure, otherwise Qin Tian would not have been able to miss it. But what really surprised Qin Tian was that this woman was actually a congenital creature. That was the essence condensed from the Taoist fruits of ancient sages. Since the creation of the world, there have been few innate creatures. Now he actually met one. Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh that his luck was really amazing. Sect Master Qin, Yunlei couldn't help but feel a little worried when she saw Qin Tian didn't say anything. She always felt that Qin Tian seemed to have seen through her identity. Oh, sorry, I just saw the king and thought of an old friend, so I lost my mind. Qin Tian reacted, but he had already made up his mind. He had to capture this innate creature no matter what. This woman's talent was probably even better than the 10 absolute bodies, and she would be a great help in the future. She was the incarnation of the Taoist fruit of ancient sages, and was innately close to the Tao. As long as she cultivated with peace of mind, becoming a saint in the future was a foregone conclusion. Not to mention, this woman is the heroine and can also provide him with emotional value, which is killing two birds with one stone. Yunlei didn't know what Qin Tian was thinking, so she quickly changed the subject. I wonder what brings you here this time. Pei Nanfeng heard this and did not hide it. I came here to borrow the Yun nation's Ice Soul Spirit Pearl. I hope the Lord will grant me this. If the Lord needs anything, I will not refuse. Yunlei was slightly stunned. The Bingpo Spirit Pearl was the most precious treasure of the Yun Kingdom. Yunlei was naturally aware of its effects. But although she is the ruler of Yun Kingdom now, she has no right to use the Ice Soul Pearl, and this matter still needs to be reported to the Queen Mother. Yunlei understood that these two people were probably not coming to find her. However, Yunlei felt relieved at this moment. It seems that these two people's purpose is not themselves. Thinking of this, Yunlei couldn't help but think to herself. What's wrong with Wan Xin? How could such news be wrong? Although she knew the purpose of Qin Tian and the others, Yunlei still did not dare to let her guard down. After all, she didn't know whether this was an excuse made up by Pei Nanfeng. Furthermore, if this is true, then they must meet the Queen Mother. At that time, if the Queen Mother uses this as bait, these two people may also turn to the Queen Mother's side. Suddenly, Yunlei had a bold idea in her mind. If she offered the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl as a condition, could she win over these two people to help her? Although the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl is not in her hands now, she still has a way to make this happen. Pei Nanfeng and Qin Tian are both leaders of a sect. With their help, she may be able to regain power. Thinking of this, Yunlei quickly calmed herself down. Now she didn't dare to reveal her thoughts. What if these two were unwilling to help her and instead revealed the matter to the Queen Mother? She would be in danger. So that's what it is, Yunlei chuckled and continued. The Queen Mother is now in charge of the government of Yun country, so this matter needs to be reported to her first. You two may as well follow me to see the Queen Mother. That's great. Pei Nanfeng also knew that all matters big and small in the Yun Kingdom now needed the Queen Mother to make the decision, and their request to see Yunlei was just a formality. After saying that, Yunlei led a few people out. As soon as he walked out of the palace gate, Qin Tian saw Lanying coming up. However, at this moment, she was dressed in gorgeous clothes, looking elegant and graceful, with a dignified and steady look on her face, completely different from her previous image of a street rogue. But Lanying looked at Pei Nanfeng with a somewhat unfriendly look. Perhaps this girl still remembered the hit Pei Nanfeng had given her before. This is my imperial concubine Lanying, Yunlei introduced her, and the two looked at each other. Lanying was outside just now and had heard the conversation clearly. She also knew that Qin Tian and his friends were not targeting Yunlei, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the resentment in her heart did not diminish at all. After all, it was the first time for a royal concubine to be spanked in the street. After they greeted each other, Yunlei led them to the imperial garden. The Queen Mother usually stays at home and rarely goes out. All court affairs are handled in the inner palace, so she rarely sees outsiders. Yunlei explained to Qin Tian and the others as she walked. The Queen Mother of Yun Kingdom is indeed mysterious. At least Pei Nanfeng and Qin Tian have never seen her. However, her reputation is well known. The Yun Kingdom has a profound foundation, comparable to a first-rate sect. The Queen Mother is able to support the Yun Kingdom and keep it standing, so her strength should not be underestimated. Qin Tian looked around and found that the layout here was very exquisite. Pavilions and towers are scattered in an orderly manner, and small bridges and flowing water surround them, giving them an elegant atmosphere of a pastoral villa. But Qin Tian always felt that this layout was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. The imperial garden was exceptionally quiet, and there wasn't even a single maid around as I walked along. The dense osmanthus trees all around exude a charming fragrance that is refreshing. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived outside a palace. The palace was magnificent with its carved beams and painted buildings. The towering osmanthus trees around it blocked out the sun and cast a shadow that enveloped the entire palace. The main hall is located here, which seems a bit out of place. Under that shadow, it even seemed eerie and terrifying. Even before getting close, one could feel a strong sense of gloom. Chapter 93 The Queen Mother is her. Mother, I'm here to see Master Pei of the Sky Clearing Sword Sect. Yunlei looked at the palace in front of her, a hint of fear appearing on her face. She would not come here on weekdays. Over the years, she had met the Empress Dowager less times than the ministers of Yun Kingdom. She grew up here, but she only has painful memories of this very familiar palace. In Yunlei's eyes, the Queen Mother had always been a cold-blooded and heartless person. Ever since she could remember, the Empress Dowager would bathe her in various medicinal baths every day. Those medicinal baths were like poison, causing her unbearable pain and inhuman torture every day. And she endured such days for more than 10 years. It was not until she came of age that she moved away from this place and escaped from the clutches of that woman. But until now, the shadow in her heart still lingers. Yunlei lowered her head and waited silently. Fortunately, a moment later, a cold voice was heard from the palace. "Come in." Yunlei paused, turned around and looked at Qin Tian and the others, then led them into the palace. As soon as he stepped into the palace, Qin Tian felt a chill coming over him. The chill was like a maggot attached to his bones, as if it wanted to drill into his body. This made Qin Tian a little surprised. The Queen Mother's cultivation is probably not inferior to his. The hall was dark and empty except for a Taoist platform in the distance, surrounded by gauze curtains. And beneath the veil, a graceful figure was looming. This was the first time Qin Tian saw the legendary Queen Mother. She looked very young, with a face as white as jade, without a trace of vicissitudes of life. Her jet black hair fell like a waterfall to her waist. She has a charming appearance, and her narrow eyes are like sharp swords, revealing a hint of sharpness, but there is also a sense of enchantment in her eyes. The scarlet lips looked as if stained with blood, which made them look particularly strange. He was wearing a light golden robe embroidered with flying phoenixes, which was elegant and luxurious, yet also dignified, like an emperor. The most eye-catching thing was the snow-white color in front of her, which was particularly dazzling under the weak candlelight. She slowly stood up and walked down the platform. There was a smile on her pretty face, which seemed a little devilish, but also with a hint of majesty, like an empress, majestic without even being angry. She moved with graceful steps, and every move seemed to move the heaven and earth. The phoenix robe fluttered, revealing her graceful figure. When you look down, you can't see your toes, which is already the most beautiful thing in the world. This sentence is just right for her. What brings you two here from so far away? The Queen Mother walked up to Pei Nanfeng, but her eyes were fixed on Qin Tian. The two looked at each other, but Qin Tian frowned. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Moon Demon. Identity: the heroine of Godkiller. Cultivation: perfection of nirvana. Origin: Yumo is the leader of the Yin-Yu demon sect. Back then, Yunfeng forcibly seized the innate life force and resurrected Yunlei, but then died. At that time, Yumo's cultivation reached a bottleneck. She happened to meet Yunlei in her cradle and realized that Yunlei contained the innate life force. She adopted her and then used her identity to impersonate the Queen Mother of the Yun Kingdom, intending to wait for Yunlei to awaken and absorb her innate energy to break through the bottleneck. Later, Wan Xin accidentally discovered her secret. With Wan Xin's help, she broke through and completely gave up on Yunlei. Qin Tian was already extremely confused at this moment. He never expected that he would meet this woman here. As one of the 10 major demon sects, Qin Tian and Yumo were naturally acquainted with each other. However, many years ago, the moon demon transformed into a human in order to seek reincarnation, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. Qin Tian did not expect that this woman would become the Queen Mother of Yun Kingdom. The current moon demon is very different from the one Qin Tian had in mind, so it's no wonder he couldn't recognize him. However, the moon demon's strength should not be underestimated. After Shi Dingtian disappeared, Yumo became the undisputed leader among the 10 great demon sect leaders. The Yin-Yu demon sect has always been mysterious and unpredictable. It is rumored that their predecessor was the Yin-Yu dynasty, a behemoth that once ruled the entire Yujingtian. After the fall of the Yin-Yu dynasty, the royal family established the current Yin-Yu demon sect. They have been passed down since ancient times, and their profound foundation is unmatched by other sects. The moon demon has been in charge of the Yin-Yu demon sect for many years, and his cultivation has long reached perfection. It is no wonder that this woman was able to stabilize the situation in Yun Kingdom after Yun Feng's death. With her strength, a mere Yun Kingdom is no problem at all. But Qin Tian was a little worried at this moment. This woman is not easy to get along with. It may be difficult to borrow the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl from her. Master Qin of the Wangquan demon sect, I have long heard of your great name. The moon demon stared at Qin Tian with a half-smile on his face. She naturally knew Qin Tian, but she firmly believed that Qin Tian failed to recognize her. After all, she is now immortal. No one can recognize her identity unless she reveals it actively. This is why she has been able to hide here for so many years. But she was also a little curious about how Qin Tian ended up mixing with the people from the Qingtian sword sect. Haha, the name of the Queen Mother is also well known to me. Qin Tian chuckled. He did not reveal Yu Mo's identity. He already knew the woman's purpose, so he naturally had to make good use of it. What's more, this woman is also one of the heroines. As a tool to harvest emotions, Qin Tian certainly cannot let her go. Hearing this, a hint of doubt appeared in Yu Mo's eyes. She always felt that Qin Tian seemed to know something. But she didn't care and turned around to continue asking. You two are distinguished guests. How could such a small country like Yun Nation bring you here in person?